Alright. Dark Souls 3. One of my favorite games ever. Love this game. Way too much. And I figured I'd do a Sorcery only run. Show some people that it's not too bad. Maybe show them how to do it. Key places you can hit up. Things you can do to make your run easier. And while I'm doing it, I can have a chat about random things. So if y'all want to talk about Dark Souls 3 in general, or media, or what have you, then that is kind of the point of this. So, since we're doing a wizard, let's change him over. Now, of course, a lot of people hate wizards, so we're going to name him... Good. I also don't like the presets. Where is it? Make him born? Make him pale? Make him pale. There we go. Much better for a wizard. And then I guess... Wait. Can I change his eyes? Appearance. Sorry, I don't usually build characters. I'm mostly playing with presets that I have on my other console. Eyes, face detail, pupils. So I want to change them over to a more mystic color. No, not light enough. There we go. Nice magical eyes. And then back out and change his hair to something nice and long. Something, or we could... No, that's weird. Well, although that kind of matches up Orbeck, how he has weird long hair. I'll do that one up. Hair color, we'll leave it black. I like the contrast of white and black. Oh, can I also just make it deep black? There we go. Much better. And do I want to change his lips at all? I don't like that they're pale white. Should I give him any facial hair? Yeah, let's give him facial hair. Oh, too patchy. Also really patchy. God, Dark Souls 3 graphics. I love you in all Dark Souls, but I don't know. That's just way too patchy for me. Sure, why not? That'll work out. Super dark. Eyelashes don't really matter. Do I want to give him a tattoo or anything? Oh, lips. Face shape, features. Oh, parentage. There you go. Yeah, sure. Nice. Back to skin color, because I think they messed that up a little bit. Nope. Give him a little more bluish. There we go. Nice. Sure, we'll save that to favorites, because why not? Yeah. So, Dark Souls 3, everybody knows this game. Well, a lot of people know this game. Dark Souls has become quite a popular franchise since Elden Ring became a thing. And, unfortunately, Dark Souls kind of became overshadowed by Elden Ring in a lot of ways. Not only because Elden Ring is the new game in the series, but because Elden Ring has a lot to offer. It's got way more casting stuff, way more weapons, way more armor. The world's a lot bigger. It's new, the graphics are great. There's going to be DLC coming out for it. So, yay, I dated my stream. And all that new content has kind of put these games on the back burner for a lot of people. Some people might return to this game, like Chase the Bro might return to this, or Prod, or Lost My Sanity. But I think they're mostly on Elden Ring right now because there's a lot to learn about that game still, balancing for PvP and all that nonsense. PvP is basically the end game of these games, so that's what they're more focused on. Anyway, so I figured now would be a good time to talk about exactly how to run a mage character. We're going to be doing sorcery only, so I cannot deal damage with anything that is not a sorcery. And I also, well, okay, I cannot use any attack that is not either a sorcery or done with a sorcery catalyst. I'm still up in the air on whether or not I want to allow parrying, but that is the run we're working with. Otherwise, my stats are totally fine. And who knows, maybe I'll change this run if more people end up joining and watching this and caring about the run. You know, they have comments or whatever. But for now, that is what we were running with. So the burial gifts in this game, they're a lot different from Dark Souls 1 because Dark Souls 1 tended to have everybody move towards the master key because that let everybody explore freely, sequence break, do a lot of things they wanted before actually setting up and starting the normal game. So they could go down to Havel, get Havel's ring. They could go down to Dark Root Basin, was it? Dark Root Garden, Deep Root Basin? Something like that. And they could go get the Grass Crest Shield. They could maybe farm for the Black Knight Halberd, or try to get the Black Knight Halberd. Well, farm it, because some speedrunners, they quit if they don't get the Black Knight Halberd right away. So there was a lot of stuff you could do with the Master Key, and that made it basically the best choice over every other option. Here, there's not really a best choice, because it all kind of depends on the run you're going with, but there are some that are better choices than other. For example, the Rusted Gold Coin, not great because it drastically increases drop rarity, but unless you're farming, that's not useful. Farming for armor, or weapons, I should say. Or even the Mimic Hat, that's a good item for farming. However, it only lasts for probably 30 seconds to a minute, something like that. So you don't have a lot of time to farm, and then there's only one Mimic in the game early on until you get to the Cathedral of the Deep, and you can't respawn it. So what you will have to end up doing, I think, is you have to go over to Crucifixion Woods or Famine Keep and get the ashes from over there, I believe, to get the Undead Hunter charms if you want to start farming mimics. And even when doing that, the Rusted Gold Coin doesn't last enough for you to get a lot of value out of that. So, not great. Probably the worst item to get would be the Cracked Eye Orb. You can farm these from Dark Wraiths really easily if you know what you're doing in the game. What I mean is Dark Wraiths are easy to kill if you know what you're doing, and they drop Cracked Red Eye Orbs like nobody's business. So there's really no point in getting this. Additionally, early on in the game, you're not going to be invading people. You just don't have the build for it. A lot of people are really good in this game now to where they can get all these items all stacked and set up for low-level PvP, and you'll just be way out of your depth a lot of the time. And especially if you're a new player, you will have no idea how invasions work, and you'll just die, and then there goes your one item you spent your burial gift on. So, terrible. Sovereign the Soul I generally tend to go with because it's a lot of levels to boost me up really quickly. Fire Gem's useless in this run because we can't be attacking with anything that's not a catalyst, and you can't infuse catalysts. But Fire Gem actually does have more use than I initially thought because a lot of enemies early on, like dogs, Pus of Man, etc., they were weak to fire, and if you infused your weapon with fire right away, which you can do, then you will get some pretty hefty damage out of whatever your starting weapon is. You can't use this on Gundyr, unfortunately, because you have to get to the shrine to use this, but it does become useful on a lot of the more annoying enemies. So that's actually not a bad idea. The only problem with this is it becomes less useful as you go on because you'll find more of them. And the first one, I believe you can find is over in the Undead Settlement as a drop from the demon. So, not the greatest, but more useful than I thought. Black Fire Bombs are probably the second most useless one because you can use them to help you with Gundyr a lot early game, but there's no use for that outside of Gundyr. In my opinion, you can use these on Pus of Man, but you're better off using a Fire Gem for that. And you can also uninfuse with a Shriving Stone that you'll get really quickly. So, again, really no point. They can be traded with Pickle Pea, but if you know where the drops are... so a Black Fire Bomb, when you drop it to Pickle Pea, it gives you a Titanite chunk, which is useful to... Well, not useful, but it's used to level up your weapon to +6 to +7. Which is not going to be happening for way later on in the game. There's really no point in getting Black Fire Bombs just to trade to Pickle Pea super early, because you'll get a ton by that point. So, really not that great. Hidden Blessings, actually probably even worse than the Black Fire Bomb, because a full mana restore, I can't think of when that would be useful. Anybody who knows what they're doing in this game is going to manage their mana pretty well. No, honestly, not much of a use for this outside of PvP. And even in PvP, it's very rare that you're going to ever be using one of these things. Now, the most useful ones, in my opinion, even the Sovereignless Soul is not as useful if you know what you're doing, but the most useful ones would be the Young White Branch, which stops the giant from throwing things at you in the Undead Settlement, because that's his Young White Branch. The Divine Blessing, which is a full heal, which can be very helpful for new players and stuff. Even for PvP, getting an extra one of these is really useful, because these are very rare in the game, and you'd have to go through multiple new games to get extras. So it's really nice that they give you one right here. And the last one would be Life Ring. Life Ring is also really useful. It's just a permanent HP boost for you as long as you're wearing it. It's super nice. But just for the sake of being boring, I'm going to go for a Sovereign Missile. So the Wizard, reason why you want to start, it should be pretty apparent for anybody who's not aware, but the reason why you want to start with a Sorcerer is because of the stat allocation down there. Every character starts at a level from 1 to 8, I believe, and their stats will be shuffled according to whatever their class is. No class has more or less stats than any other. They're just allocated differently. And the Sorcerer, if you're going for a pure sorcery, is the best to go with, because he's already got high dexterity, which helps with his casting. He's got very high intelligence, which I shouldn't have to tell you why that's useful on a sorcerer. And he's also got very high attunement, so he can equip a lot of spells, cast a lot of things, really useful. The stamina and vitality aren't as important, and especially the strength is not that important, but it is very important that he has high dex, intelligence, and attunement, which is why you usually want to go with him. Additionally, if you're doing a sorcery only run, you want to have sorceries right out the gate, which you can't have with any other class other than the assassin, who starts with spook, so no point. So we'll just start like this. You'll have to forgive me, my computer isn't as great as a lot of other streamers, so loading will be a little slower than others as well. Can't do damage without... We can't do damage with anything other than the Catalyst, so we'll just only use the Catalyst. Do I want to parry Gundyr? Probably not. Oh. Something that always really bothered me about a lot of streamers is they just leave 15 items down here. Obviously, there's not room for 15, but you get my point. They leave a ton of... What do they leave down here? They leave 6, 7 items, and so they'll constantly end up scrolling through all the items down here, and I'm thinking you can make it so much easier on yourself if you just... I should attack these. If you get really lucky, you can get a chime from these folks, which will be a good drop for Pickle Pea. You can drop a chime to get something, I don't know what it is, or I don't remember what it is. And there's a bonfire up ahead, so why not attack them, you know? A lot of people, when they talk about Dark Souls and Dark Souls 3, they always say that Dark Souls has one of the best tutorials in video gaming. And I agree with that mostly, but there are some things that the original Dark Souls does not prepare you for, such as alternate routes for enemies you can't kill, etc. They do have that one encounter with the Asylum Demon where you're not supposed to be able to kill the Asylum Demon, so you look for a way out, but that doesn't teach you you can fight this enemy later, sort of thing. Like, you can come back to this when you're way more prepared. It just, I guess, teaches you to look for an exit, which is useful, I suppose. But, I don't know. I was never really... There's some things that the opening to Dark Souls 1 doesn't teach you that this one does. Such as... Well, no, actually, hold on. I don't want to misspeak because this is kind of important. See, it teaches you about traps, teaches you about plunging attacks. I guess it could teach you about crowd control and stuff like that. There are archers in the beginning as well, so it teaches you about handling ranged units. All I'll say is I don't think the Dark Souls 3 tutorial was that bad, because you do have ranged units, you have fall damage, you don't have plunging attacks for the boss, which could be very useful, but you have Actually, another thing that's missing from the Dark Souls 3 tutorial is traps. There are no traps in the opening portion of this game, and there are traps at certain points throughout the game. I know there are traps in the catacombs. I'm trying to think if there are any other traps. Because Dark Souls 1 had the giant flaming barrel in the Undead Burg, and I guess their way of... And then, of course, Sense of Funhouse was just a whole thing about traps. I'm trying to think if there were any other traps in Dark Souls 1 that you had to worry about. So, yeah, it does teach you about traps. What I was getting about with the fighting a stronger enemy later is there's a Crystal Lizard way out there, and you can fight him now if you know what you're doing. But because I'm a sorcery only character, it's a lot harder to kill him right now, and so I don't want to do him now. I can come back to him, especially once I get the Silver Serpent Ring, and that, I guess, is the one thing that this has over Dark Souls 1. When you're fighting Gundyr, the difference between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 becomes very apparent, which is enemies in this game and your character are all a lot faster than Dark Souls 1. Honestly, I'm surprised Gundyr hasn't... I'm surprised it took him that long to transform. Holy crap. Also, I was expecting Gundyr to be a lot harder to kill. But that's Gundyr. I probably should have explained Gundyr a little better. I'll do it once I get to Champ Gundyr. Something I know a lot of players didn't like about this game compared to the first is the sort of hub of Firelink Shrine. One of the coolest things about the first game that, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of the first game. I like this one a lot more. I think the mechanics are a lot better. I think the bosses are a lot better. I don't think the world is a lot better. I think it's worse, but I think they offer different things. I don't... How do I put this? The world in Dark Souls 1 is very much an actual world with a lot of connections, and the world in Dark Souls 3 is also a world that you can just run straight through with a couple caveats such as Firelink Shrine and Archdragon Peak, but the world in Dark Souls 1 has a lot of interconnectedness, which a lot of players like to cite as its best feature because, you know, the real world isn't just one straight path. There's a lot of ways to go in the real world. And I think something that this game didn't do as well is the interconnectedness. And when you look at Firelink Shrine, it doesn't connect to anything else, whereas in the first game, it connected to, I think it was 3 different areas. And there's a really cool moment that a lot of new players will go to Undead Burg and find their way back to Firelink Shrine from there without going backwards. And it's just a really cool moment in general. And that's something that this game doesn't get to do. Right here's the tree giant. What are they? Just giants? It's a reference to Dark Souls 2. And I don't exactly know what the lore is behind this, but this right here drops you a seed of the giant tree whenever either you win an invasion or you kill an invader, one of those two. So I'm going to do the tree skip here. A lot of people know this, but for players who don't know, you can get up here, access the Silver Serpent Ring, and Pickle Pea early, which can just help you a lot. Hey, wow, I did it first try. I usually don't get that first try. Another thing that you can get up here is an early Twinkling Titanite from the Titanite Lizard way back here. If you want, you can also snipe the Uchikatana guy down here, so I suppose I'll just do that. No, because I want to get the Silver Serpent Ring first before I do that. Just get extra souls. Buff my staff up, which increases the magic damage it deals. Well, that I do, as long as I'm holding it. Up there, as you can see, my icon is on fire, and that's because whenever you use an ember, you gain extra max HP, and your character starts glowing like this, and your icon up there starts glowing as well. And every time you beat a boss, you don't get an ember, but you get embered up. Do I wanna... Oh! Well, that's not good. I'll deal with you later. Also, that sucks, because now I have to go back to the tree. Could find my way around Firelink Shrine, but I'm just going to get the items I need and then move on. Oh, by the way, I should mention that even though I am pretty good at Dark Souls 3 and I am playing a sorcery-only run, this isn't going to be a speed run, and I'm not going to be really using any speedrun tactics. Wow, I can't believe I got it 2 times in a row. I don't really know any speedrunning pathways, or I haven't remembered them, and to be honest, I'm not really interested in speedrunning because it just takes a lot of dedication that I'm not willing to put in for this game. In fact, I stopped playing video games recently. Oh, I should have grabbed items from the lady. Oh well, I can do that later. All I really want is the Silver Serpent Ring, and his items aren't really that important right now. Do I have a fireball? I'd like to drop a homework bone. Just drop that real quick. So this is Pickle Pea. Not much to say about him other than drop items, get items. He has a certain pool of items that you can drop him. Only drop them once, and he'll give you an item. So I got the iron bracelets, which is nice. Extra defense. And I don't like those anyway. Oh, and you already saw it anyway. Who cares? Down here, there's a chest. It's not a mimic. It gives you the Silver Serpent Ring. And the way you can tell a mimic from a normal chest, there are 2 ways. Technically 3, without attacking it. 2 without attacking it, 3 with attacking it. The chain down there, if it's in a circle like that, then it's not a mimic. If the chain is obscured in a certain area of the game, then you can tell by looking at the chest really closely, and the top part of it will be moving like the mimic is breathing. So those are the 2 ways you can tell without attacking it whether or not it's a mimic. Of course, a lot of players do end up attacking it anyway. I guess something I got used to doing for, like, let's say there's a new game for Dark Souls that comes out, and it follows all these same rules, and I don't know, like, I know which chests in this game are mimics and which are not, because I played this game a ton, but let's assume there's a new game with mimics in there. I wouldn't be the type to attack any chest because of that stupid thing Dark Souls 2 did, where you attack a chest, and all of a sudden, congratulations, the chest breaks and you get rubbish. I think that's a really stupid idea. So if you talk to Andre twice, you'll get an emote. I like getting emotes, they're fun. I have an Estus shard, so I can give myself an extra Estus charge. And over here, you can allot your Estus to healing Estus or mana Estus. I want 2-3 right now, because I'm going to probably be casting a lot, and I'm going to get an extra shard from the high wall anyway, and I can put that into healing. I can't reinforce anything right now, and I don't really want to. We'll sell all those. There's some dialogue with this lady. If you don't talk to her for the entire game, you do go talk to her in the Dark Shrine where Champion Gundyr is, and then you come back and talk to this one for the first time. She'll have... There's this one streamer I watched, he did a run of Bloodborne, where the entire purpose of it was to... So when you beat, I think it's Rom, or what is it? What happens? There's something you do in Bloodborne that makes the Hunter's Dream end up on fire. And the only way you can... So when you past a certain part in the game, the Hunter's Dream is on fire permanently, and that is reflective in the cutscenes. And you can get it so your character never goes to the Hunter's Dream, except for when you die or whenever you go back. But you can go through in all of Bloodborne and have your first cutscene to the Hunter's Dream, just have the Hunter's Dream be on fire. But when you look at how much work it takes to get that to happen, and the ending result, which is just 5 seconds of looking at the Hunter's Dream in a cutscene on fire, is not really worth it. Same with this dialogue option here. She'll just say, wait, never mind. And that's basically the extent of the dialogue. So if you want to do it for your first run, you can, but unless you're good at the game, I don't recommend not ever visiting this lady because she has a lot of really good stuff. And of course, you can sell stuff. Let's get some extra souls. I don't need embers. One of these can be sold to Pickle P. I'll be getting more of those. Farron Dart. So for 1,000, I guess Farron Dart would be useful now, but thing is, I don't really need to kill anything up until Vort. I can just run past everything because I'm good enough at the game and I know everything that's useful, so there's no reason really to buy that. So the one thing you do want a dagger for is Quick Step, because in Farron Swamp there's Deep Swamp, and even in Crucifixion Woods there's Deep Swamp, and you can Quick Step through it to go a lot faster. You can also back step through it, but I prefer Quick Step anyway. I also want to get a torch just in case I end up getting maggoted. In in Cathedral of the Deep there are these wormy beast things, and there are corpses with worms in them, and if they hit you, then you get bleeding a couple times, and it's not great. The rest of her stuff is not that good. I guess I should go over some of her stuff really quick. So, not useful at all. Once you visit a bonfire, your stuff gets all its durability back. Nothing in this game will ever break unless you're going through the entire game without resting at a bonfire, and you're using the washing pole, and you're also doing invasions at the same time. Like, it is so hard to break your equipment in this game. There's never a reason to buy repair powder. The only time I would ever buy repair powder is if I'm doing PvP and I don't want to rest at a bonfire and reset everything. These are useful if you're new at the game, but you don't really need them because in Farron Keep, if you do it right, you can just go back and reset everything. So poison doesn't really matter. Especially normal poison doesn't really matter if you're good at the game, because it doesn't do as much damage as Dark Souls 1 did, and it doesn't last as long either. It's nowhere near fatal like it was in Dark Souls 1. It's just kind of an annoyance that can sometimes kill you if you're not watching your health carefully. Fire bombs are useful, but we can't use them on this run. Soul Arrow I already have. This lets you summon up to three. This lets you have up to 3 phantoms, and it allows you to get invaded by 1 extra person. So that's useful for PvP and fight clubs, but nothing else. This is useful for if you want to help people, but I don't plan on doing that. That returns you to Shrine, super useful. That's for clerics. All these are weapons. I'm not going to be using any of them. That's for miracles. These are parry shields mostly, except for this one right here, which lets you use your weapon skill. Slightly better armor than what I'm wearing, but it's ugly and I don't care, and I'll find better armor anyway. This is for crossbows, and that's for arrows. Simple enough. So up there are the thrones. That's our stuff for the game. We gotta fill them up by killing the four lords. Oh, I need to level. So something you want to do for a sorcery only run is get up to, I think it's 30 intelligence as quickly as possible, because you want to get access to Pestilent Mist. And Pestilent Mist is how you're going to essentially cheese Crystal Sage. I should probably turn off notifications. Eh. Much better. There. Oops. Oh, if you kill your Firekeeper, nothing happens. She just says, I'm here to help you out anyway. But I kind of hate you. Actually, doesn't say that. This is where you can attune more spells, obviously. This one I'll probably be using on Vort, but generally the heavy spells aren't worth using unless you need to save mana or you want to kill a boss quickly, because they're a lot slower than the regular... Well, okay, so I should say that there's only two heavies. There's the Soul Arrows and the Great Soul Arrows. So there's no... I don't even know why I'm explaining this, but the heavy versions of the Soul Arrows are slower than the normal ones. The heavies are slower, and the greats are just upgraded versions of both of these. That's the difference between the Soul Arrows. I don't want to attune any more spells, so we'll just go to High Wall. Oh, I should equip the Silver Serpent Ring. I also probably should have killed the samurai dude, but we can kill him after Vort. This is for covenants. This is for items you're using. These are your rings. I guess I should also explain. These up here are obviously your arrows and your bolts. And when you're using a bow, you use either so depending on which hand it's in, if it's in your right hand or your left hand, you're going to be using, are you going to be using L or are you going to be using R? I don't remember. But when you're using a bow, the arrow you're using is depending on the button you're using. If you're using button 1, you're going to be using this arrow, and if you're using button 2, you're going to be using this arrow. A lot of people end up using the arrows in the front when they want to be using the arrows in the back, and that's because they don't understand that the game alternates between these two based on which button you're using. Same with the bolts too. Don't think there's anything over there I want to get. I think only up there, well, the binoculars could be a little extra levels. Oh. So I won't bother getting the binoculars. Down here is useful because you can get the gold pine resin, which will really help you with Vort. Like, it trivializes the Vort fight, but I can't be using the gold pine resin because we're not allowed to use melee. So we can sell it, I guess, but that's just something I should show new players to this game. Kill him, I guess. So, down here, if you roll right here, you'll jump on that ledge, and then you can fall down without taking damage. Additionally, if you don't care about your health, then you can just roll all the way down. I almost never go down that way, because there's no items down there, and there's not a mimic there, and this gives you access to a bunch more things. see, is everybody dead? Yes, it is. Yes, they are. Free Ember. Something you can do is jump over there, but I'm not interested right now. I want to see if I can... Actually, I should have been interested. I want to use the Undead Hunter Charms on that Mimic. See if... Well, the one Undead Hunter Charm we find on that Mimic, because I want to get the Mimic hat, because it's really good. Don't want him surprising me. Now, of course, I'm not so good at this game, I never take damage, but, you know, that's life. The reason I kill him is because he can drop Titanite shards, or if you're lucky, he can drop some of his armor, which is very, very, very good. Early on, I should say, anyway. These down here are player summon signs. That guy can help me, but why do I want help? I'm great at this game. Also, I'm sorcery only. I can have a melee player helping me out. That's cheating. Now, if you're really unlucky, you'll get invaded here. And if you're really, really, really unlucky, you'll get invaded by somebody using the Dark Hand, which is a 0 attribute scaling weapon that does a lot of damage. Oh, the one item I didn't want. We can kill everything over there, but we don't need to right now. We need Grey Rat's key. Jeez. We need Grey Rat's key if we want to do anything with that, so who cares? More fire bombs. Super useful. That Titanite lizard over here, he drops a raw gem, but I can't use raw gems. So for anybody who doesn't know what a raw gem is, infusions in this game that you can apply to your weapons and armor and stuff, they change the scaling, and raw gem specifically completely removes the scaling, and the reason why it's called a raw gem is it's basically working off the raw stats of the weapon. Over here, you'll find your first black fire bombs. So if you do want to use black fire bombs or trade them into Pickle Pea, then those would be the ones you want to use. Which is why I'm not really a fan of opening with the black fire bombs for your starting gift, just because you can find them so quick. I go over here so I can get the Titanite shard. If you're lucky, you'll have about 4 by this point. Otherwise, you'll have 2. So I think these would give me better defense. Yes, they do. I don't like dealing with the Spear Knight. He uses his shield a lot more, and it's got better absorption. Damn it. I want to get that item, but we can get it later. This item right here, the broadsword, is very good for speed running. Well, not speed running, but level 1 runs. Broadsword is a very good level 1. Like if you plan on going through the game at soul level 1, meaning you never level up and you can only level up your weapons, broadsword's a great weapon to go for. I went with it, and it sucked because level 1 runs are annoying, but it's a good one to go for. If you're not starting with Knight, I think this is the first 100% block shield you can get, so solid thing to find. And what's important is you do want to get that guy killed, because if you don't, then he'll throw firebombs on you down here, and it's not a fun time. Now, Titanite Shard, useful. What you really want over there is the Estus Shard, and if you know what to do with Grey Rat and you want to get him, then Grey Rat's Key is also very good to grab. This is Grey Rat's Key, and you can find him in the Tower on the Wall bonfire, as I'll show you soon. He's really useful. He has a lot of items you can use, such as weapons that you would otherwise normally have to farm. Granted, you have to go through the game. This is also a shortcut, so if you want to get down to Vort this way, you can do that. Otherwise, you can go back, use the Estus Shard you found, go get Grey Rat's cell open, and do everything that way. But we will just homeward born. Actually, we'll just fight our way back. Come on, armor drop. That sucks. So now that we have a lot of souls, we can go back to the shrine, level up, do all that jazz. But, actually, I will need to go rest at the bonfire, so that kind of sucks. Also, that guy's there. I actually usually don't walk back, but figure why not this time. One thing that I am slightly annoyed about is that effect that you saw right there that gives you an Estus back. It doesn't give you a magic Estus back, so not great. As far as I heard, that effect applies because somebody in the area lit a bonfire. There seems to be a lot of people's favorite characters in this game, right next to Sigurd of Katarina. Probably because he's so helpless, but also useful at the same time. He's also got some dialogue that if you look up on the wiki, he mentions that he seems to just want to get by in life, and he got caught once. It was not something he really... I don't know. It seems like he hates himself for making the one mistake and getting caught, and now I guess he has to live with that mistake. And for that one reason he was labeled as that hat he's wearing is for criminals basically, and I don't imagine he appreciates that, which is kind of preaching to the choir. But what else can I say? We will use some Titanite shards on the Sorcerer staff, but we will want to end up getting a better Sorcerer staff later on in the game, so we want to save our shards for that one. Not going to be upgrading anything else. Reinforce the Estus. 3 and 3 seems good. Now, for infusions, you start out with a refined infusion, which is strength and dex, a raw, which takes away all scaling and only applies to the weapons properties, and fire. Fire being half raw properties and half non-scaling elemental properties. And like I said earlier on, fire can be useful for things that are weak to fire. These are the items he sells. Some of them are useful right now, some of them aren't. The crossbow can be useful. Additionally, if you want to have a blunt weapon or a different sword that you just didn't find, you can use these ones as well. He also sells embers, so if you aren't as great at the game and you do need embers, then they're right here. And of course now you can buy infinite fire bombs from him, which is really nice as well, roped fire bombs. But roped fire bombs are only really good in PvP. They're good for if somebody's chasing you down, but that's about it. I should mention this guy's Hawkwood the Deserter. I think, as the lore goes, he was part of the Undead Legion, but either he was booted out or quit. They are the ones who are servants of Artorias and everything. And that's why whenever you talk to him, he knows so much about the Lords of Cinder, and why he knows so much about Fair and Keep as well. You know, he mentions that there's a rite of passage and everything in the doors, and everybody wants to be that, but they can't, stuff like that. Up here, Leonard the Ringfinger, he's got a quest for him. I was never really a fan of this quest. I mean, if you like his hat or whatever, then go right on ahead, do his quest, you'll get his hat. Also, I think you'll get it if you kill him, but he's a little hard to kill this early on because he's got ranged attacks, pretty decent melee damage, and he does magic damage, which a lot of characters aren't prepared for. I think he's also got 2 Estus, so yeah, not easy to kill. And this is why you don't really... This is why you basically never want to go for the cracked orb at the start of the game. Because you're not going to be invading people at Lothric Castle. And you're going to get 5 from this guy as soon as you basically enter Lothric Castle and light the first bonfire, as far as... Or not Lothric Castle, I keep doing that. High Wall. So 5 cracked red eye orbs this early on in the game is just not used. The one that you get from the starting thing is just not useful at all. This is your boss soul transposition guy. He'll give you boss weapons, equipment, and sorceries or casts or whatever. We will be using him to get some sorceries, but overall he's generally not useful in this run. Anything else I need to do here before I leave? Oh, I should probably level up. Now, I need to see how much Pestilent Mist costs, because that is what we're going to be using to kill Crystal Sage. We don't have an Undead Bone Shard. The Estus Shards are giving you more Flask charges. Down here, you can see I have 3 normal Estus charges and 3 mana charges, and the Bone Shards upgrade how much each Flask charge heals for. There are... So if I have 8 now and I picked up 2. So there are 9 Estus shards in the game, and there are 10 bone shards in the game, for a total of 15 Estus with plus 10 effectiveness, for those who aren't aware. Tower on the wall, yeah, so we can go kill Vort now. Oh, that weapon right there, really good for PvP. Priestess Ring, also really useful for PvP, funny enough. I like how they show 2 very, very useful PvP items right away. Oh, I died. Lol. I'm all talking about how I'm pretty good at this game, and I end up dying to a simple Lothric Knight. Stupid lock-on. The lock-on seems to have gotten a little more hard to use. I don't know why, but whatever. Let's try that one. Okay. Souls. Oh, that was dumb. Kill him real quick. I'm also surprised I can't kill him that easily. Thank you for not doing anything weird. I'm not too worried about Vort. He's pretty easy. Even with 3 Estus, he's really cake, especially since I have heavy Soul Arrow, which deals a lot of damage. Oh, that's right. I should have gone back for the Mimic. We can go back. Yeah, we should go for the Mimic. That's annoying. You know what? We'll go back for the Mimic later. These Lothric Knights, you can pull 1 away and only deal with 1. It's pretty useful. I'm surprised he didn't try to block that one. Even with 2 Estus, I shouldn't have any problems with Vort, because Gundyr wasn't that bad. Damn. Game really does not want to give me any drops. Since I want to go back, I'll kill the Blue Knight over here. Or try to. This guy's a little difficult. Hopefully he gives me an armor piece, because I really love the Lothric Knight armor, and it's just really good. Wow. A lot easier than I was expecting. Also, he only gave me a Refined Gem. He's always guaranteed to drop her. He's always guaranteed to drop a Refined Gem once, and then probably won't drop it again. But he also has a pretty high chance of dropping armor pieces as well. But just didn't get lucky that time. I'm honestly another sword. Thanks, game. I'm honestly surprised none of them tried to block. A lot of people know this, but for people who don't, you can kill this lady early and fight a late game, or more like a late game or mid game? Late game. You can fight a late game boss by killing her early. Oh, put the Covenant on just because. Why not? Give some blues the chance to show their stuff, you know? the shrine. Souls. 3k? Yeah, back to shrine. I also need to kill the swordsman guy so I can get more souls from that as well. Not going to be using any of the weapons, so I might as well toss them for souls. That could be useful, so we should just put that on. I'm not doing a low equip load run or anything. Already got the Estus shard, nothing else important. Let's go kill Mr. Weeb Samurai. Also, I think there's some more homeward bones around here as well. I think there's 2 you can get. So I'll try to get those. Oh, it looks like just 1, I think. I remember a lot of item locations in this game, but I don't remember all of them. Oh my god. Game, I swear to god. Free aiming sorceries can be a real pain sometimes. Actually, that's a good reason to get the binoculars. Binoculars can actually help you focus your sorceries if you want to do it that way. Binoculars are a good way to actually stream snipe. I don't mean stream snipe as in snipe me, but there's a spell in this game called Soul Stream, and, well, you can snipe with it if you have good aim. But you also don't need good aim if you just get the binoculars. So that's what I mean by stream snipe. Also, this will be an all bosses sorceries run, so you'll have a lot of fun hearing me chat about all the bosses. I've seen some hilarious kills with this guy, such as you can actually get him to follow you off the ledge. He'll sometimes backstep or dodge off the ledge. There's a lot of really funny kills with this guy. Oh, we're doing the boring kill. You can make the Uchigatana work, but in general it's not the best weapon to use. It's a dex weapon, and there are quite a few better dex weapons than just the Uchigatana. It's also got a parry on it as well, which you can use, but it's a lot harder to use than a simple small shield, so might as well just not even use the parry on it. Now, since I am so good at this game, I don't actually need to level health for a while. I will probably need to level health for Crystal Sage, because he can be really difficult without a health upgrade. But with the way I fight Crystal Sage, he actually might not be that bad. Why did I teleport back to the shrine? Also, something a lot of players don't notice is you can either teleport back to the shrine by going down like this, or you can just go back to the shrine over here. Great Mace is not a great weapon. It's okay. Since it's a regular Titanite weapon, you can infuse and buff it, but there are better strength weapons than just that. In general, a lot of the best weapons in this game, for PvP and PvE too, tend to be the really small, fast weapons because of the way stunning works. What the? Wow, I can actually kill him. I used way more mana on that than I wanted to, but I'll still be good for Vort. What are you doing over here? Now, a lot of the reason enemies will detect you is not because you're near them or even swinging a weapon around them, but because of your footsteps. Your footsteps causing noise is the most... if they're not looking at you, it's the most common reason for enemies to detect you. If you're walking, then they'll detect you when you're right behind them, or if you're running, they'll detect you from a fair ways away. Something to keep in mind, the stamina bar up there, if the stamina bar runs out while you are performing actions, then you will not be able to... So like, let's say you're running, and the stamina bar runs out while you are running, you will stop running and you will not be able to run until the stamina bar reaches about halfway or full, something like that. I don't remember what it needs to reach. But because the stamina bar runs out while you're running, you can't run until the stamina bar reaches a certain level. So what you want to do is you want to run without the stamina bar running out, even like this, and then you'll be able to keep running. Another thing you can do that I don't know if a lot of players know about is if you do run out of stamina and you stop running, then rolling will reset your action timer. So if you roll, you can run out of a roll again. So that's super useful. When Vort reaches phase 2, he does 3 charges. So once you bait out all 3 charges, you're good to go. Also, once he reaches phase 2, he does a very long charge up of Ice Breath, and that's the best time to wail on him. Something you do need to keep in mind for Vort on phase 2, though, is his whole body becoming a hitbox. When he's in phase 1, only his mace is a hitbox, but in phase 2, his whole body becomes a hitbox, which can lead to some very janky seeming deaths, damage, hits, as it were. So as long as you understand that every time he does an attack, he can hurt you, then you'll be fine. But a lot of players will probably be caught off guard because they haven't been hit by all of his attacks prior, and then all of a sudden he starts hitting them out of nowhere. So as long as you dodge whenever he starts to do an attack, you'll be fine. Vort's really not that bad. Also, Vort is weak to dark, but just because you have extra electric damage on whatever melee weapon you're using, it just helps kill him so much quicker. If you had dark, it would be even more ridiculous, but you can't get dark this early on in the game unless you sequence break. Even then, I don't know if you can get a dark resin this early on. I think you can if you kill Dancer early and then head over to Consumed King's Guard. I think that might have some dark resins, but I'm not too sure. There's a bonfire back there, but I never light it because don't need to. Don't really need to light it because there's a bonfire down there, and I never die on this area, so why waste time lighting that? Now, if you have Spook, you can jump down here, or even up there, without dying or taking damage, but I don't mind the damage part. Something very interesting about these dogs, if you're over here and you shoot at one of them, then the other one will still not notice you. See, the other one's still eating. I don't know why it is, but as soon as you enter about here, then they'll both detect you and you'll have to fight both of them. The item I picked up, Alluring Skulls, are very useful. Alluring skulls are used to, obviously, shut up, Yule. They're used to attract enemy aggression, as it says right here. I don't know what it means by attract certain types of enemies, because it will attract basically all enemies except for bosses or mini bosses. And it's useful for no-hit runners. You'll see Happy Hob use it in his runs a lot because he wants them to be targeting on other things, not him. But even I use them in a particular spot in the Undead Settlement where there's two, what are they called? Those witches with the maces. Evangelists. There's two evangelists right there, and if you run by them, there is a chance for them to swing through the wall and hit you, because this game has great hitboxes sometimes. So that will distract them long enough to let you get by unscathed. Yul right there, he is a pilgrim. I don't know what that means, but I imagine they're traveling from Londor or Lordran, one of those two, over to Lothric, because I think they're seeking the Lords of Cinder. The Lords of Cinders are the ones who will relight the flame and keep it going. Whole story thing. But in terms of game mechanics, Yul can give you 5 free levels at the cost of making you look super uggo. Getting the 5 free levels, in my opinion, is worth it unless you're doing speed runs, but there is a way to min-max the 5 levels. I probably won't be min-maxing the levels because that requires me to go kill Crystal Sage and Deacons and Abyss Watchers as well, and I don't know if I can kill Crystal Sage easily without his levels, because my HP is terrible. This, by the way, is the best spot to do Yul. So for Yul, when you get 1 free level from him, he gives you 1 Dark Sigil. And that 1 Dark Sigil essentially gives you 1 Hollowing every time you die. And then once I think you reach 2 or 3, he'll give you another level for 2 Dark Sigils. And then every time you die, you'll gain 2 Hollowing. All the way up to 15 Hollowing, where you will become fully hollow. Once you are fully hollow, you will be able to get all 5 free levels from him. And this is you just come over here and fall off this edge a billion times, and it's the quickest way to die for all the hollowing and get all the free levels off him. Yeah, I'll kill these guys. Maybe not that guy. Ooh. Nah, whatever. Something very interesting about these guys is you can roll into them and cancel their attacks. This even happens in some other places, such as Profane Capital, and it's very useful. You don't even have to attack them. Something you can do is you can go down there and then go out to the courtyard. But I never do that because the only reason you'd ever want to go down there is to explore or something. And these things that really suck, that everybody hates, they're gargoyle statues in Elden Ring. Thralls, that's what they're called here. There's, I think, 3 of them down here, and they ambush you, and it's not a fun time, so why bother? This right here is Loretta's Bone, as you'll see me pick up, and you can give it to Grey Rat to start his quest. Now, you can go either that way or that way. It's a little confusing. I'll go this way first, just so you can see what I'm talking about. But there are 2 ways you can go here that will lead you to sort of the same place in Undead Settlement. But I'm going to be going this way because there's an Estus Shard right over here. There's also a Titanite Shard right here. And if you go through this door right here, you can pick up the Warrior Sunlight Covenant. So if you care about Sunlight Medals for maybe a Faith playthrough, then you can start accruing these by helping other players. And if not, well, that's a Covenant for endgame. That was Estus Soup, by the way. It's a one-time use Estus Flask, although I think it's stronger than your current Estus Flask. So it's very useful, obviously. That's right, I have to go down this way. This enemy up here, He's using harps, and they are basically like daggers, but without the crit chance. And the reason why harps are so good, mostly only for PvP, but the reason why harps are so good is because PvP in this game, with its terrible netcoding and player-to-player connection, it makes it so that if a player has a lot of invulnerability frames, they are very hard to hit. And Quick Step allows you to reposition yourself in PvP with a lot of iframes, and it's very hard for anybody on even a slightly bad connection with you to hit you, and it can be abused really hard. And that's why harp or daggers, well, basically harp is the weapon, but anything with Quick Step, honestly, is a really, really awful weapon to fight in PvP, because everybody at this point knows that Quick Step is generally just really awful to deal with. So something interesting about Hodrick specifically is that only gives me a sharp gem, so I don't care about dex scaling for physical weapons. Something very interesting about Hodrick here, the purple phantom that you see in the distance. He's the only phantom in this game, I believe, that you can have invade you, and you can still rest at a bonfire afterwards. It's very strange. I don't know why it's programmed that way. Maybe it's because he's a mad phantom, but all the other phantoms like Heisel and Kirk, you can't rest at a bonfire while they're still in your world. And even players too, you can't. You can't sit at a bonfire. Exhaustive dialogue. Is he back? No, I think you have to get invaded or invade someone for him to come back.
Very well. Farewell, Ashen One.
So Grey Red over here, he's a merchant, but also, after you give him Loretta's Bone and talk to him a few times, he will become, he'll have a quest where he gets more items in his inventory. And you can sort of min-max this by opening up different areas in the Undead Settlement as you go along, and then talking to him in the shrine as you're sort of going through the world. If I remember correctly, Loretta is either his mother or his grandmother. So her being dead sucks for him. I picked up an Estus shard. +2. I'll have to check the sorcery scaling on items. Because I don't remember if I want to... mouse, please. Actually, let me check that real quick. Because there are some staves in this game that are better early, mid, and late game. The best one late game to get is the... it's the Court Sorcerer staff. That's the best one late game. But... I think the best one to go with right now is the Sorcerer staff. Because you can't get the Court Sorcerers until way later. And the Storyteller staff... although I could do the Storyteller staff. No, it's not as good, so I'll just get Storyteller staff normally. I will be needing a Storyteller staff, though. I guess in a way the gold coin does come in handy because the Storyteller staff takes a while to farm. And, yeah. I'm gonna go see if I can get that Mimic hat. I should have tried to get it before Vort, because that would have been really useful souls, but... Say lovey. Armor, please. Nope. Rip. Oh, wow. So I have 2 chances at this, right? Yes, 2. These right here, they're Undead Hunter Charms, and they can not only block Estus, but they can open up mimics without actually killing them or endangering yourself. When you... Oh, by the way, this is what I'm talking about with a mimic, so... See how the top is moving up there? That's how you can tell it's a mimic if you can't see the chain. It'll move every so often. How long between moving? Quite a while, but you can tell. So, Undead Hunter Charm. The Undead Hunter Charm, if you throw it at a mimic, will open it up, but you don't have to stick your head in there. If you stick your head in there, it will just bite you and you don't even get the item. But, so that one didn't count. The Deep Battle Axe, the item... So when you use a Undead Hunter Charm on a mimic, it opens up and gives you whatever item it's currently holding, but you also have a chance to get the mimic head as well. It's a completely separate drop pool. It's pretty rare too. So, hopefully we'll get it. And if we don't get it, you can see the little shiny item in there showing up. If we once its teeth go back, you'll see the item. Oh, that was a bad idea. Still got it anyway. And then once you kill it, you also have a chance of dropping the Mimic Head. The Mimic Head. Didn't get it, so if we want to try again, we will have to go to the Cathedral of the Deep. The Mimic Head isn't super important, but it's very helpful for leveling up a lot faster. I think it gives you 20% more souls, which is huge. But since we don't have it, we will just go back to the Undead Settlement. Undead Settlement, right? Or Dilapidated Bridge. Let's go to Dilapidated Bridge, and then, open up the doors. Open up the doors, get the ashes, and get the bone shard. Oh, that's right. He'll just dodge magic, so screw fighting Hodrick. There are some NPCs in this game that read your inputs, and it's not great. Yeah. Nope. Bad. Oh, thanks, Hodrick. Honestly, I did not think he'd follow me over here, but he saw me anyway, so it makes sense he'd follow me. Honestly, I never stick around to try and fight Hodrick, so I generally wasn't aware that could happen. It's fine, though. The timing on that is a little bit funky. A thrall will try to munch on your face if you stay there too long, so you want to roll out of that spot as quickly as possible. I'm only getting this because it's extra souls. It's not a good weapon at all, and I can't use weapons anyway, so who cares? Over here, you'll see later, it's the Curse of Great Road fight. It's an optional fight entirely. You need it to start transposing boss weapons into, well, boss souls into their boss weapon versions. But not only can I not really kill it right now because you have to be... So the Curse of Great Wood, you can probably see from here, way on its back right there, it has little pustules, and you have to be able to hit those to actually kill it. And as you've probably seen on the stream before, trying to free aim, that when you lock onto the Curse Router Greatwood, it locks onto its center, not the pustules. So you have to free aim to actually hurt it, and well, free aiming with magic is not easy, so you're better off just not doing that, honestly. I suppose we'll just get the bonfire over here. Now this bonfire you can reach by going the other way through the Undead Settlement. That's the perk of going this way, is reaching this quicker and easier. But you can just go the exact way I just did and reach it all the same, so there's not really a huge necessity to go that way. Mm-hmm. Go back to Firelink, so we can talk to Grey Rat, level up our weapon, level ourselves up, and get me some stronger Estus. When I'm doing Grey Rat, I generally like to talk to him in between every bonfire I reach until I actually start his quest. He's got nothing else to say. Could have almost been really bad. So you can give this lady ashes to also give her more items. Grey Rat will get more items by going out and pillaging, and she'll get more items by giving her ashes. Giving her the Mortician's ashes will give you an extra stack of embers. It'll give you access to the pine resins. So I guess this is the earliest you can get the dark resins for Vort. And it will also give you access to the Undead Sewer Key, which I don't need right now because it only really gives me access to Irina, a heavy gem, and I think a Titanite shard. So there's no reason to go down there right now. Oh, it also gives you access to the Sunlight Talisman, which has the highest poise of all the talismans in the game, I think. Terrible scaling, though, so again, not useful at all. Anything else she gives you? No. So, not really great items, but the fire resins are definitely worth it if you plan on killing the Curse Rotted Greatwood early. See if I can level a little. I can. So I'll go into HP really quick, just so I don't die too hard to the Crystal Sage. Can I sell anything? Oh, I can. Probably for another level. Oh, definitely for another level. So, Vort's Soul is not useful at all. So if you want to use his mace, it's useful. but the ring that you get from it does not give you a very high boost, and you have to hit many times in a row, and you're generally not going to be proccing it that much. So his ring is very ungood, especially compared to the Chloranthy ring or the or any of the later game rings that'll boost your stamina, boost your health, boost your defenses, boost your Estus regen, make you not take fall damage. Like, there are so many better rings than Vort's ring, so it's generally not useful at all unless you want to do a glass cannon build. And then his mace is incredibly heavy. It's very good at proccing Frostbite, but it's also, again, it's an ultra, so it swings really slow and is generally not good in PvP. It's okay in PvE. There are some enemies that really don't like Frostbite. Anything else I want to sell? Sell both of those, sell both of those. This weapon is really good in PvP. You can either make it an elemental club or a heavy club. It scales best with a heavy gem strength build, and it's very good at roll catching. Some weapons in this game have a normal stun, and some of them have a heavier stun, for lack of a better way of putting it. And the reinforced club has a very heavy stun. Every weapon in this game has a true combo. At least it has a 2-hit combo. Every weapon with an R1 will always have a 2-hit combo with it. And that means that if you can hit them with one part of it, then you'll definitely hit them with the second part of it. And then if they roll wrong, you can get 2 more hits on them. And because this has such a heavy stun, you can actually chain this much easier than many other weapons, and it's really gross for people to try and deal with. But unfortunately, we cannot use the Great Club. I also hate the cleric outfit. I don't like the weird turtle shell looking hat that it's got on the back of the outfit. It's just not my thing. I could go up to Pickle Pea now, but I don't really need to. There's our first bone shard. Now, go to Cliff Underside. We're going to be going and getting the Chloranthy ring, because that's really good. Also, I'll get more souls from that, so I can get another level as well. Really useful. Up here, so down there's a bunch of explosive barrels, and a lot of new players have probably run into that area and just died immediately without knowing why. It's because the enemies up here have fire bombs, and they're exploding barrels down there on you for massive damage. Firebomb. This is the Pyromancer. I'm not going to be using him, but I can get an emote, so why not? And, of course, an item for souls. In fact, I can also get the items down here for souls as well. I don't think that guy actually drops anything other than Titanite shards, so there's not really a point in killing him, outside of if you want souls or if you want to get him out of the way. So there's a bunch of enemies that walk from that bridge, and their AI is hilarious because they do different things almost every single time. But right here we have a doggo we want to kill. Down here, you'll run into a bunch of rats and a giant rat, of course. One of them gives you the blood bite ring, and it's so worthless. I cannot tell you how many streams of this game I've seen players grab the blood bite ring and never take it off, just because they never bother to manage their ring slots. So there's a cestus. It's got a bunch of good properties, but I'll touch on that in a second. The undead sewer key opens up this gate right here, so you can go through here and unlock the arena that way without taking fall damage or having to risk your life or whatever, but I never do that. And then the giant rat is over in that mist, and that connects over to the dilapidated bridge bonfire, but I don't need to open up that shortcut because I'm amazing at this game. Interestingly enough, those guys with the pots will survive a fall down there. You definitely won't unless you have a lot of health. Actually, I don't know if you'll survive a fall from here. I've never tried. But there is a fall later on that you can survive if you have the health for it. But they'll survive this fall. That's why sometimes when you drop down, you'll see one of them down there because their AI is really terrible. So the best way to get these guys not to follow you is to come over here, have both of them come up the stairs, and then run off this way. Then their AI will generally not follow you off those edges, and see, only one of them followed me. And you only have to deal with one, if at all. Something else I find really funny and kind of sad about this game too is the NPCs. Their AI is not coded to deal with enemies like this. They like if you bring one of these guys near them, they just will not react until they get hit. And if they get hit by one of these enemies, then they will attack you instead. It's really kind of annoying because you'd think that these super dangerous enemies would be, I don't know, a threat to these guys. Like, I've seen so many people run down to Morn over here and say, haha, I'm going to get this guy with the giant hammer to beat that guy up. And then he just doesn't do anything. And they get all angry at him and start swearing about him. You didn't help me, you idiot. You know. In fact, actually, let's go down. Kill this guy just for the souls. So this Outrider Knight right here, he's a very difficult enemy to fight for new players, especially this early on in the game. But he will not pass this door right here, and he will not pass that door over there. And so that is not only something that kind of hurts the realism in this world, but is generally it kind of breaks immersion when you can cheese an enemy that is unable to go through a particular barrier because they're two different zones. You'll see right here. I have one more on me, please. Do I want to get that bonfire? Nah, no need. So these guys right here, their Corvian Great Knives are very good in PvP. They have an attack that can go through shields, and it also cannot be parried, so it's very, very good at... It's also very quick, too, so it's very good at finishing somebody off who... when you roll in this game, there are 3 different rolls based on your weight. Well, technically 4. There's a light roll, which is if you are at 30% or lower. There's a medium roll, which is if you're at 30% or over. And then there's a heavy roll, which is if you are over 70%. And the light roll can be very hard to deal with for a lot of people in PvP because it gives you more iframes and it gives you more distance from your enemy, and it's hard for them to catch up and stuff. Now, I don't think that right there is Man-Eater Mildred, but it is a Man-Eater, and it's very similar to Mildred from Blighttown in the first game. Also over here that some people might not know about, you can drop down over here and get the Morn Ring and a Divine Tome, which will give you access to a few miracles, including one of the best PvP miracles in the game, which is Tears of Denial. Of course, I cannot use Tears of Denial because I don't have the faith for it, but if I could, oh, you bet I would be using it. These right over here, they are Henri and Horus. Henri has her own quest line that can diverge into two different paths. You can either help her defeat Aldrich, or you can become the Lord of Hollows, kill her, and go about that ending. So you first get 15 hollowing from Yol. Yol will die, Yuria will appear, and then Yuria will prep Henri for a sacrifice so you can become the Lord of Hollows and getting ending that way. Blue Sentinels is the first. So the Warrior of Sunlight will give you Sunlight medals anytime you help somebody beat a boss, or you, as a Red Phantom, kill another player, or Helpful Phantom. So you can get Sacred Oath, which is an attack and defense buffing miracle, and then later you can get Great Lightning Spear, I think it is. Or, yeah, I think it's Great Lightning Spear. Great Lightning Spear would be a good miracle if it wasn't so impossible to get, and if it wasn't strictly outclassed by, what's the one that you get from Soul of Cinder, his strictly outclasses it, so that miracle is kind of worthless. Blue Sentinels is the first opportunity you can get to help players against other invaders, and this is why I wear Way of the Blue, so if I do get invaded, I give whoever's being blues some more activity. And Way of the Blue makes it so that when you're wearing this, if you get invaded, there's a chance for a Blue Phantom to come and help you, if they're wearing one of the Blue Phantom things. Dr. Grey Rat. Of course, level up and all that pizzazz. Now, I believe if you get invaded by Hazel here and you kill him, then Leonard will be back, right? Yeah, because Leonard's still gone. Actually, let's level up HP one more time.
Farewell, Ashen One.
So the Irithyll Straight Sword is a good sword, but the problem that you run into with it if you're not good at this game is it's low damage. It does not have as high damage as most other straight swords, and it makes up for this by being able to inflict frostbite on enemies. as well as being a straight sword. When you inflict frostbite, it deals a chunk of damage and then increases the amount of damage they take as long as they're frostbitten. So it is good, but a lot of players might think it's not as good because it doesn't inflict frostbite and it doesn't do because it doesn't do a lot of damage per swing. But it is still a pretty good sword, and being that it is a straight sword, it does attack very fast, and you can escape from your swings a lot easier with it. So this increases your fire attack, but make it so you take more damage. It's really good for if you're a pyro or you're doing some kind of fire build, but I'm not, so ring sucks. Ring sucks. Ring sucks. Ring sucks. Okay. Stupid trim a bit. Oops. And now we finally start Grey Rat's quest line. So the way a lot of things work in this game is based on the bosses you run into. Every time you kill a boss, an NPC's thing will reset if they have a certain quest. So Grey Rat will leave if you kill a... Grey Rat will leave when you tell him to leave, and then he'll come back, or that part of his quest will finish once you kill a boss. So as soon as I kill my next boss, if I never kill a boss again, which is not going to happen, but if I never kill a boss again, he will never come back. But as soon as I kill Sage, as soon as I kill Abyss Watchers, or as soon as I kill Dancer, or Curse Routed Greatwood, he will come back, and I can buy new items from him, because that's how his quest works. You buy new items from him every time he goes out to pillage. So I can go kill Curse Routed Greatwood right now, but like I said, it's too hard. Or just too unfun, I guess I should say. Do I want to go to Pickle Pea? No reason right now. Don't have a bone shard right now. Okay. Over here, by the way, this is Cirrus. She has her own quest line. And her quest line isn't really that important outside of one... Actually, yeah, outside of one really useful part in Irithyll when you help her on the bridge. And she gives you the cat ring, which negates all fall damage you take outside of lethal fall damage. So, incredibly useful item, and it's kind of vague on how to get it, so that kind of sucks. Also, Cirrus will only give you this dialogue if you find an item that's part of her quest, and once you do, she'll give you an emote called Dark Moon Loyalty, and that emote is necessary for becoming part of the Dark Moon Covenant, which is excellent for miracle builds. Again, something that a lot of miracle builds, well, that a lot of people won't find out unless they do a lot of really specific stuff. Let's go get the Chloranthy ring. On the note of carvings, the one you're seeing on the screen right there, there are some items in this game that you cannot get rid of, and I hate that about this game. For example, Yorm the Giant is a Lord of Cinder you have to beat in order to progress the game, and his item, the Storm Ruler, cannot be sold or dropped. The only way you can get rid of it is by putting it in your bonfire inventory. Say AI makes a unit drop. Their AI is so wonky over here. Also, you can hear the giant from on the top of that tower firing arrows at the undead near the bridge. But the carvings are another thing that once they are in your inventory, you cannot get rid of them, and I really hate it. Yep. Bad touch. So you gotta drop off about midway here. I find it easiest to drop off when the elevator is going up, because then you never miss your shot, as long as you see your target. But some people sometimes do it on the way down, and they mistime their roll and they just fall. So I find it easier going up, but some people find it easier going down. I don't know. I don't know. I've never really seen a person have an easier time going down. They always blame the game or blame the platforming in these games for being really wonky, when they're the ones who mistime the roll, you know. Over here's the fire demon. This is the first time you can get a fire gem without getting it from the starting gifts.
No, you should have waited. Well, it's too late now. I seek word of the Knights of Katarina. Right
Oh.
by your side.
Bad dodge. Honestly, I didn't even think he'd reach me. Chat, we're just going to ignore that I died that time, okay? 0 deaths. Also, if you stand on the edge right here, that evangelist right there will see you and just stand around waiting, and it's super annoying. I think it's because she hears your footsteps. And the way I know that what tips enemies off to your location rather than your swings is because sometimes when you swing your weapon, you actually do take a step. Your character takes a step a lot of the time whenever you swing your weapon. And that is why enemies will see you when you're fighting another enemy. Not because they hear the sound of you swinging your weapon, but because they hear the sound of somebody taking footsteps. Fascinating stuff, really. Because I've seen people who equip the Slumbering Dragon Ring, which mutes their footsteps or whatever, and once they backstab an enemy, they don't alert anybody. So it's very interesting. Bit of trivia there. Trivia? I don't know. So I kind of, oh.
You should have waited.
Cool.
Well, it's too late now.
Oh, Jesus.
I seek word of the Knights of Katarina. Right by your side. Ah!
That could have been really bad. Honestly, I never get hit by that fire. That's a new one. Don't mind me, Mr. Demon. I'm just going to deal a lot of damage to you. Now, interestingly enough, Sigurd can die here, but it's very rare. Just because he has a lot of Estus, and as long as you're even trying to help, he's got so much health that the Fire Demon has a very hard time killing him. Something else a lot of people don't know is if you want to have Sigurd's quest go, you have to exhaust all of his dialogue until you get that sleep emote, and then you can progress. If you don't, then he won't move locations. And of course you don't get emotes, so, you know, why wouldn't you want the emotes? Probably should have equipped better armor, but I am going to be getting better armor right here, so no skin off my teeth. Assuming I can hit the frickin'... There we go. Northern armor is what the warrior starts with, I believe, and it is a very good set of armor. Now, of course, I do not look like your average sorcerer, but who cares? So let's just get this random pine resin, so... Oh, bug pellet. No, I thought that was the pine resin. I guess the pine resin's up here, but the bug pellet, just to sell them. Although that could be useful for... Let's see, is there any boss that really uses fire? Could be useful for the... Whatchamacallem? The old Demon King later, but probably not. This is why dogs are very annoying, because they tend to sidestep and backstep, and they do a bunch of different attacks. They're really fast. They suck. I hate dogs. But who cares? Now, this is what the alluring skulls are very useful for. What I was talking about earlier. Okay. Go over there. Trigger them. And now they won't go after you. So I'm going to get this ring just because I can sell it for items. But Flynn's ring only applies to physical damage. So if you're using something like Boulder Heave or any kind of spell or pyro or whatever that inflicts physical damage, then it's useful. But if you're not, or also if you're swinging a sword, obviously. But if you're not doing any of that, then it will have no use on you. So it's not really that good. I do like the way Mirror looks more than that, though, so. How many souls do I have? Okay, so we'll go back to the shrine again. Don't need a fire gem. I don't remember if you can drop a fire gem to Pickle Pea.
Fashion 1.
And I don't think I can level up anything, right? Didn't think so. So Grey Rat's gone. Let's talk to the Pyromancer, get his emotes, and as the last we will talk to him. Oh, Leonard's back. So I guess you don't have to kill a phantom to have him come back. So I guess you have to interfere and keep to get the next part of his quest to proc. Now I need to make sure I have enough souls for Pestilent Mist because I actually don't know how much intelligence you need. So let's wait on that. Also, I forgot that I need to farm for the Storyteller staff. So I guess I will have some chat about other things in this game while I'm farming for that. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. So something interesting about Crystal Sage. And less so about Crystal Sage, but more so about Pestilent Mist. Actually, I should farm Storyteller staff after I get Warback and everything. Let's do that. Now, if you have the cat ring, you can drop off here and go really quick. Same thing if you have Spook too, but I don't want to take 70% of my health bars damage, so I will do this the normal way. What? You know, I've never actually seen this happen before. But it's a good way to kill a dog. You know, without him. That's crazy, actually. Anyway. Those guys really hurt if you get hit by them, so the best thing you can do is try to snipe them one by one. So that dog can actually pose you quite a few problems if you're trying to get to the bonfire that's currently directly right behind me. I also cannot wait until I get Great Soul Arrow because I think it hits harder than Heavy Soul Arrow and it's just faster, so. Estus Shard over here. If you're lucky, these guys can drop Titanite shards, so they are worth killing if you're able to. Otherwise, you can just leave them alone. There's not really any use to kill them otherwise. Oh. That was really bad, and I don't know why I died there. I figured, yeah, I could take a lot more hits from the crabs. By the way, I guess a little bit of trivia about me. If I am playing Dark Souls 3, I spend a lot of time in this swamp, mostly killing everything around here. So I'm very much used to having a lot more armor and a lot more health, and that, I think, is why I died there, is because I'm just expecting, yeah, I can take 15 hits from him, even though, obviously, I can't. See, Titanite Shard. Super useful. Oops. Sage's Ring is the most useful ring for a sorcerer. I also like to organize my rings by the most useful being in the back, the one I'm going to be changing out the least, with the one I'll be changing out the most up in front. The reason why is if you get good at PvP, when you want to change your equipment, you'll end up doing sort of like a fighter combo. A lot of people, including Chase, have pointed this out, but you kind of execute a fighting game combo where you press start, X, X, and then X to change out your weapon, or you press a direction key to change out whatever you want to do, or R2 and not R2. These buttons right here, R1 and R2. Actually, no, it's I think it is R2 and L2. They can scroll down 5 spaces in your menu, and so what you'll end up doing is you'll press start, X, down, down, X, and then you can change your gear, stuff like that. And it very much becomes habit at that point, and it does act like a pseudo-fighting combo where, oh, I want to change my ring, start, X, X, down, 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 X, X, start. Oh, thanks, Lockham. And now I can go get one of the best shields in the game without having to worry about Crabbo Friend. giant enemy crab, as a lot of people like to call him. Also, I think the ring of ring of the evil eye +1 is right here, or I think it's the wolf ring. One of the +1 rings is right here, if you care. But the Chloranthy shield is generally amazing. Everybody should be wearing it, honestly, until you want to change out to something else. If you are not able to wear full Lothric Knight armor, then this armor set I picked up right here is one of the best early game armor sets you can pick up. It's got a lot of defense, and the entire set just looks really cool. In fact, I like the way it looks so much more than the other one. I'm just going to wear this instead. So a crystal gem would be useful for my character, and kind of will be for PvP, if I actually plan on using any weapons. But because I can only infuse melee weapons with gems, I cannot use that. But that gem right there makes my equipment scale with magic, or sorry, with intelligence. So if I want to be a melee character, then I would infuse all my weaponry with that, so all my equipment scales really well and does a lot of magic damage.
Very well.
This guy right here, his name is Orbeck, and he offers to teach you sorceries if you promise to give him scrolls. And I don't know what the cutoff is, but there is a point in this game where if you do not give him any scrolls, by the time you reach a certain point, then he will just leave your shrine. And I mean, I've never had a problem with that because you find 2 scrolls in the next area, so he'll probably always stay as far as I'm aware. I'm not going to go fight Sage right now. Up here, you see the 2 exiles, and I cannot believe it, but I did actually manage to see one person successfully manage to attract one of them without attracting the other. A lot of the time, like 95% of the time, all the time I play, I've never been able to attract just one without the other one eventually coming by. But it doesn't matter because there's a very easy way to cheese that both of them. So, if you just wait up here, they will try to attack you. And they will just fall off. Now, on higher new games, they will survive that fall because their health has been drastically increased, but it worked here pretty well. Reset my stuff. And this is what the dagger is useful for. Now there are a lot of Titanite shards you can find in Varen Keep, enough to level up one weapon all the way to +3 basically. But even if you cannot do that, okay, so I got poison, which sucks, but it doesn't really matter because poison doesn't really matter, especially with the way I'm doing this. It does not matter if you do not find all the shards here because there's an item related to Sirius's quest line that allows you to buy Titanite shards as soon as you get to this area. So it's all dependent on whether or not you want to save souls and time, but you don't actually have to go around and find all the Titanite shards in this sludge. You can just buy all of them after giving the merchant lady the ashes. For any who don't know, these are basilisks. They do not deal damage to you. Instead, all of their lethal potential is from Curse. Curse is not as bad as it was in the first game, but it still sucks. A lot of people hate it. I don't hate it as much as most people. In fact, I don't know why most people hate it as much as they do. In fact, I much prefer Curse over to just taking damage, because you have to heal off the damage. But Curse will instantly kill you in this game as soon as the bar fills up, which, yeah, a lot of people don't like. But it's better than in Dark Souls 1, because in Dark Souls 1, it also halved your HP. So, it sucks. Thankfully, they changed it here. What I picked up right there was the Golden Scroll, and it is one of the sorcery scrolls you can give to Orbeck that will unlock mostly useless sorceries, but there are a couple useful ones. Thankfully, they give you Homeward Bones right here, which is something I do in this area. I don't actually generally tend to go that way, but because I am a sorcery build, I am doing it a little weird. But what I normally do is so you can see the entrance to this place is right over there. So what you can do is you can quick step your way over here, light that bonfire, get rid of whatever enemies you need to, and then Homeward Bone back to the last bonfire you rested at. Rested meaning whichever bonfire you last lit. So you can just Homeward Bone to the last bonfire you were at, and then you can go down the left side and light all 3 torches super easily. I also don't need this dagger anymore. The dagger is only useful for getting past the right side of this area, because there's no deep swamp over here. Well, I should say no deep swamp that you really have to worry about. Ruttiger Curve Sword is actually pretty good in PvP as well. Again, like I said, one of the things about PvP in this game is faster weapons are superior to larger weapons for the most part. And do I have any mods clumps? I do not. I don't care. Because faster weapons can hit faster than... I mean, it's obvious. But because faster weapons can hit quicker than heavier weapons, if the heavier weapons don't have a lot of poise, then they will get stunned out of their attack animations, and the faster weapon will have the advantage. And curved swords are... If the netcode worked properly, then curved swords and straight swords would be the weapon... They would be the go-to weapon in this game, because they do attack just so fast, and they do quite a bit of damage. However, because the netcode is so bad, a lot of the time, the strongest weapons in this game are daggers, because of their quick step ability. To the point where you will see just a lot of really people hellbent on only winning. Like, it doesn't matter how fun the fight is for them, or you, or whatever. All they care about is winning. And for that reason, you'll see a lot of people in PvP using quick step or daggers or curved swords in order to get the most advantage on people. And it's not so much... There is a lot of skill that goes into the PvP of this game, but... definitely using a curved sword or a dagger lowers the necessary skill requirement for PvP in this game. So this is the last fire you have to light. Now, of course, if you want, you can fight all the enemies over here, but you actually don't have to. None of them will be able to really do a lot to you. And they won't go past this door right here most of the time, so you can just light the bonfire and be totally fine. Titanite shards. I have 10. Okay. There is a Titanite shard down here that you can get, but I don't really need it, so I'm not even going to bother. Oh. I never considered how resilient these things could be to magic. I think I want to get over there. Now, I do want to get the scroll, so I will go back and get that, and then we will go talk to Orbeck, get all the necessary spells I need, and then we will progress. So the scroll you need is over here, obviously. That's why I'm going over here. Who's following me? Ah. Wolf's Blood Swordgrass, what I just picked up there is the Covenant item for the Covenant in this area. And you can get a ring that you need for all the achievements as what. Wow, I got 2 of them. That's actually a pretty rare drop, honestly. It will give you a ring, which you need for the achievement, and it will give you a unique great curved sword, I believe. Or curved greatsword, I should say. Oh, I died. Cute. But I got the scroll, which is all that I care about. And that's where poison can do you in. You're not watching your health bar, and poison brings you low enough to be killable in 1 strike from the enemies over here. That's the real danger of poison in this area. So while it is useful to actually get rid of poison, it's not as necessary as it is in Dark Souls 1. And now we have a lot to do. Now is when I will actually need to... Oh, I should have gotten the ashes too. I can do that later. I'll keep them in there. Not going to be using any resins. Not going to be using any repair powders. Not going to be using any pyromancies. Honestly, probably not even going to use this either. Oh, I forgot the Dust Crown Ring is in that area as well. Or not the Dust Crown Ring, the Dust Crown. It increases sorcery damage, but also increases the damage you take by sorceries. So, useful, but gotta be careful if you're fighting other mages.
Ashen 1.
So there's 2 Estus up. 4 should be good enough for now. I shouldn't need more than that. Grey Rat's not back, obviously. So once you give this guy scrolls, he'll teach you more sorceries. And there are some sorceries you need to learn so you can get a ring and something else. Pestilent Mist needs 30. Okay, so I can level more into HP now. So you need Pestilent Mist, Aural Decoy, Spook, Hidden Body, I believe. Maybe Hidden Weapon. Farron Flash Sword, Soul Greatsword. Oh, and I need the Great Solaris.
Go on, Mr. Stacy.
That's one of the things that kind of sucks about if you're a caster in this game. You need to spend a lot of your souls just buying the casts, the spells.
Ashen 1.
Apple. It's a rebel. Fighting night. Fighting night.
Okay.
Promise.
So that's all you get from him for now. You can also get this ring from him, but since we start with it, you don't actually need it. And now it is time to almost attune Pestilent Mist. So I guess I should actually sell these spells because I'm not going to use them. And that'll let me buy more spells from him. So that's worthless. That is useful, so I'll keep it. That's worthless. That can be useful, so I guess I'll keep it. Yeah.
Ashen 1.
And now I need to level my attunement so I can actually use more spells. After I get everything, I will need to farm, well, I would like to farm Storyteller Staff because it will make a lot of other things later on useful. Namely, Pontiff, the Deacons, Pestilent Mist, etc. So, gotta get it. And because this is a sorcery only sort of run, and I'm not placing any other limits on myself, there's no reason not to show everybody exactly what you can do with sorcery only. Although you could also say that the Storyteller Staff's poison ability is cheating because it's not a sorcery, but I'm going to count it because it comes from a sorcery catalyst. This thing isn't really that useful, but you can make some use out of the Twinkling Titanite for a couple weapons. So it's not entirely worthless, but for now I'm not really going to be using it. Like the Murky Longstaff, for example, you can find use out of it, but that's also way later. Up here, I really worry about the Stray Demon is quite difficult. Oh, I hate it. Rude. Yeah, I am really not a fan of the Stray Demon. Oh, actually, I should go get the Dusk Crown while I'm here. I already got the bonfire, so whatever. There's only one time I will not be using the Dusk Crown, and that is against Crystal Sage. But I will be using it for the rest of this playthrough. I also didn't make peace with the giant, so that's something I should do, but it's not really too necessary. Actually, I probably really should do that. I think that's cheating, good sir. Hitting me through the staircase. But I mean, I'm the one using sorcery, so who am I to say the game is cheating? or being cheap. Now, the Lingering Dragon Crest ring is useful, but only so much on a buff build, because the catalyst buff that you get is generally not worth the other... Oh, I forgot about that. Duh. Oh, I also got what I needed right away. Uh-huh. I shouldn't use a homeward bone. I should save those. I also hate when there are games like this that require you to wear really ugly equipment in order to gain stats. Something that always kind of bothered me. So, obviously, when I go back, you'll see Grey Rat still isn't back, even though he'll be gone for a little while. And that's just because I haven't killed a boss yet. And the Stray Demon, I'm going to go kill. That also does not count as a boss. Oh, I forgot I have to give her... And this allows me to buy Titanite shards. So, yay me.
Ashen.
Is there anything else I can sell? Could sell these. That can be useful, so I'll just keep it.
Ashen 1.
And now for the fight I've been dreading. I really don't like the Stray Demon. He's got a really annoying grab that's very poorly telegraphed, and it does a lot of damage. Obviously, grabs always do a lot of damage in this game. But also, his grab is the only move you have to worry about. There's a lot of enemies in this game where their moveset is really trivial outside of this one move that, if your health is low enough, it's just an instant kill. Never really been a fan of that kind of design. Oh, I should probably actually have the shield out. Another thing that I really hate about the Stray Demon is his... rock breath. His rock breath shoots out so many rocks that it's... I don't think I've ever managed to successfully dodge every single rock that he throws. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Honestly. And the other important thing that you will need up here are the two large Titanite shards, which will allow you to get your weapon up to +4. So these crystal lizards can be a pain to attack, but they will always run opposite of the direction you're facing. So if you face a certain way where they will run into a barrier like this, then they're super easy to kill. they won't have to chase them down forever and ever and ever. This Crystal Lizard I won't bother killing up here because I don't need him, but he drops you a heavy gem. So, strength users out there, go nuts. And now, because I have probably enough HP, all I need now is Pestilent Mist. And I'm going to go try to farm Storyteller Staff now. In fact, actually, before I do that, I will go kill Curse Rotted Greatwood. No. Well, should I go kill Curse Rotted Greatwood or farm Storyteller? A farm Storyteller, and I'll talk about the Curse Rotted Greatwood and Pestilent Mist when I'm doing that. Grey Rat's not back. Oh, I need to sell the Demon Soul for 20k, which is a lot at this part of the game. Like, you haven't killed Abyss Watchers yet, you haven't even killed Deacons or Sage yet, and you just get 20k for killing that guy up there. Granted, he's not the easiest enemy in the world, but that is still quite a few souls. This only has the perk of ridiculous fire blocking. As you can see, the absorptions over on the right, guard absorption, that means how much of each block that, how much of each damage type it blocks. So physical being 100 means it'll block every single physical attack you take with that, and you will take no damage from that. 67% magic absorption means it'll block 67% of all magic attacks that come your way, etc., etc. Stability, the higher the number, the less stamina damage you take from every attack that you block. So the higher stability, the more things you can block before your guard is broken. So the shield's okay, but it's mostly just good for fire damage blocking. But it's not really useful for me because I don't plan on taking a lot of fire damage, so who cares?
Passion 1.
For any ring I do plan on keeping, but not using, I put in storage. That's something I also don't like about a lot of streamers. When they play this game, they don't use the storage a lot. So, not really going to need this right now, so we'll just put that, and that all in the box. Because I don't really honestly plan on using any of them.
Back up.
Great Soul Arrow. Great Heavy Soul Arrow. Farron Dart is basically worthless when you get Great Farron Dart. Farron Hail is completely worthless, and Magic Weapon I have no use for, so we're good.
Promise to stay safe.
Something else that bothered me about this game too, and probably Dark Souls 1 as well, is whenever you upgrade a piece of your gear, your character goes back to one-handing it, so always make sure that you two-hand if that's what you plan on going for. Also, something else I think a lot of players don't understand about two-handing. So, when you two-hand in this game, 50% of your strength stat is added to the weapon's scaling as well. So, if you have a strength scaling weapon, 50% of my 7 strength will be added into the scaling for... It'll count as though I had 10 strength right now, basically. If I have 20 strength, it'll count as though I have 30 strength, etc., etc. If I am two-handing the weapon. I have seen a lot of players who will two-hand dexterity-based weapons and because they heard that two-handing gives your weapon more damage, but they haven't really understood or been told that it only adds strength to your weapon. So I saw one person who was using the Irithil straight sword two-handed, and I mean, his run was really messed up to begin with, but he was using the Irithil straight sword, which is a dexterity-based weapon, and he had 28 strength and only 12 dex, which is the height of stupidity, honestly, in terms of using that weapon. When people say you're playing the game wrong, I don't generally like to say you're playing the game wrong no matter how you're building, because like if you want to use a shield, that's fine. If you want to use sorceries or pyro, or you want to use anything you want, go ahead. I don't care. You cannot play the game wrong for wanting to use a weird weapon or wanting to block certain attacks or wanting to parry, etc., etc. Sometimes making the game too easy for yourself can ruin the experience, but I would never say that's playing the game wrong, because everybody enjoys this game in different ways. However, I will say you are playing the game wrong if you are using a weapon like if I'm using a sorcery catalyst like this and I'm only leveling strength, then I'm basically playing the game wrong, because I'm not playing to the game's strengths, I'm not playing towards my build, I'm not playing towards anything, I'm just leveling up in all the wrong ways. You know, that is the only time I will ever say anybody is playing the game wrong, is if they are just leveling something that has nothing to do with their build. Hell, even if you're using a sorcery catalyst, but you only level HP for the longest time, I can't even say you're playing the game wrong, because HP is a very necessary stat. Same thing with stamina, same thing with attunement, any of those. But, you know, if you're playing only, let's say you're playing only miracles, and all you do is level luck, and you're not using a luck scaling talisman, then what are you doing? Why even play a sorcery build or a miracle build if all you're leveling is luck, and you don't even use the luck scaling miracle talisman? So, yeah. Anyway, rant over about that. Let's go kill Chris Rider Greatwood. Oh, I need to level. Whoa, she's singing? I don't think I've ever actually heard that before. Oh, that's crazy. I have never actually heard her sing. Okay. I will never use those again, so... Great Soul Arrow... Actually... Great Fan Dart... Great Heavy Soul Arrow, and Pestilent Mist. Yeah, solid enough. Honestly, I can kill Curse Routed Greatwood with Fair and Flash Sword, but I think it's a lot funnier if I show you what happens if you use Pestilent Mist. Which, yes, there is something different that happens when you use Pestilent Mist. Which I guess is kind of why telling you what it does while I'm farming kind of defeats the purpose of then using it in the fight. Because then you already get the gist of it when I go and use it. If you do manage to land on that tree, you can avoid taking fall damage. So that's really nifty. If I remember correctly, that's an Alluring Skull. Oh, it's an Ember. See, I don't remember everything about this game. I generally only remember the important items. And I don't consider Embers really that important, honestly. Like, they're good for new players, but you can farm Embers as a veteran player by helping other players or doing PvP, so... of course, killing these guys doesn't help too much if you don't know what you're doing in this fight and then end up having a long boss fight in general. But if you do know what you're doing, then killing these guys early can help you not have to deal with what will end up happening in a bit. So something interesting about this fight is that when you fight the Cursed Rod of Greatwood, you have to, if you want to kill him the normal way, you have to hit the pustules that you'll see. So there's one on his left leg over there. There's one on his left hand, which I'm not going to show you because whatever. And there's obviously a giant sack of them in the middle, which is generally what you have to go for. Once you beat this, once you knock out the sack in the middle, then phase 2 will start and the floor will fall down. It'll fall down below you. You won't take damage from it, weirdly enough, but the floor will fall down, and phase 2 will begin. He'll grow a hand out of the middle, and most players know what happens in this fight, obviously. But for the new players, that's kind of how this fight works. You want to kill the pustules. It is possible to kill this boss without having to focus on his secondary hand that comes along, but a lot of players just end up focusing on the hand anyway, because they kill the middle pustules and then they think, oh, there's no more left. I guess I have to So it's not Pestilent Mist that's doing this, but it's the fact that you're killing him in phase 1 that does this. So he dies, he falls over, and then the floor falls, and like that's it. It's really strange. Doesn't grow a hand, doesn't grow anything, just dies. I also forgot to get that covenant. That's not good. I could have shown some players where that covenant was, but I forgot. I mean, that's what happens when you don't have chat reminding you to touch on the important details. Oh, I didn't want that. I wanted that. But I suppose I can sell the other stuff. So now that we've killed Cursed Rod of Greatwood, we got the transposing kiln, which we can give to Lovelith up here, Mr. Pygmy. Probably the furtive Pygmy, but probably not. I think the furtive Pygmy was supposed to be Manus, the first game, but I hate how they always default to the no answer, but there we are. So here's all the boss stuff I can make. Obviously, I sold all the other souls. Something I think is really interesting is they let you look at the demon axe and the demon fists, even though the only demon you killed is the one in the undead settlement. Like, the only way you can make these is if you have a soul of a demon, right? And soul of the demon only comes from a wandering demon, either in... Well, the soul only comes from the one that you fight in the Catacombs of Carthus. But there's two of them. One of them is wandering around the undead settlement. And I think it's interesting that this option to get either the demon fist or the demon great axe shows up regardless of whether or not you get the soul, and more whether or not you actually, kill the demon. So for whatever reason, I'm going to get Arstor Spear. Arstor Spear, a lot of people probably don't know, gives you health. It's got a Ring of the Evil Eye effect on it, which is really useful, as long as you're wielding it, as far as I'm aware, right? Yes. So if you just kill people while this is on your back, you get HP back. It's not always as good as the extra stamina you get from the Grass Crest Shield, but being able to regen HP is really good. So that's what we're going to do this time around. Can I level up? I don't expect to be able to. I can. Nice. This is also probably going to sound really dumb to a lot of people, but well, again, it's going to sound really dumb that I didn't know that she sings in the background. I mean, I've played this game for probably 2,000 hours or so, and some things you just never notice, I guess. So now we're going to go kill Crystal Sage. Actually, we'll go and farm for the Storyteller staff, just to make it easier, you know. Now, of course, if I had the Mimic Hat, or if I had Rusted Gold Coins, this would be a lot easier, but I'll have a little bit of an opportunity to talk about some of the other things in this game. One of the first weapons I actually started with while playing this game was the Executioner's Greatsword, which I didn't know the effects of the Executioner's Greatsword at the time, meaning I didn't know the special attributes it had. But the Executioner's Greatsword is a sword, but it deals strike damage as if it were a mace or a hammer, which is very interesting. I didn't know that. And I suppose very useful for people who do. So what I'm doing right here is I'm farming for Storyteller staff. Storyteller staff doesn't have great magic scaling, and it never really gets good, let's be real. It's not good late game, it's not good mid game, it's not good early game for its damage. Your Sorcerer staff will always be really good. It gets a little bit outclassed early on by, I believe it's the Witch Tree branch? I think it's the Heretic staff actually. That one will outclass it mid-game once you get the intelligence for it. But the Storyteller staff never really has the best scaling. But what the Storyteller staff is good for is, as you saw right there, the poison effect. The Storyteller staff has the highest poison effect that you can inflict on any enemy in the game. So it's better than having a poison weapon. It's better than throwing dung pies. It's better than using poison mist or even toxic mist, I believe. Is there a toxic mist? I think so. So on enemies that are weak to it, it is very useful. You can also have a very rare chance to get hollow gems from these creatures as well. The first hollow gem you get isn't until quite a bit later, and if you're planning on doing a hollow build, then this is the best shot you have at being able to make your build work. Which is kind of unfortunate, honestly. Because I don't know what's a rare drop here between the Hollow Gem or the Storyteller staff, but they're both not very common. Also, I am probably very much over-equipped for Crystal Sage at this point. I do have a lot of HP, so he shouldn't be too much of a problem. But I want Storyteller staff anyway, just to show you how badly you can wreck the Crystal Sage. I'll also use... I don't think I'll use these souls on leveling up. I'll just use them to get repeat sorceries or something. Just so people don't accuse me of farming and being cheap or whatever. I mean, I already know how to deal with the game and everything, so it's not like I need the levels. But I'm sure somebody out there is going to accuse me of, oh, you're just grinding to get levels so the game's easier for you. And of course I am grinding to make the game easier for me, but I'm not grinding because I'm bad. I'm just grinding because I want to show people what the storyteller staff can do. Also, I should probably just kill the storyteller up there instead of killing the other two Corvians. It'd also probably help if I took off Pestilent Mist. Well, that sucked. Also, I wonder if that was the storyteller staff over there. I hope not. Otherwise, that's going to be really upsetting. Well, I guess we know we gotta go kill the Corvians. Because otherwise he doesn't move enough. This reminds me of when I was in sort of my newbie days and I was doing more runs than just a sorcery. Well, it was also during the times I was doing my sorcery only run as well. But I was doing a lot of runs in this game early on just to experiment with everything, learn everything this game sort of had on offer. And I also really loved the game at the time. I still do really like the game, but I've kind of exhausted a lot of the things in the game, as I believe most people have. It's probably why Chase the Bro and Lost and Prod have moved over to Elden Ring. It's because they have 5 to 10 hours or something ridiculous in this game, and they know even more. Well, they don't know more about the PvE than I do, simply because they're more PvP centric, but they know quite a bit about the weaponry in this game and all the ins and outs of the spacing, weapon, and PvP mechanics. And so I imagine that they kind of stopped playing Dark Souls 3 because it got really boring for them. In the same way that I kind of also stopped playing Dark Souls 3 because it, just like PvP can get really boring for people who do it all the time, PvE can get especially boring because there's not a lot of variance in it. I mean, there is, but there's only so much variance you can go through until you've learned everything, used everything, and exhausted the PvE of all it's worthwhile for. I guess we can also switch the R-Store Spear over for the Grass Crest Shield right now. And let's move Pestilent Mist off so it's easier to switch. Honestly, Storyteller Staff is one of the more annoying items to grind in the game. There are 3 items in the game that are incredibly annoying to farm for, mostly because they're the only ones anyone would want to farm for. Like, you can farm for a couple other items in the game that are incredibly hard to get, but these 3 are generally the worst because they're items you actively want, and just you will spend so long grinding for them if you choose to go the grindy route. Other people just get insanely lucky. I don't know how it works, but you know, there's people who. So one of the items that's a real pain to get is the Mimic Hat. That has a lot of. It's very rare, and for obvious reasons, right? It's a very, very good item. It increases your item discovery and it increases your soul drops by 20%, which is huge. But that's one of the really rare item drops in this game. Another item that a lot of people will be very familiar with as a really crazy drop in this game is the Mendicant Staff. Also rare, probably because it's a soul item as well. Once you get the Mendicant Staff, that's another 20% soul increase, which stacks, by the way. So you can get some really crazy soul gains just with the Mendicant Staff and the Mimic Hat alone. But even those aside, it also stacks with the Silver Serpent Ring +3 that you can get from the DLC. And it can stack with the Shield of Want that you get from the Catacombs of Karthus. There we go, Storyteller. Nice. So there's a reason why those two items are incredibly rare to get. The Storyteller Staff, I can argue, should probably not be as rare as it is. It is very good for sorcerers in general, but it's not like it's giving you, you know, a total of something like 60 extra souls. Yeah. Over to Crystal Sage, by the way. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to use up these souls because people will accuse me of cheating, or well, not cheating, but you know, grinding because I'm a noob. Also, is it still streaming? Because I know OBS just quit. Yeah, still streaming. Nice. Oh, sorry guys. Flashing light warning. Holy crap. Sorry. Maybe I should put an epilepsy warning in the chat. Holy crap. Okay. Now, just to make the fight easier, I will use magic bug pellets because why not? And we gotta take this off. Now let me show you how hilarious this fight can be. You got a normal roll, right? Yeah. I don't remember if you can poison the Abyss Watchers, but Janet... That's another thing I hate about the AI in this game. Sometimes they don't even want to attack you. They'll just move to the side, which becomes really annoying when you're just trying to run past them. Like, them moving out of the way would be fine because, you know, you don't want them to attack you if you're planning on doing a no-hit run or you just don't want to take damage. But when you're actively trying to run past them and their AI just decides to not attack and just move to the side, it gets really, really annoying. So. Now, something some players might not know is if the little crystals are above his head, he will not teleport. Get rid of all the sages real quick. The sages will die to one hit, so you can use throwing knives, you can use Great Farron Dart, you can use fire bombs even, just to get rid of the clones. Then once you do that, the rest of this is easy. Especially as a pure caster. Which is funny, right? You'd think that a pure caster would have a hard time because, you know, the sage is resistant to magic and, see, super cake. It's kind of nuts. And that, my friends, is what you can do with Pestilent Mist. Oh, I should drink that. So I'm not going to light that bonfire because I'm a weirdo. Instead, I'm just going to go straight to the cathedral and light the bonfire over there. Now, you can find 2 Twinkle Knight lizards over here. So if you're planning on using a Twinkling Titanite item, then kill the ones over here. See, this would be where the ring would come in rather helpful, but also that is a very long blue bug pellet. Like, very long, holy crap. I actually didn't want to light that, but whatever. Now, something you want to be careful about with Farron Dart is it does not have a lot of poise breaking potential, so it will not it will not stun enemies out of their stuff. So you gotta be careful with it. I only kill him to get to this easier. Oh, he lived. Well. Weird. Well, I guess I'm just gonna be making a run for it. Oh, I didn't spend my souls I got before Crystal Sage. Oh well. Oh yeah, now that this is happening, I should feel this should be a good time to mention. Dogs in this game can teleport, like you just saw there. I don't know why it does that, but if you're looking away from them, their model or their AI doesn't load in properly, and so they'll, like if you're not looking at them, their AI will just load in wherever it feels like it. Like their AI will constantly be aggroed onto you, but they'll like despawn or deload or something. It's really weird. So, yeah. No, wrong item. Mm-hmm. By the way, Pestilent Mist can hurt you too, so careful with it. Now, something I also see a lot of players not do. Gale, over here, Mr. DLC man, he'll take you into the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, but if you never talk to him, he will always do his little dialogue thing. He'll always say something like, "Oh, merciful goddess of the forlorn," or whatever. And, well, obviously nobody likes that. It's really annoying. So what better way to get him to stop doing that than to just talk to him? Oh yeah, now that I've beaten a boss, I can go talk to Grey Rat. But I will do that later. Actually, I want to change out my spells, because I don't want Pestilent Mist anymore, and one of the best spells in the game is Farron Flash Sword. So once you get once you talk to him and you exhaust his dialogue, and then you get the option to talk to him again, that he'll never interrupt you again. So super useful information if you plan on going back and playing it. So Crystal Sage can either give you Crystal Hail, which sucks, or it can give you the Crystal Sage's Rapier. I'm not going to be using the Rapier, obviously, but one of the benefits the Rapier has, as you can see in the second paragraph, is that it increases item discovery. So if you have this off in your offhand and you kill something, or, you know, use the Lloyd's Talisman, or not the Lloyd's Talisman, the Undead Hunter Charm, on a Mimic, then you can have a higher chance of getting the Mimic hack. So the Paladin Ashes give you the Undead Hunter Charms, which are super useful. So I will be grabbing 10 of them, because why not?
Ashen.
Go. So there's the 11k from Crystal Sage that I got. Now that I've killed a boss, which was the Greatwood, Grey Rat's back, and he has some new items. So he has a Divine Blessing, which is really, really good. He's got another stack of Embers, and he's also got a bunch of new items. He's got a War Pick, he's got a Glaive, he's got a Spear, as well as one of the best PvP weapons, the Pontiff Curved Sword. It's a curved sword, so it's really fast. It's got the longest range of all the normal curved swords. It's got okay damage. And it's got a, I think, unparryable weapon art. So, really solid all around. He also gives you the target shield, which is what many people consider to be the best parrying shield. And he's also got the knight armor. So if you fancy on not looking like garbage, but also having some defense, this would be the set for you to buy. And of course, he's got some more bolts and arrows. So if you're doing archery for whatever reason, like you're insane or something, there you go.
Ashen 1.
We can, of course, put both of these away. We should keep that for the Mimic coming up. Put that away. As well as both of those. And now would be a good time to actually go visit Picklebee as well. Picklebee will also take the large leather shield, and he will take an alluring skull, which I have 3 of, as well as the chime down there, but I don't necessarily want to give him the chime, so we won't bother with it. Of course. That's what usually ends up happening. And this will be the last time I go and visit Pickle P. So I'm not going to leave him a Sigbrow. Those are really useful. Although you can leave him a Sigbrow. Leave him a Firebomb. Black Firebomb. Luring Skull. Prism Stone. I already left him a Homeward Bone. Shriving Stone. Which lets you undo an infusion, by the way. And a large leather shield. Now, something else other people might not know. You can exit the menu one of two ways. You can press back a bunch of times. Or you can simply press whatever your start button is. And it'll automatically close it. Pressing the back button here is dangerous because your back button is also your jump and your back step button and your dodge button. So you could very well just end up backstepping off this place. But if you just use the start menu, then there's no need to worry about that. Oh, I can just go this way. It's also something to know for PvP as well. If you do plan on getting into the PvP really heavily, then you definitely don't want to be backing out of menus because that's 3 button presses and very slow by PvP standards. So you want to get used to using the start menu to open and close menus as much as you can. So I will use Great Soul Arrow because I don't like Great Heavy. And I will use Fair and Flash Sword. There are quite a few items to get over here, but the most important thing is that you don't get hit by any of the worm things. The Historic Greatsword, one of the better PvP ultras, is up there, so go get it if you want it or need it. It's a really good one. It has one of the most ubiquitous weapon arts in the whole game. Similar to Gundir's Halberd with the Gundir charge. Its charge is parryable, so it makes it a little less good than usual, but I would argue that it being parryable makes it actually balanced, because if you couldn't parry it, then that would be awful, honestly. It would be unbalanced garbage, in my opinion. And of course, everybody's favorite message. Well, never mind. There's of course always one message right here that says, you know, try finger butthole. And I mean, look at it. Super obvious. Everybody's favorite message, honestly. I'm surprised that message wasn't here. These things are really annoying. If they hit you, they infect you with worms, and it's not fun. That Saintry Belvine right there speeds up your Miracle and Pyromancy casting, so super useful. Pull out a torch if you want the worms to go away. It'll stop the bleeding. Now, there's a more dangerous form of this enemy in the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, which not only gives you worms, but it gives you really dangerous worms, which will drain your HP as long as that bleeding meter goes up. Honestly, it really sucks. Not a fan. But that one's a lot more manageable. So for anybody who's using a boss weapon or a Twinkling Titanite weapon, there's another Titanite lizard over here, as well as to my left, a Titanite scale lizard. I don't really need to kill it though, so I'm probably just not going to. What? Did it fall through the map? I think it just fell through the map. Fascinating. In any case, this is your way back, so, you know. You're welcome, I guess? I don't know. I think most players know that. And that right there is why Fair and Flesh Sword is so good. Honestly, it's really fast and it does a lot of damage for what it is. Like, it's got very low mana cost, very fast, high damage, especially if you're a pure sorcerer. And it's your first AoE spell that you get. So it's very useful. Mm-hmm. Those guys actually have pretty decent curved swords for PvP. A lot of bleed buildup and pretty decent dex scaling. I also honestly don't know why I even bothered killing it. It's not like it would have followed me. Now I know there's a safer way there, but I haven't practiced it enough to be good at it, so I'm just going the normal way. You know, the way that always gets me killed when I go through this area. Going down that way is very dangerous because you have a thrall, actually two thralls. You have the Hardened Hollow, I think he's called, and then of course two Grave Wardens. So they, wow, I don't think I've ever had a thrall follow me before. Thought surely I could sidestep that. And I won't need the torch for quite some time. I'll sell this later, I just don't want it in my inventory. I don't even know why I picked up the poison bite ring. I also don't know why I put Arstore's spear away, because that would actually be very helpful in Deacons, raising up my health and all that. So that giant sucks. I usually end up killing him, but no need to, honestly. Also, Pestilent Mist is good for killing mimics without waking them up. Ooh, wait. Oh, done it. Never mind. I thought he dropped the mimic head, but guess not. I do like the noises he makes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I should have just done that from the start. Gosh, Fair and Flash Sword is so strong. That's what I'm talking about too. It didn't even cost me that much mana to do it. Of course not. Sadly, he didn't drop anything, but whatever. Now we can just get rid of that. And last one. For now, anyway. We might come back here and do this, but probably not. We'll probably just end up doing the one in the Catacombs of Karthus. Yeah, I didn't think so. Alright. Oh, and just for the pure damage of it. No item? Yeah, I didn't think so. Got really unlucky with those this time around. But it's whatever. Now, in there is an interesting ring we could go get. It's Aldrich's Sapphire, and it would, I think, allow me to get extra FP from critical attacks, but again, I can't use melee weapons, so that's not happening. Come to me, Mr. Kirk. I wonder how many players run into Kirk and think, oh, am I getting invaded by a real player? And then they just realize that he's not even trying to be an actual player. Like, he's not dodging anything, he's not blocking anything, he's just standing around. Oh yeah, that's right, you need to open up the doors. If I remember correctly, if you want to open up the doors, you have to get to Deacons first, and then go around. This is the way to Rosaria, but if you go to Rosaria, then the only way you're going to get Sigward's armor is if you get patches over in the Firelink Shrine. So I probably won't do Rosaria. I don't need to get Rosaria right now. Like, I don't need to change any of my stats because they're perfect. So we'll just go the Deacon's way. Should have kept the dagger on. It's whatever though. These thralls right here, this is another very rare drop you can get. These thralls right here have a chance to drop his Wayhander. No, wait, not the Wayhander, the Flamberge. And that's a pretty rare drop. It's comparable to the Claymore, but I think most people prefer the Claymore. I say it's like a midway between the Claymore and the Bastard Sword. Giant one down. And the reason why you want to kill these giants if you can is because they drop large titanic shards. Unfortunately, you also have to go through all the goop to get them, so. Oh, that doesn't even help like it does in Elden Ring. In Elden Ring, there's no delay on the backstep, so you can just keep backstepping without any worry. The lava is the big one. In Elden Ring, you don't want to just be rolling through the lava because you're slower and everything. Nobody likes to be slow, and it's a waste of time. So instead, you just backstep through it, and it works just fine, but can't do that here. Well, I'm glad that happened after I killed the giant. Because I have Lloyd's Sword Ring on, which gives me 20% extra damage, I think, if I have full health. And they don't let me. They don't like me having full health. Now, if only I had a blessed gem. If only I could use it too. Cathedral Knight legs, that's super nice. Now, you might think because of their high magic resist that it's going to be a problem killing the deacons. But, you know, I have an answer to high magic resist. Same answer that I had for Crystal Sage. What? Okay. Item, please. Ooh, Cathedral Armor. Now, that is actually a really, really good drop. Take that off. But worth it. Because the Cathedral Armor, I think, just looks so cool. And on top of that, it has one of the best poise stats that you can find for its weight. Just really solid all around. Bye-bye. So if you want to... So Sigurd, his quest line, you start it by going up the elevator and killing the demon with him. And you continue it over in the Cathedral of the Deep. The only way to continue it, however, is to open up these doors right here. Once you open up these doors, then Patches down here will raise up this elevator and be standing right here. Be like, hey, bro, treasure. Ain't treasure like super awesome? So you lower this, and he says, oh, you suck. And I don't, because I'm Patches, and you're not. And this is now a good chance to go to Rosario. Also, it's a good chance for me to heal up and stuff. Okay. And level up, too. Now that I'm past Sage, though, there's not really anything super important that I gotta do. So, I can level up kind of however I want. Just get that for souls. You know, sell it. I've tried quite a few weapons in this game. A lot. Probably, I want to say maybe half of all weapons in this game. I think I've completed a run with half of the weapons in this game, and I think there was about 117, 120. I've completed the run with a lot of the weapons. And one of the most painful runs to do was whips. Whips are... Ugh, they make me shudder, honestly. Not a fan of the whips. Part of the problem with whips is not only do they not have great poise damage, so a lot of things will kind of just go through it, but they don't have a lot of damage in general. And, well, you know how it is going through the PvE without a lot of damage. Just makes everything take longer. And I mean, you do have to be better at the game, but that's kind of not the problem. Just because it's similarly to rolling through sludge. The worst part about it is not the sludge, it's the whole having to waste time rolling through it. Cathedral Knight leggings.
Ashen.
Welcome. Very okay. Farewell, Ashen One.
The question is, do I go to Rosaria now, or do I... Because Rosaria is going to be quite out of the way. No, I might as well. Because once I get to Rosaria, I can do any quest involving that. And, of course, I can show everybody the Sigurd or Patch's questline. See, what am I wearing? Yeah. Not really much of a reason to wear it, but you know, I'll take it anyway. I have never found that ring to be worth killing that guy for. Every build I've ever had has always prioritized more rings than just extra slots, you know. That ring I got, by the way, the deep ring, it increases your attunement slots so you can equip more spells, sorceries, whatever. And again, I've just never found it useful. Because, like, let's take a look at my rings, for example. I have this for more stamina, which super useful in general. You basically need this if you're going to be a caster. This gives you more damage, which with no penalty too, so just really solid all around. And this gives you more damage if your health is full. So if you're going to be a range build like me, your health is planning on being full for a lot of your playthrough. So just in general, really good rings. And you know, this ring applies to pyromancers and miracle builds. This applies to everybody. There's a faith version of this you can pick up really early. There's a pyro version of this that you can pick up really early, and this applies to all builds. So there's almost no reason to use just a one extra attunement slot item. I don't know. Just never really felt super useful to me. Where's that other thrall? I know there's another one up here. Alright, so something funny you can do with this guy. His pathfinding is really terrible. So, like, 9 times out of 10, if you go this way... Oh, there's the other thrall. He just falls off the edge. 9 times out of 10. It's super funny. And then you don't have to deal with him, ever. Well, I mean, you have to deal with him if you come back this way, but... You know. That crossbow knight up there can be a pain, but as long as you're not just running straight towards him, you'll be fine. So just because I want to, I'll get Sigurd's armor. The only problem being I don't have the souls for it because I use them to level up. See if there's anything I can sell for that. Oh, we can sell this. Sell that too. Sell all those, not going to use them. Sell all those, not going to use them. Sell all those, not going to use them. Definitely sell all those. We can sell quite a few of these. And you don't need to buy his shield.
Thanks.
So over here is Rosaria, and there's a lot of speculation. I don't know if it's actually confirmed in all the item details and everything, but there's a lot of speculation that Rosaria over here, the one who owns this covenant, I'll get back to that armor I just picked up earlier. It's thought that she's Guinevere from Dark Souls 1. I mean, she's got the giant boobies, she sits kind of like her. She's not as big, but there's a lot of speculation around that. And then when you continue her quest line and or Leonard's quest line, and Leonard ends up killing her, the item that she drops, Soul of Rosaria, can be traded for bountiful sunlight. So she drops a sunlight miracle of all things. And it's also speculated that she left. The thing you kill in Dark Souls 1 is an illusion, obviously, created by, I think, Dark Sun Gwendolyn, who is a guy, by the way. Everybody keeps confusing Guinevere and Gwendolyn, but Guinevere's the girl and Gwendolyn's the guy, even though I think Gwendolyn was very feminine in general. But Guinevere was an illusion in Dark Souls 1, and that means that she wasn't there for the stuff of Dark Souls 1, which hints that she probably was over here since before you even meet her illusion in Dark Souls 1. And while she was gone, it's also rumored that she had lovely fun times with Oseros, the king of, I think he's the king of Lothric Castle, or he was. He was the king of something. Don't know or remember where. And she and he gave birth to Ocelot, the one that Oseros is, Osiris, however you want to pronounce it, the baby that he's going crazy over. And I figure I might as well touch on it now that I'm here. Okay, yeah, thanks message. Okay. Yeah, but can we actually, like, talk to Rosaria? Oh, here we go. I hate when people do that. There's no penalty for joining covenants in this game, which a lot of people have expressed their disdain for, because a covenant kind of means a bond that's very hard to break, and you can just be in everybody's covenant, so it makes no sense. Anyway, there's a glitch that you can do where if you go to reallocate attributes or alter appearance, but I've had this break on me sometimes, the glitch break on me, but it works every time for me for reallocate attributes. If you go to reallocate attributes, and you do this, well, let's do this right now. So when you do that, you're not using up a pale tongue yet, and then you can change your stats however you like, you know. And then once you're done changing up your stats, you'll end up in this screen right here. And if you don't leave this screen and you close the game, then you will be able to successfully change your attributes without actually having to offer her a pale tongue. And you can do that infinitely. So, super useful to know. I need to allocate... Well, attune. I want to attune Greatsword and Pestilent Mist. Yes. And then put on the Silver Serpent Ring. Storyteller Staff. Actually, Sorcerer Staff and then Storyteller Staff. So I can switch to the Sorcerer Staff whenever I need the Soul Greatsword damage. But oh, I am heavy rolling. Good enough. This is one way you can get back to the Deacons. You can go from Rosaria down here through the sludge if you've killed a giant already. You'll take some damage if you're going a little faster, but you can also just go across the elevator and take that elevator down and get to Deacons all the same. I actually forgot that this would be a good place to use the firebug pellets if you have them, because they shoot a lot of fire pellets at you. Now, something that you can do is I've heard that the deacon is in here. So you can send out your poison and poison him early. I don't know where in there he is, but I know that he's inside of this statue. Or this coffin thing. Oh. There we go. So all the normal deacons, they will respawn, but the blue ones will not. So if you kill the blue deacons, then you're gonna have a lot easier time with this. Honestly, pretty easy. I mean, that's probably a lot harder to do without taking a hit, but that's how you do it, just as a pure sorcerer, you know. And just for lols, I should actually pull out a dagger. Also, that fight probably would have been easier with Arstor's spear as well. But, you know, whatever. And of course, after you kill deacons, you can get the awesome Pope outfit, which is super awesome. Oh yeah, I also didn't touch on the Armor of Thorns. Armor of Thorns, it allows you to... Let's see if I can actually... No, that's always going to be too heavy. Okay. Armor of Thorns allows you to roll into things and deal them damage, which is very useful in PvP because the spell or whatever I talked about, Tears of Denial, that leaves you at 1 HP if you would be dealt lethal damage, and Armor of Thorns deals more than 1 damage, but it doesn't deal a lot, but it deals enough damage to roll into somebody with Tears and kill them right away. So it's super useful. Let's give it a Pestilent Mist. Go to Cleansing Trap, we'll do Sigward's thing, and then we'll move over to Abyss Watchers. Cool. And now I want to travel over. Oh yeah, I want to level up a bit, just cause low levels. I'm not too worried about Abyss Watchers. They're pretty easy, honestly. Even with only sorceries, they're still pretty easy. I don't. The Crystal Sage is the only one I really worry about, just because his clones. If you literally don't level health at all, then you can be dealt lethal damage very quickly. It can be very hard to deal with the 5 things in Crystal Sage's fight, but if you level HP maybe about like 4 times or something, you'll be fine in the Crystal Sage fight. Especially if you do it this way. Oh yeah, I need to actually do Fair and Keep to do that. So I don't need the Deacon's Soul for anything. This does give me a Dark Sorcery, but it's not a good Dark Sorcery, and it's an okay Dark Sorcery. The only problem is the better version is locked behind PvP. Well, mostly PvP. I mean, I'm doing Sorcery only, so I guess I could do it. And I'm just gonna be doing this Sorcery only. I can kill Dancer easily enough, even without Dark Sorceries. And if I'm really worried about it, I can just go to the Drag Keep, but screw that. Anything I would want to buy. Estus Ring could be useful, which is what that unlocks, but don't really need it.
Ashen One.
Yeah, alright, just level up. Being able to use more Faerie Flash Swords would be very useful, so I think I want to get stamina up to 15, and then I'll start working on everything else. So there is one thing in this area that I can't really do, but I can talk about. So before you kill a boss, summon signs will appear in the area. That's kind of how it works. If you've already killed a boss, summon signs won't appear. And there are 3 summon signs that can appear here based on how far you've progressed in certain quest lines. You can get the Londor Pale Shade sign. You can get the Blackhand Goddard quest line. The Blackhand Goddard quest line doesn't matter. Like, he'll just show up, whatever. And there's Yellowfinger Heisel. Heisel will only show up here if you give Rosaria a Pale Tongue before you kill the Abyss Watchers. Kill the boss of this area. And unfortunately, doing that locks you out of getting the Cat Ring because Cirrus hates you for it if you give Rosaria a pale tongue. So you cannot, if you do have Heisel over here, he gives you what is, to me, one of my favorite emotes, which is the proper bow. Super love it. Honestly, my favorite bowing emote. The only problem is you have to do it on New Game Plus 2 if you still want the cat ring. Again, the cat ring is the ring that you get from Sirius that prevents non-lethal fall damage. So it's super useful. Again, I could use Spook just because I'm a sorcerer, but I'd rather save my slots for more combat-ready spells. Actually, let's see how this goes. So these Dark Wraiths right here, they'll kill everything. And there are some times when there are too many Grus for the Dark Wraiths to handle. And every now and then, I actually have seen the Grus kill both Dark Wraiths. But it looks like the Dark Wraiths are going to have this one. And that did not take them long at all. I wonder if there's a statistic out there that actually says how often the Grus are able to kill all the Dark Wraiths. So something about these Grus. These Grus will actually not stand up. Even if you run by them, they'll just stay there forever until you attack them. So that's pretty cool. You don't even have to worry about them. You can just... Well, that was not great. If I can poison him. I actually don't remember. I actually did not take into account how resilient he would be to the magic. Honestly, one of my favorite enemies in this game with my favorite armor set in the game. The armor set's not great because it's got really low poise, but it's one of my favorite sets for sure. That core right there you can give to Andre to Andre to unlock the sharp and heavy infusion. And it's kind of unfortunate that the heavy and the dex scaling infusions are sort of locked behind this area, but it's whatever. Oh. Right here you can drop down to, I think, get a holo gem and one of the most useless miracles in the game. Unless you're doing co-op. Anything I need before Abyss Watchers? Probably not. This is the best way to go through the Abyss Watchers area. It attracts the least attention, and for whatever reason, the two spear dudes don't actually stand up unless you're right in front of them. That attack is what you always want him to do because he leaves himself super open all the time after it. You have to be a little careful whenever you dodge through his sword dash because the fire on the front of the sword can actually hit you after his attack is done. Now, something that I'm showing you right here, the boss souls don't actually come into your inventory until... looks like a good 8 to 10 seconds after the boss dies. So what you can do is you can put on all your soul gaining equipment after a boss dies, and if you're quick enough, you'll get all the boss souls boosted with all your soul boosting equipment with, without having to have them on during the fight and nerfing your damage. So that's really cool. And now that we've killed Abyss Watchers, we can do Yol. And this is how you make the most out of Yol's questline. So the way Yol works is he gives you 5 free levels. And his levels are basically the levels you would have to pay for. If you wait till there's no possible way you can level any more, then you give him then you use the 5 levels. Then you can essentially get the 5 most expensive levels possible from his quest line. So that is exactly what we're going to do. Now we've beaten Abyss Watchers. That is the last thing he'll give us. Don't really need it. It decreases the mana usage on our weapons, but it's not really important because we don't use many weapon arts.
Well, very well done.
Honestly, I could have just sold the deep ring. We'll sell it if I need to. Oh, cool. There's all the stamina I'll ever need.
Farewell, Ashley.
And now we go talk to Yul.
Then show it.
Mana? Yeah, mana. Where your dark sigils were, and it would tell you whether or not you had enough dark sigils for the It used to tell you if you had enough dark sigils for the quest line, but I guess it doesn't show you how many dark sigils you have in inventory. Oh, it's in key items. There you go. So now we go and die a billion times over in the undead settlement. So something else you could do to help you run a lot as well was saving or using all your large titanite shards on the weapon you want to use. That being the Court Sorcerer Staff. That's the one you really want to use later on. But because Court Sorcerer Staff doesn't appear... Oops, doing the wrong thing. Because Court Sorcerer Staff doesn't appear until the Profane Capital, you essentially have to level up whatever casting tool you're using now so you can actually get through the game. And then if you need to level up your Court Sorcerer Staff higher than usual, you can go over... You can go kill... you can go to the Pontiff Arena and get the Titanite Shard stuff from there. The only problem is you'll have to kill Pontiff with a... Actually, there's no problem. It's just you'll need to spend a lot of the souls that you got from Pontiff or from any other area on the large Titanite Shards for your new weapon. That, or you can just choose to fight Pontiff with a +5. Which isn't easy, but you can do it. How much hollowing? 4? Okay. We could also take this time to go to the giant in the tower. The dude firing the arrows. The only problem with that now being that we won't ever run into that as a problem.
Goodbye.
Oops, wrong one.
Then show it. Be safe.
Ah, so I need to die. I can just die 5 more times, it's fine. So now that we have 2 dark sigils, every death will give me 2 hollowing. So 5 more deaths will get me completely hollow, and then I can get my last 3 levels. I should probably rename this stream too to something like Sorcery Only Playthrough. Because my intention was to talk to chat, but embarrassing admission, nobody's in chat. Because, you know, I don't have a channel. I'm not a popular streamer, obviously. So, I mean, I just started streaming. If you can't tell. And honestly, even if there was somebody in chat right now, they're not saying anything, so can't really respond to chat. Although this was technically a media stream, so I could talk about some media that I'm interested in. The only problem with that being I would have to split a lot of my screen space up because I'm only working with one monitor, and because I have notes on a lot of media stuff I'm covering, and I'd have to open those up and split screen space with them. And then I wouldn't be able to read chat, or my game would have to be in a smaller window, so it'd be a little annoying. And you can see that because my logo up there is weird looking, it means I'm fully hollow. I suppose I should also mention some of the boss weapons you can get. I can talk about them after I get my levels. Oh, I should also talk to get his emote. Nice.
Then shall we? Then shall we begin? Then shall we begin?
And you'll know when you're done if you get that text. So the reason I'm doing this now, as many probably know, but some who don't, not only am I trying to min-max the levels I get from Yol, but the reason why, why don't you just do it later if you're trying to get the latest levels possible? Thing is, I've read in multiple places that he dies if you cross the bridge in the Catacombs of Carthus, but I generally tend to be a little safer and not even enter the Catacombs in general. And there's not really enough souls in the Catacombs for me to want to risk going through the Catacombs and then coming back to the shrine to try and level up all his stuff. So instead we'll just go into the Catacombs now. I suppose I could also talk about, if I don't have anything to talk about midway, like if there's a dead moment, like right there, I could talk about other media that I'm interested in. So there's a few things you can do here. Honoree's quest line can begin once you talk to her at the halfway fortress in the Crucifixion Woods, basically. And then it can be continued when you enter the shrine and talk to her there. And then it will progress once you enter the Catacombs. So this is the safe and quick way down. Basically, nobody will mess with you if you go down that way. You kill that dude at the door right there, so that ball right here can break and give you an undead bone shard. And then, of course, there's other stuff back there, but I'll do it after I get the bonfire here, I guess I should say. There's a lot of traps in this area, but the pots here, the ones with the little lids on them, will spawn little dark magic at you, and it's not fun dealing with the dark magic because you'll die like that. Also, I think I took magic damage because I'm wearing the Crown of Dusk, so I should probably remove that. But the pots there, they spawn magic damage at you, and that little shiny that I was going towards, that was the Carthus Milk Ring, which not really useful for me, but I figure I might as well show you once I got it, but I probably shouldn't do that anymore. The Carthus Milk Ring will increase your dex by 3 and give you really short invisibility on your rolls. So it's not really tricking anyone. It's not tricking the AI, most certainly. It's just neat, I guess. The only real upside to it is the actual 3 dex that it's giving you. Not so much anything else. Stay locked on. Don't kill me now. Is there a way down there? No, that just does something else. Huh. I thought for sure that guy came back to life. I guess not. So skeletons in this game work a little differently from Elden Ring. Skeletons in this game need to be killed twice, and then they're permanently dead. As with every Souls game, also if you kill them with a blessed weapon, so either with a blessed gem on a weapon, or the miracle blessed weapon, literally, they will die permanently without needing to kill them again. Rude. You can also tell if they die right away if you get the souls from killing them. They don't give you souls if they're not actually dead. And there's a sharp gem right there, so if you want to do a pure dex build without the cell swords or something else, then there's your second sharp gem. Excuse me? What? Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose I missed Henri, so that sucks. But since I died and I'm back here again, I'll just use the opportunity to do this. Also, those guys throw dark magic bombs, so careful of those as well. That's what I get for not paying attention. You can go down this way for a really quick route to the bonfire, instead of having to go down the stairs or whatnot. Yeah, so I watched Godzilla -1 the other day. Good movie. Really good movie. I had a few problems with it, but I was both surprised by it and disappointed by it, because I had heard some things about it before I saw it, and you know, everybody was saying how good it was and it was a really great movie and everything. So I think I was expecting a little better from it than I got, but so that was the disappointment aspect of it. But obviously the impressed part is that it is a Godzilla movie, and somehow the characters weren't the most boring thing in the universe to watch. Something else I should mention too, if you start running kind of to the stairs but you don't go all the way down, the rats will get close to the stairs and then the ball will just kill them. So that's super nifty. I was going to get the ashes over there, but they're mostly not worth anything. I think they give you Carthus Row, and that's it. Also, that Titanite lizard will always clip through the thing. If you try to kill him the normal way, he'll always clip through the terrain and just kill himself. It's really dumb. I don't know why they haven't fixed it. I mean, obviously it's not high on their list of priorities, but still. That gate right there lets you really quickly come back without having to go through those two guys. Might as well do this too. Yeah, I got a few. So that's neat. Once the ladder works. So, of course, I do this first because the Shield of Want is down here, which, you know, extra souls, can't beat it. Let's put on the Crown of Dusk. Now, here's something interesting you can do. Watch this. So you can go down here, aggro all the skeletons. Make sure that's on. Always fun to do. Another thing you can do as well, there's a Mimic over there, and you can aggro the Mimic onto the demon. The Mimic, I think, has about a 50-50% chance to kill the demon. Problem is the demon has quite a bit of health and quite a bit of damage, whereas the Mimic doesn't have nearly as much health as the demon has. So it doesn't always work out the way you'd want it to, but if it does work out and the Mimic ends up killing the demon, it's hilarious. So I guess no better time than now to... Oh, hold on, let me get rid of this jerk. It's gonna come back, so that sucks. Like, seriously? That was weird. Not gonna be using those, but whatever. I should have actually worn the Slumbering Dragon Ring, because that, I think, gives me... yeah, no other item. I think the Slumbering Dragon Ring would give me extra time with the rusted coins. Yeah, so, I was watching Godzilla -1, really good movie. I wouldn't call it a great movie because it had some problem. It had a pretty catastrophic problem in there. I guess, you know, if you don't want spoilers on the movie, mute for the next minute or two. But one of the problems I had with the movie, which is a pretty major one, Godzilla is destroying the city, right? And the main character, I think he's flying in. I don't know what he's doing, but he's there. And his girlfriend is taking a subway train. And while Godzilla is destroying the city and everything, he's running away. And she gets... Her subway train gets attacked by Godzilla, and she somehow survives, which is a little contrived, but, you know, I'll take it or whatever. But after he attacks her... bus or train or whatever, she somehow manages to find him in the middle of the city, which, okay, again, not a huge problem, little contrived, but fine. And then he's he destroys basically the entire city. Well, I wouldn't say the entire, but he destroys basically the entire vicinity they're in. I can't imagine there was anybody living there. You know, they have shots to show rubble and the desolation and destruction that was caused by, what was it, his laser or was it his tail swipe? I don't remember, but they show all the desolation that was caused by whatever he's doing, and his girlfriend pushes him out of the way, which already really stupid because, you know, she could have just gone behind him and pulled him with her, but whatever. So she pushes him out of the way. He lives, and he done it, and he survives, obviously, which also a little bit weird, but whatever. And he, at the end of the movie, it's revealed that she survived too, which you don't actually see anywhere for her to hide. You assume she's dead because he looks out. There's, ooh, there we go. Oh my god, really? How in the world am I going to get that? You assume she's dead just because of the you know, the desolation of everything. But, dude, that is the most unfortunate drop I think I've ever seen. How in the... That has to be the worst drop in the history of everything. What the hell? But yeah, you know, the fact that, you know, the ending happens the way it does was just a little bit... You know, that's stupid. I got that drop. I'm gonna just hack that in because that's dumb. Well, not hack it in, but I'll just drop it to myself. That was actually really, really dumb. I've never actually seen that happen before. Yeah, that's insane. So that was that was probably the biggest problem with the movie, was just the huge stacking of conveniences and contrivances. It was they meet up, it was they find each other, then it was the events following that, and then it was the end. Like, all of it stacked on together is just, it definitely should not have happened that way. Just too much convenience and luck all stacked up into one, as well as that end just does not work. But I think that's the only major criticism I have of it. I have a couple other criticisms of it too. One of my more nitpicky criticisms are the way he looks while he's swimming. Godzilla has really stubby arms. And, oh, is it not going to work? There we go. He has really stubby arms, and I don't understand how he can swim, because, you know, he doesn't have webbed limbs. I don't think he has webbed feet, and, oops, wrong one. And his arms are so short that I can't imagine him getting enough force from his arms to actually help him stay afloat. And so him swimming already seems a little weird to me, but he moves really fast. I guess it's because he's serpentine and he's got a tail to help him swim and everything, but I don't know. I don't think his speed is justified. And so this is the mimic head I was talking about. It gives you extra souls. I normally wouldn't do that in a run like this, but you saw I was cheated out of that one up there. Anyway, he also he's in deep water, and he's able to, I don't know if he's standing up or he's floating, but he's able to both swim lying down and stand up, or like be upright at the same time. And I thought that was just a little strange, because I can't imagine him treading water at all with his weight and size and everything. And also being able to fire a laser with without having to focus on swimming, I don't know, it seemed off. So that's a nitpick, of course. I have not really a major detail, but that's that. And then I think I understand that the movie was made on less than a $15 million budget, which, again, kudos to them. Really, really crazy that they managed that. But that less than $15 million does show in one particular point when they're looking at Godzilla's back. And if they didn't show Godzilla's back, it would have worked a lot better, I think. But when they do close-ups on Godzilla's back, you can tell that he's partially a model because the spikes on his back have a very clear sort of like square cutout exit point that doesn't really exist on creatures as far as I'm aware. I think most creatures don't have square cutout points on them and everything. And I thought it looked very fake, obviously, but that's another just really small detail. Obviously, Godzilla looks incredible for most of the movie. Oh, I also think he looks a little weird while he swims too. Like his face looks a little weird, but again, just super nitpicky details. Anything else I didn't like about the movie? I don't think so. I would have to think hard about it, but overall, still a really solid movie. They characterized everybody really well. So this is Smoldering Lake, and while you're here, there's an arbalist. Well, there's an Avalon up there. Avalon. Shoot. Oh, I don't want to go that way yet. There's an Avalon shooting up there, and so it'll shoot 3 times. You can sort of tell when it's going to shoot at you if you pay attention or sort of remember the timings between shots. Like if you've been in this area enough and you've died and stuff, you can sort of tell when the second one's coming and the third one's coming. And even if you're not looking at it, you can dodge it like that. But okay, the next one coming up is going to be the hard one, though. So you can get a chunk from here. There you go. There you go. If you don't redirect it, he'll go into this area and, oh, Horus is here. I can kill him. So, fun fact about little Horus here. You can actually see him from the bridge where the bridge you break to get down here. You can actually see him in the Smoldering Lake from the bridge. And Henri, his friend, the one who's looking for him, she doesn't know where Horus is. Obviously, you'll see once I talk to her, if I do. And if you don't see Horus down here, and you tell her that you don't know where he is, she'll be fine. She'll move on to Irithyll, and her questline will continue. If you do see Horus down here, and you either die to him, or you don't want to kill him, or don't want to fight him, or whatever, and then you talk to Henri and say you don't know where he is, she will also live. But if you do tell her where he is, and you haven't killed him, then Horus will actually end up killing Henri, because Horus is your enemy there because he's hollowed, meaning he's a danger to everyone around him, including Henri. So it's important that if you want to continue Henri's quest line, that you kill Horus there, or you just never see him in the first place. So it's very important that you make it past that part of the worm right there, because if you don't make it past him quickly enough, he will burrow back into the ground like that, and his tail will actually hit you, and it'll suck. Mm. So I like the characters in Godzilla Minus One. The main character is pretty well characterized as maybe not a coward, but just somebody who's very, maybe he's a. See, he's not a coward all around. I think he's just sort of a combat noob. He hasn't really been in a very tense situation before, and he's afraid for his life. But I think the thing that's different from a coward is cowards generally tend to they're scared of everything. You know, they don't want pain, they don't want conflict, they don't want death, they don't want any self-harm to come to themselves. Whereas he, I think, just has very realistic preservation instincts. And I'm not spoiling anything in the movie, by the way. He this is very early on. He's supposed to be a kamikaze pilot, but I think he doesn't go through with it because he thinks the situation's hopeless, and he values his own life more than what he deems to be a hopeless mission. And you know, I can definitely say there's some cowardice there, but I don't necessarily blame him for chickening out on a mission where he's just definitely supposed to die. He's definitely supposed to die, and he just doesn't see oh, fuck. Frick. I was actually planning on... So if you kill the orbs up there, you can actually make it through this area a lot easier. But, obviously the problem is if you don't have the defenses for it, then they're just going to deal a lot of damage to you. So I guess I'll just run through the area. Remember up so I don't die as easily. What was I saying, though? I think his instincts to preserve himself are very well founded. I mean, I know there's a whole sense of duty to your homeland and do your job, and Japan especially is very much duty oriented and honor and all that nonsense. See, this is it sucks I wasn't fast enough. I hate that so much. It's just, why would you make... I know everybody talks about certain enemies in this game, like dogs and thralls, that are really annoying. But if there's one enemy in this game that is just so annoying, or just a mechanic that's so annoying, it's the slimes coming down on you and wasting so much of your time for basically no reason. They didn't really do that much damage to me. They... just awful design. But again, I don't really impugn him too hard for that. And of course, he's got a lot of guilt to live with because not only did he make it out and nobody else did, but there's a scene really shortly after where they were counting on him to do something and they all died and he didn't. So there's a lot of survivor's guilt in the movie, and I think they did it very well. I won't spoil any more than that because there's like that wasn't really spoilers, but there is spoilers based on his survivor's guilt, and I won't go into that. But again, I think he was really well handled as a character, and I think there was enough in the movie criticizing him for his misdeeds for him to want to feel dead and want to make it up to people. So there are two hidden walls here. That this one right here gives you large titanite shards, and this one gives you the isolate staff, which is good for dark sorceries if you're going the in faith route. So there's nothing else really to get over here. There's a Titanite scale down there, and, well, you know, I can go kill Sorg if I really want to. But I don't really want to. I don't need his Night Slayer's ring, because it only boosts stamina blocking damage against shield users. And then the Black Knight isn't really useful at all, so no reason for me to go over there. I don't need the Titanite scale. But I was really surprised that and I know a lot of people will feel differently from me on this movie. I was really surprised that I was actually less interested in the Godzilla stuff and more interested in the people stuff. I don't think that was something I or anybody else was ever expecting to happen. And, you know, I don't think a lot of people were interested in the people stuff. I know my friend was very much like, okay, guys, can you stop being boring now? You know, I want to watch Godzilla destroy stuff. And I want to get to the more action-y parts of this movie. There's a Black Knight in there, Black Knight sword, yada yada. And I'm kind of upset at him for that, because people like him are the reason... oh, God, that's toxic. People like him are the reason you don't get movies where filmmakers trust their audience. But... but at the same time, I can't blame him for some of the slower parts of the movie. But even with the slower parts of the movie, I get the parts that he was not too invested in, such as the military and strategy talk and everything, because there is a little bit of that in the movie, and you know, that can be a little boring for some people. But I don't know. I thought all the stuff with him and the people around him and the world sort of reacting to how he lived when he probably shouldn't have. I thought that was all just really great stuff. Oh, frick, I died from the toxic. See, toxic is what you have to worry about. So that sucks. I have to make a run all the way down there. Because there's one thing I'm missing over there. Technically, two. But yeah, so that movie was really good. You know, without justifying it too hard. I could go into why I like or dislike numbers, or why I use them or don't like using them, but without trying to bog down the conversation and justify it too hard. I'd give the movie roughly a 7. My grading scale starts with a 5, so 5 is average, 5 is middle of the road. Every movie starts at a 5 and gets merit points or loses points based on everything they do right or wrong. And so 5 being average, thought the movie was about a 7, a few points above average. I thought namely the big problems I mentioned earlier, were big enough to weigh it down. And then, of course, you know, that some of the graphical issues. And I think a little bit of the pacing. I think the pacing could have been improved a little. Oh, stupid lock on. Let's not have a repeat of last time. So the reason I want to come back here is because there's an item over here. Obviously, the one I'm going and getting. Let's see, what else did I watch recently? I watched the Super Mario Bros. Movie recently. I know, super late to the party. I wasn't really interested in it. Mario has never really been a fan favorite franchise of mine. His games have been moderately entertaining, which I guess is what they're going for, but I don't think his games are, I mean, this is going to be super controversial, but I don't think his games are niche enough to, how do I say this? I don't think they're niche enough to apply very heavily to a certain audience member. I think they're a little more generalized, so they're supposed to appeal to broader audiences across the board. And I don't dislike or hate Mario games. I just don't have as much fun with them as I think many other people do. And I think part of that is because I don't think they have enough appeal for me. In terms of their mechanics, I'm not really much of a platformer kind of person. Nothing else really there.
Action 1.
Reinforce that. No, other extra shards. Okay, how many do I have? I have 15. Okay, so that's good. So I can go down to the profane cap. Actually, yeah, I can do that. So reinforce this to +5. Because you only need 12 of any particular normal shard to level up to the next shard level. So what I want to do is get the large shard from somewhere else, like the Ashes of Ariandel DLC or Irithyll, and use that to level up the staff I want to use later. Undead Bone Shard 1, Undead Bone Shard 2, and I think Undead Bone Shard 3? No, I already got the one from the Catacombs. Okay. I don't plan on dealing damage with those. Probably don't need those anymore, but I'll keep them around just because.
Action 1.
So I guess I guess now is an okay time to talk about Ludlith and his stuff. Ludlith, similarly to Dark Souls 1, there's some things in here that are good, but they're not amazing. Havel's Ring is one of the exceptions, but one of the problems with Havel's Ring that you get from the Soul of the Stray Demon, is that it's outclassed once you get to the DLC. So if you can get through the game without needing Havel's Ring, then you can get Havel's Ring +3, and then you've kind of wasted 20k souls on that. Boulder Heave is actually really good for a Pyromancer because it deals physical damage, it has good arcing, it has a lot of really great splash. So honestly, Boulder Heave is one of the best things you can get from the Soul Transposition. Hollow Slayer is also a really great weapon. It's about as good as the Claymore, but the problem with it compared to the Claymore is the Claymore can be buffed and infused and scale with your build better, whereas the Hollow Slayer is only as good as its base form is. You can't change it at all. So it has a couple bonuses that are really good, like being, well, it's one good bonus is that it's good versus Hollows. Non-player Hollows, I should say. And Hollows, the main Hollow would be Gale, his second form, and I think maybe his third form. They're Hollow, so this will deal extra damage to him. But you can probably get the extra damage out through the Claymore anyway. The Wolfenite Greatsword's pretty good. Again, it's another sort of Hollow Slayer-esque sword where you can't change its scaling. It scales more on quality than anything, but it's still a good sword in general, and it's got a pretty decent moveset. Its R1 special is pretty decent, and its R2 combo can kind of work, but it's a little harder to pull off because it's very heavily telegraphed. One of the most popular weapons in PvP, outside of just the meta weapons, is the Farron Greatsword. In fact, I think it's probably one of the most popular boss weapons outside of some of the DLC weapons, and that's largely due to it being an ultra, so it's got a wide swing, but its L2 doesn't cost FP, and it's just got a wide arc, a lot of sweeping, and some decent damage on it because it's an ultra, and it can't be parried. The big sword can't be parried. The one thing you have to watch out for, however, is that every step in the R2, the L2, every step in the L2 sort of special combo that it has will start by swinging the little blade first, and that can be parried. So if you're at the proper range, this is a monster and is really hard to deal with. It's also easy to backstab in certain instances, so it's not always the greatest, but for a lot of people who don't know how to deal with it, it is a very strong weapon. Demon's Great Axe isn't really anything special. Nobody uses this thing. It's got an okay weapon art that has a lot of stagger when it hits the ground, but it's very slow, and the weapon art leaves you way open, so not really good. I already talked about Vort's Mace, but I guess the thing that sets Vort's Mace aside from the Irithyll Straightsword and the Irithyll Rapier is its really high frostbite. You can frostbite most things in 1 or 2 hits with this, which should happen that way because it's an ultra, but it's really good at proccing frostbite. So if frostbite's what you're looking for, then this would probably be the thing to do it with. And lastly, the Demon Fists are pretty good as far as fists go. They have a really nice special that unfortunately can be parried, so be careful with that. But they do a lot of damage, and they're really good on Pyromancer builds because you can do the strength route and lean more into their physical, or you can go more faith and actually lean into the fire damage route. And if you lean more into the sort of actual pure Pyromancer, but you have these with just a minimum strength requirement, then you can not only have these in one hand and punch with them and use the weapon art and still deal a pretty decent amount of damage because the fire damage will scale. Not as well, but the fire damage will still scale with your stats. But you can also cast pyromancies with your other hand, so really useful. Oh, and this right here is pretty decent. It's the smaller version. The great version is found from the Archdeacon Covenant, the Aldrich Faithfuls that you find in Irithyll, and it's just a better version of this. This one costs 50% less mana, but it's almost negligible because 6 mana versus 9 mana is barely much of a difference. But if you want to run Dark Sorceries, you can run this, and you get a decent way with that. Oh, and now that Yol's dead, Yuria will be down here, and you can get an emote from her. Which is also a pretty good emote, honestly. So here's the Dark Hand. If you know what you're doing with the game and you go through the game at a level 1, then you can twink and run the Dark Hand. The Dark Hand cannot be leveled up, but its damage is insane, as you can see from there. It's very insane for an early game weapon that doesn't need to be leveled up. So you can, as a level 5 to a level 10, you can just run around with this thing and absolutely demolish people with it. Really, really annoying. This right here gives you some more Dark Miracles. I don't remember which ones it gives you, but there they are. This will remove your hollowing, but you don't want to use it if you're going for the Dark Lord ending, because Yuria will disappear and you'll be locked out of that ending. And also, I mean, if you want to get Yuria set and get more Purging Stones or get any of her other stuff and you don't have the materials for it, then purging your hollowing is not a good idea. But these are really useful for at the end of the game if you don't want to look like a monster and you don't want to use this ring to get rid of your hollowing appearance. So I've sold everything, and now we can level up a ton. I really want more intelligence because we're going to be getting some pretty crazy intelligence sorceries coming up, and trying to deal with Pontiff with low intelligence is going to be a pain because he, unlike a lot of other people, can actually dodge your spells. So, not great. So we'll kill the old Demon King now. No reason not to. 3 levels. Well, easy levels, I should say. And then we can go kill Wolnir and enter Irithyll. Anyway, what I was saying about the Mario Bros. Movie. It was an okay movie. I think there was kind of... I think they blew a lot of their load a little too early. You know, they had all this stuff to work with. They had Donkey Kong, and they had they had Mario Kart, and they had Kamek, and a lot of members of Bowser's Army, and they used a lot of power-ups and everything, Bullet Bills, and I think a lot of that could have been saved for other movies. And the Bowser getting defeated in the same way, in the way that he did, you know, because his whole thing is he wants to marry Peach, and I don't know what they're going to do for a sequel to that, because I have 2 of these. because the sequels are going to have to deal with, reusing stuff that they've already shown. Oh, I don't need this anymore for quite a while anyway. They've already shown a lot of their, sort of fan servicey elements, such as actually, let me check the Black Knight leggings. They've already shown a lot of their fan servicey elements, bullet bills and toads and everything. Oh, I recognize that kind of stuff. And so anytime it shows up in the future, is just going to, it's just going to be there. It's not going to really be fan service anymore because we've already seen it before. And I think they could have saved that for other movies, especially the Donkey Kong elements of it. You could have done a lot with all the Donkey Kong stuff. And like, they go into the Donkey Kong Kingdom, and they don't do anything with it, really. They don't look at sort of how the Donkey Kong Kingdom functions. They don't spend a lot of time there. So they use a location very sparsely. And so if they want to use the location in the future, it's almost going to detract from whatever they want to do in the next movie. It's just going to throw off the pacing, where they have to, if they want to unless they want to make a whole movie about the Donkey Kong area, which fine, go right ahead, you do you. But if they want to do a movie in the Donkey Kong area, I think they've already sort of wasted a lot of their potential in the Donkey Kong area to begin with. Okay, Old Demon King. I hate that attack so much. Like, how do you dodge that? Yeah. When his meteors falls, it's not really that dangerous. You can just run away from them. You don't even have to dodge them. I mean, you saw what I did there. Like, I was close to him, and there was, like, just no danger whatsoever. Put on all our soul-gaining items. Look at that, 50k, and you're not. I doubt you're even supposed to get nearly that many from him. But all those soul items just stacking, all crazy. I'll play his bonfire because why not? And it's only going to get more crazy too because I'm just going to be leveling super hard into int, or leaning hard into int and everything. I have a lot of int right now, so I probably should level up my HP a little more because Pontiff. I am good at this game, but Pontiff might end up posing a couple problems for me, so I'll level up to like 20, I think.
Well, Ashen One.
This guy gives you his Great Hammer and Chaos Bed Vestiges. Chaos Bed Vestiges is a very, very, very good pyromancy, and it's used by basically everybody. High damage, resets your stun, very wide AoE, lingering hitbox. I mean, what isn't to love about Chaos Bed Vestiges other than the fact that it takes 2 slots? But really solid. So any pyromancer ever should basically always be running Chaos Bed Vestiges. And then his Demon's Great Hammer, honestly, I don't even really know what it does because I've never used it. Every time I've gotten the King's Soul, I've been a pure pyromancer. I've been a pyromancer using the Great Axe, But one of the problems with the Great Hammer is I think it's heavier than the Great Axe too, and I just never have the weight load for it. Like in PvP when I was done with my character, I never had the equip load plus the armor plus all the rings and armor and stuff I wanted to be able to use it. So I never did use it. And of course, because it's an ultra, you better hope that it's a really good ultra, because otherwise you're just going to be leaving yourself open for backstabs. Unfortunately, players have gotten so good at this game that in PvP they can just backstab you out of most attacks you do. In fact, I think the only thing that players can't backstab you out of is a straight sword or a dagger swing. It's insane how good a lot of players have gotten. Oh, there's Henri. Which is interesting because a lot of players think that you need to, like even Fextra seems to think that you need to talk to Henri a little earlier on, but you don't need to. She'll just show up here. Gotta be a little careful rolling off there, because you could accidentally just roll off the side. Oh yeah, I should have used Soul Greatsword, but it's fine. Fan Flash Sword should be just fine. I need to remember to switch over to the Crown of Dusk every time I take off the Mimic Head. So you always want to go for the arms first, because if you go for the middle first, like if you go for the arms first, you get a huge chance to wail on him, and then well, you know, you get a huge chance to wail on him, and he doesn't really get to react to it that much. But if you go for the middle first, he basically activates right away, and then you don't get the chance to. That was honestly one of the craziest. So actually, you saw, that's actually a good thing that you saw right there. That right there, his hand dragged me back, and that is one of the problems I have with this fight, where his hand, you can get caught on it and just dragged straight back into his body mist. I don't even care that I didn't get that item. Souls are more important. That gives you the Karthus Pyromancy Tome, which is was it a Pyromancy? I think it was a Pyromancy Tome. Yeah, and it gives you. I think it gives you Black Flame. It gives you. No, what is that? Was that a Divine Tome? I don't know. It gives you a tome, which I'm not using, so who cares? But that is one of the reasons I cite that fight as being just really bad. A lot of players think that fight is really bad, and I think a lot of them are right in saying that. I mean, obviously, I'm agreeing with them, and I'm saying it myself, but. I think they think it's bad because, you know, all you have to do is hit the bracelets and then he's dead. You know, what's fun about that? I think a lot of players focus on the fun aspect of it and not on the mechanical aspect of it, which is, you know, if you get some really bad RNG in that fight, you can get a Warrior fight where you can basically never hit his right bracelet because all he does is, do I have my ring set up? Okay, cool. You can never hit his right bracelet because he's always spawning a sword. He's always oh, that was stupid. This thing hitting you with his entire body is retarded. What was that? What? Honestly, if I survive that invader, that's just going to be a surprise. Hello, invader. Mm-hmm. So now that I'm being invaded, this is a good time to mention. You might have seen right there, he healed instantly. What happened is he... See right there? He did a glitch called Estus Cancel, which I can show you later. But that is one of the many problems with PvP in this game, which is the Estus Cancel glitch. You can also tell that he's very well prepped for PvP because you can see he's doing really small heals. He basically has a Sig Brows, so he's very heavily stacked on Sig Brows. So that sucks. And I'm probably going to lose because, well, you know. Oh. Yeah, so I wanted to light the bonfire so I wasn't wasting time, but, you know, whatever. And honestly, that was one of the, you know, nicer invaders. A lot of them, you know, they're super sweaty tryhards, which he was a tryhard kind of, you know, invading with a full inventory of heals and all whatnot, but he wasn't super rude about it. There's a lot of people who are very sweaty tryhards, and whenever they win, they love to throw it in your face and gloat and everything. And the combination of the game's broken systems, the glitches, the bad netcode, and then the people who think they're so good because they're using the best meta-defining weapons. It's kind of why I stopped doing a lot of PvP. I did do a lot of it back in the day, but I don't know, it just wasn't fun. And of course, it's different for everybody, right? There's a lot of people who are really good at it, and I mean, I'm going to be honest, everybody can meme all they want and say, you know, the normal Dark Souls meme, I just get good. But I couldn't get good. It just wasn't in the cards for me, I guess. So let's see. This right here is the worst area because of those two Fire Witches. The Fire Witches have the most awful moveset ever. I don't know what they were smoking when they made these things, but like they have one attack that can spread fire along the ground, and it just goes wherever the hell it feels like that. How? Please tell me how it goes like that and loops. Look at that. Please tell me how it loops around like that. Honestly, I just think it's insanity. And then, of course, they have a lot of attacks, like the one that can go down the ground, but, you know, they have a lot of attacks that can just hit you from anywhere. Like that one that strikes the ground and fire just pops up whenever and wherever it feels like. That's probably one of the worst ones because of how well it stacks with all the other attacks. It can build up really quickly if you don't take the area really slowly. But part of the problem with taking the area really slowly is you run into you run into a lot of enemies you can't defeat quickly, and then you'll attract their attention, and you'll attract their attention, and then you have to deal with all the ground stuff and the enemies that you can't kill yet. And the enemies that you're probably trying to deal with that you can't kill, they're fast and relatively tanky, but they do some decent damage. They can knock you down. Fire Witches can, you know, knock you up, for lack of a better word. They can also send flames along the ground. So you just have a lot of stuff to deal with. Okay, so that thing right there only shows up if you've progressed through Honor's quest line. And I guess I will go for a Lord of Hollows ending, because why not? I mean, I don't see a reason not to. Oh yeah, that's right. Grey Rat. So, Grey Rat will want to go out and pillage again once you enter Irithyll. I mean, you'll see once I head back to the shrine. Once you enter Irithyll, he'll want to go pillage again, but there's a catch where you have to either progress Sigurd's questline to the point where he's in Irithyll and Sigurd will save Grey Rat from dying, or you have to have patches at your shrine in order to save Grey Rat. If neither of those two things are met, then Grey Rat will die at Irithyll with only the Irithyll items in where he died. Something else really interesting to note too is Grey Rat will also die if you go to Profaned Capital or Irithyll Dungeon before killing Pontiff. And the reason that Fextra states is because Alva, the guy who invades you there, will kill him. But Alva, like, you can kill Alva yourself, but Alva will still kill him, which leads me to believe that it leads me to believe that Alva is only invading your world or something, or like he exists in another area, and like he'll invade or something. Yeah, no, he invades you. Yeah, so he'll just invade you again or something whenever Grey Rat enters that area, and then Alva will just kill him. Even though you killed Alva over there, you only basically killed his invasion, if that makes sense. So doesn't really help. It doesn't really help killing him over there or not. Once you enter Irithyll Dungeon without killing Pontiff, a Grey Rat will die as well. Something else I find interesting too is that I'm caring so much about Grey Rat when I don't really need any of his items. Like the Embers are useful, the Divine Blessing is useful, but you know, I don't need any of his weapons, I don't need any of his armor or whatnot, but I don't know. So here's Sirius's sign, obviously, and something else interesting about this is I'm not embered right now. Usually, if you want to see signs, you have to be embered, but in this case, you don't have to be. You don't have to be embered to put down your own sign, and for other players to summon you in, which is what's happening here. But her sign is still visible in your world, so that's just a really strange interaction, honestly. This fight right here with Creighton the Wanderer is generally really awful on higher new games because Creighton does a lot of damage, he has a lot of health, and Cirrus does not. She doesn't get that much stronger on new game runs, but he does, and he'll kill her very quickly. His weapon is also very good for PvP as well. Mostly for lower level PvP. It does a lot of damage, and its lightning scaling on it adds extra free damage for low level PvP. So if you have the stats for it, a raw Dragon Slayer Great Axe is just really, really strong for, you know, level 15, level 30 PvP meta. But one of the problems with that meta in particular is that because nobody's doing a lot of damage, it tends to last a really long time. Fights are just very sloggy at that point, and there's not much weapon variety because, well, everybody... So one of the most important things about PvP is health. You want to be able to withstand a lot of hits, and especially at lower levels, the more health you have, the harder you are to kill by a significant margin, even more so than at meta levels, meta being around 125, 133. And at lower levels, the more you pump into health, just the more insane it is to try and kill you. And because you're pumping so much into health, there's not really a lot of room for other stats, like other weapon wielding stats. So you'll be left with a very small roster of items that you can use. You know, you'll be able to use the broadsword, maybe the wood hammer, the farmer's pitchfork, maybe. There's a lot of stuff you can't use, and that's kind of one of the things that turns me off specifically from low level PvP is just the really long fights with the same weapons over and over again. Now, if you killed Creighton on the bridge, you actually can get him to invade you here, and you can get his axe. And then if you kill him here, you can get his armor set from the merchant at the shop, but I don't care about either of those. See, did I say everything I needed to say about the Mario movie? I mean, it looked good. Jack Black as Bowser was really solid, honestly. Chris Pratt as Mario wasn't as bad as everybody made it out to be. The voice kind of just fades away. Similarly to movies back in the day with not so great cameras compared to now. You kind of forget that you're actually watching a movie and you're just enjoying the ride, basically. Not saying that you enjoyed the ride with the Mario movie, but what I mean is you're just watching the movie. It's not really that bad. I definitely didn't like the illumination touches on it, such as the toads just pleading for their lives because, oh, they're cute. Like, oh, we're too cute to die, and they like, pose for the camera and everything. Not really... I don't know. I don't like very obvious winks to the audience like that. I like it when characters and lines can be funny on their own, or even better if they mesh with the world, basically. I know this is a very unfair comparison, but Lord of the Rings, for example, Gimli never really tried to be funny. He just was, just because he was shorter than usual, because he wasn't as good a runner and everything. Hearing him commiserate about those kinds of things was just really endearing and really funny sometimes, and the pride he has about being tossed, and like, nobody tosses a dwarf, but then he has to accept at one point that he will get tossed because he can't make the jump when they're protecting Helm's Deep and everything. Really great stuff, and that's the kind of comedy that really works. Character-based comedy that doesn't rely on simple, cheap, oh, goo goo gaga eyes, that aren't we cute? Please give us all the cute medals and everything, stuff like that. That kind of comedy is very similar to the kind of horror I really hate in movies, where the jump scares are just total nothing burgers. There's nothing in them. They manage to startle you for a minute because of your aversion to, like, your natural aversion to having something pop out in your face. It plays on your instincts of not wanting to be in danger, but outside of that, there's no really lasting fear of being just jump scared. And everybody at this point refers to jump scares as just the cheap horror thing. Same thing with all the illumination goo goo eyes and everything. Oh, it's just cheap cuteness. There's nothing really meaningful about it. Who's going to be talking about the Mario movie in 10 years and saying, you know what I really liked about the Mario movie? The goo goo eyes. People might be talking about the Mario movie and how much they like it, but they're not going to be talking about the goo goo eyes. They're going to be talking about all the other stuff that makes it worthwhile. Like, I think the best part of the Mario movie, as much as I don't like it, is the stuff between Mario and Luigi and the character payoffs there. I could go upstairs, but I'm not going to. Actually, yeah, I'll go upstairs. The character payoffs is what makes a lot of that movie really, really work. I'd like to say really good, but, I don't think the Mario movie is particularly good. I think it's okay. Oh, you suck. I don't think it's particularly good. I think it's okay. I think it does some things decent, but... Cool, launch Titanic. Ooh, that was tense. Honestly. Playing chicken with a great bow. And let's see, what else did I see recently? I watched Gattaca recently. Wasn't really a fan. There's some good stuff in there, but I had some problems with the way their society worked. I like the concept of I like the concept of hard work paying off, and people who are born with great gifts, who don't use them, can necessarily fall shorter than those who aren't as well off, but try their very hardest to make the most out of their lives. I think that's something very admirable about it, but in general, I just didn't really... I don't know, I didn't really connect with it at all. This area sucks, by the way. Anybody going through this area for the first time, if anybody comments on this video, I would like to know how many people made it through that area the first time. Not without getting hit, because that's basically impossible, but how many people went through that area without dying, you know? I bet a lot of people died there. I mean, I know, I sure died there. I'm just gonna summon these two for their emotes. Might as well, right? That's a good one too, but meh. Not one of my favorites. I prefer the dignified bow and especially the proper bow way more. Okay, I can try to kill Pontiff like this, but it's going to be a little difficult. So one of the interesting things about Pontiff, as with a lot of boss, well, not a lot, but a few of the bosses in this game that you wouldn't expect. Pontiff is weak to magic, fire, and electric. So he's basically weak to all the elements, which I think is crazy. I don't know if he's weak to dark, but, you know, he's weak. What are you doing? Go away. He's weak to a lot of different elements, which you wouldn't expect. Nameless King, too. Nameless King is not weak to electric. Is he? No, he's immune. He's resistant to electric, but he's weak to fire and dark and magic. And you can cheese a lot of these fights just by being a mage or a caster. You know, it's a little crazy. This is going to be a little crazy. So something about Pontiff that some people may or may not know is many of his sword swings with his orange sword can be parried, which makes this fight a lot easier. However, I am not good at parrying, especially not parrying Pontiff. So I just don't bother. I just dodge. Honestly, with the amount of damage I was doing to Pontiff, I wasn't expecting his ghost to go down that easily. Yeah, I thought so. It also doesn't help that I didn't have the Lloyd's ring active. I think Great Heavy Solero could have helped me a lot out there. But yeah, that's pumping. Gattaca. One of the problems I had with Gattaca as a movie was their society has gone so far with technology that they are able to look at your life, they can look at your genes, and they basically have your life down to a science, right? Oh, I need to use a bone shard. They basically have your life down to a science, and they can basically tell everything about you. And I find it really strange that there are inaccuracies in there, even though everything is so sure. The whole thing about his life expectancy being 30 years, but he lives longer than that, I can take that. But, chance of heart failure and everything, all these people with all these other conditions, they're just superior in general. And it's almost like if those people work, no matter how hard he works, he's still limited by his genes. And the thing is, it's not like his genes I don't think I've ever seen him do that before. Oh, darn it. Dang. That was going so well, and then, I guess I panicked or something? I think I panicked. But if your genes are so expertly mapped out, and it's been that way forever, it's really strange to imagine any sort of fault in their system. And then I kind of didn't really get the point of the movie, I guess. Well, once the credits rolled, I didn't really know what to think. Was I supposed to be happy that he achieved his lifelong goal? Was there some sort of message I should have taken away that wasn't already apparent through the rest of the movie? Because the whole being able to sort of surpass your genes and the expectations of others was throughout the movie, and not necessarily something that the ending hammered home. Yeah, that was stupid. But to be fair, that's one of the things that a lot of people criticize about this game in general. Is, darn it. Bosses and enemies holding a pose that they shouldn't for way too long. Just because it leaves them open. Yeah, sorry for not much chat. That was, that got a little spicy at the end there. There were also a couple other things I didn't like about it too, such as the constantly moving the vial around and doing all the trickery shenanigans with the sneaking past the systems and everything. And, you know, I'm surprised, honestly, that... Well, I mean, I guess I'm not too surprised, but it's also a little... It's also a little weird, I guess, that they don't have better metric systems. But, you know, I don't have as much a problem with the fact that there's only a fingering system, Jesus. There's only a fingerprint system for the, oh yeah, cat ring. There's only a fingerprint system for the entry into Gattaca. It's just how that works, I guess. And I think the point of that is that even if there was, even if there were other things in there that would suck, he would still find a way around them. Oh yeah, let's see if there's... Let's see, maybe. Yeah, and as you can see, we got a couple more things. Got those, got another Divine Blessing, a Hidden Blessing. The Lothric Knight Greatsword, which is actually a really good weapon for a weapon buffing run, and then the Great Arrows, which there's a really good great bow around that you can do some really funny stuff with. Yeah, I didn't think so. So now that that's been done, we can go to Profane Capital and get we can go to Profane Capital and get what we need from there. Oh, I need to level up, of course.
Farewell, Ashen One.
So we can go to... Let's go to Profane Capital and get the sorceries from there that I want to get. Not to mention the staff that I want to get. Not to mention now that I have the cat ring, it should be super simple. And once I get the stats, the staff, I can do all kinds of crazy things with it. And then let's see, what other... Oh, I should sell these, but I don't really care to at the moment. I don't feel like just going all the way back to the shrine just for that. I don't really need that right now. See what I'm talking about? How does it go all the way around through a wall and go that way? Like, I don't... That's so dumb. Oh yeah, you can do some funny stuff with Alva too. Yep. Everybody's favorite area in this game. Yeah, that's fine. Grass just because. And also, one of the areas that I might have to worry about the other stuff for this. The noise crap, but you should be fine. I do gotta say though, I do really like those things outfits. They're really cool. By the way, I knew that was going to happen. I just figured I could get out of there quick enough to not get pushed off. So there's a really easy way to get through this dungeon really quickly. Just gotta go across the bridge, go through here, unlock this, and then if you don't care about the shortcut or the ring, then you can just drop down here and you're out of this confusing place. It's really great. It's really quite simple. But you know, I think on a first run, I think a lot of people get confused by there being two places to drop down, and each place that you can drop down having different things available to them. Also, I guess, yeah, noise, warning. I guess one of the things to also talk about too is the argument that a lot of the stuff in this game is derivative, which, yes, it is, but I don't necessarily have a problem with derivative stuff if you've not played the first game, right? Like, I know there's a lot of argument to be made about whether or not it's creative or not, or that was kind of redundant. Like, there's arguments about whether or not it's creative, or stuff, or whether it's just like boring, or I don't know. There's a lot of things you can argue about with it being derivative or whatever, but I don't have a, like, for example, oh wow, those guys move fast. For example, let's say that you know, they use weapons that are weapons or shields that weren't in the first game, but they were in the second game, and I mean, you could even say that having a mimic here is derivative. Oh, that's the best you could do? Just a mimic? Okay, that's, wow, real original, bro. But it's more than just derivative, I think, that bothers people. I think it's how poorly some of those things are implemented. Hard to put my finger on it, though. Because isn't necessarily a problem that Sigurd of Katarina is in this game when Sigmire was in the first game. Oh, well, I got it anyway. And the answer is no. Like, there's no problem that Sigurd is basically just Sigmire. But I think the problem with those two being in the game in general is if you really... oh, by the way, there's a couple ways you can go about this. There's a ladder down there that you can get past the giant with. There's a ladder right there that you can get to the giant that way. Or there's this way you can pass most of the giant and get to the crystal lizard right here, which is what I want to do. And the reason I'm killing this guy is because he gives me a chunk. Like, I know I can get enough chunks in Lothar Castle, but... just as I was running out of mana. Large shard. As if I needed any more of those, but, you know, cool. This will take me back up to the entrance, which, oh yeah, I needed to unlock the gate for that, so I guess that's, a bad on my part. Yeah, because I think you need to unlock the door for that. So, whatever, mistake on my part. But again, back to the conversation of derivative, I think it's all about how well they're implemented, and then you can think, okay, were they being really uncreative here and just shoving stuff in because they were lazy and they had no better ideas, or were they trying to put stuff in here as fan service to make everybody really happy? And I guess that's the end of that point where they, because that's what fan service is, right? Fan service is to basically service the fans, please the fans, make them happy. And you can do good fan service and you can do bad fan service. And I think the thing about good fan service is if you do it right, people don't even really recognize it as fan service. They just say, oh yeah, that was a really good moment. I really like that. And they don't recognize that they like it because it's servicing them, obviously. The dark clutch ring is over there, so if I wanted to do dark sorceries, that would be an item I'm getting. Now, something I never understood about the design right here is why they would drop a bunch of basilisks right here. Because if you want to fight all the basilisks, I guess you could, and then that could lead a lot of people to saying, oh, this is very poorly designed, or this is terrible. Like, if they wanted this to be a challenge, I guess they could. But the thing about basilisks is they don't do any damage. And so because they don't require any Estus of you, you can just run right through them and nothing bad will happen because you run through their curse too quickly for it to actually kill you. So you take no damage and you don't die from curse. They're just worthless right there. It's really strange. And I guess in a way that's preferable to how you could do basilisks, which is being very, very annoying with them. You know, putting them in areas where, like doing the Dark Souls 2 thing, where you just stack an area with as much annoying stuff as possible, and do everything you can to try and kill the player. Like, that's something you could definitely do with the basilisks. But I think the basilisks are poor design in that if you put them somewhere where they're not an immediate threat, they're a joke because they don't do any damage. But if you put them in a place where they are a threat, then because they have the opportunity to instantly kill you, it just comes across as really, really, really unfair. Yeah, I don't know. I think basilisks were kind of a bad idea on From's part. Or Miyazaki's part, whoever gave the okay to put them in the game. Same thing with the toxic or the slowing swamps too, right? Like, having poison swamps is fine. I don't mind them as much because it's an obstacle you have to get past or whatever. But why did you have to make them slow? You know, they do nothing but waste time. And I guess making them slower accentuates the poison. You know, the longer you take to get through them, the more the poison will build up and tick on you, but there's no real and with the way they did the poison in this game too, I think they heard about how poison was done in Dark Souls 1 and said, okay, we need to tone down the poison a bit. And so they made poison very anemic in this game. It's a joke. There's not really any way of putting it. Poison is not a threat at all in this game. And that doesn't really work with the concept of a poison swamp if you're trying to make the poison swamp slow in order to have the poison stack harder. I thank God the poison doesn't stack harder, I guess. But now the slowing doesn't seem to be there for any good reason other than a mechanic that wasn't implemented properly. I guess is what I'm trying to say. And so now all you have is just this really annoying slowing stuff without any other effect other than, oh, it slows me down. That's cool. Okay, Logan up here could be annoying. Alrighty, there's the one I want. Don't need that. I think that's a dung pie right there, so that's worthless. So, after I kill Logan, I'll talk about something very interesting that I read or heard about a while back. Yeah, but if you could stop. This is also one of the problems about NPCs with infinite magic or infinite mana. Like, they can just cast for days and they don't care. It's no skin off their teeth to keep casting. You know, they don't have to worry about not only running out of mana, but having to spend time refilling their mana. It's just not good. And that was a small example why that's not a good idea. There's one example in Elden Ring. I can't remember what exactly it was, but there's just an enemy that yeah, that's gonna take a little bit. There's just an enemy in there that can just waste your time indefinitely because it has infinite mana. If you're trying to go through the game hitless, if you're trying to go through any kind of challenge run, honestly, any kind of challenge run that involves you having low health, you having low durability, or no hits, which is essentially low health, right? You only have 1 HP basically. If you're going through a run where you basically only have 1 HP, then an enemy that can just I hate how I keep changing the direction. If you have an enemy that just consistently does nothing but cast something that you have to avoid a lot of in order to okay, so I guess now here's a good good time to talk about this. I'll go grab this in. So Sigurd right here. Once you get the key, you can open this up. You can't kill him otherwise, but once you open up the cell, and the only way he's going to get to the cell, I think, is if you follow all of his quest lines. So once he gets into the cell and you open it up, when you talk to him, he'll give you a titanite slab for freeing him, and then he'll move on to the Yorm fight. Something you can do, I don't know how this works exactly, but what you can do is you can go, you can kill him here. The slab will be in his drop pool, and then you can run, not teleport, not use the bonfire, but you can run, not reload any of the areas or deload anything, run from here all the way back to, what is it, the Church of Yorshka. You can run all the way back here to Church of Yorshka, and then just run in and out of the Church of Yorshka a billion times, and it's like reloading each instance of Sigurd or something, but because he's already dead, it's just reloading the slab over and over again. So that is essentially a way of getting effectively infinite slabs, because you can run in and out of Church of Yorshka hundreds of times, get hundreds of slabs off of this, then there's no reason to go to new games and get all the slabs from that, which is very interesting. Because I'm in a sorcery only playthrough, I think I'm just gonna. No, that's fine. I can do Yorm with him here. Normally I wouldn't do that, but I don't feel like killing Sigurd. I don't know if he's gonna fight back, and I don't want to fight him back, and it's just a whole thing. So let's back to the shrine. Hopefully I have enough intelligence to make this Court Sorcerer staff worth it compared to that staff right there. I don't think I do.
Close. Very good.
I think you need 50 for it to start being worth it.
Farewell, Ashen One.
So Waldir gives you a Pyromancy and a Faith Sword. I don't need it. Faith Greatsword, I should say. And his Faith Greatsword is not that great. Then Sullivan can give me a Magic Greatsword, which I would use, but can't use weapons. Or the Profane Greatsword, which is a Quality Ultra with higher leaning towards Dex. So, don't really need any of those.
Ashen One.
Oh, let's level up to 50. Oh, also, let's get the sorceries first.
Better. I'll do that.
I don't need this one right now. That's for PvP mostly, so we can just stick with the Soul Spear.
Promise to stay safe.
So I got an Estus Shard, and I think I got a Bone Shard too.
Pretty.
I want to see which staff is better at this point.
Ashen.
Ah, so this one is better now.
Pretty.
So this is the highest that you can get the staff without visiting Dancer, but because we are because this is the highest we can get the staff without visiting Dancer, there's no reason to not visit Dancer if you're confident in your abilities and stuff. So start selling all this stuff just because I don't want it in my inventory. Don't want that. Yeah, I'll keep those. Keep that too. Don't need any of those. Don't need that one. Or that.
Ashen One.
Goodbye.
Ashen One.
Ashen one.
Well, very well done.
I can almost do 2 levels, so that would be neat. Just need 4K.
Ashen One.
I sold all of everything I can. So now we want to burn the bone shard.
Ashen One.
Wonder if I can sell any of this stuff in here. Oh yeah, I can. I don't want that. Don't really want that. Or that, definitely not. Definitely don't want that. Don't need that. I'll keep that around. That's not useful right now. Yeah, okay. Just want to see if I can squeeze out one more level before I go and fight basically the boss gauntlet, with the exception of Aldrich. Aldrich takes a little bit to get to. still fine. Okay, so
Farewell, Ashen One.
almost maxed on intelligence. And I can go kill Dancer now because I have everything I want for Dancer. Usually before I fight Dancer, I want I want my staff at max level, obviously. And then I want the Mimic Head, the Shield of Want, and the what was the other one? The Silver Serpent Ring. So I can get as much, I can squeeze as much damage, or sorry, as many souls out of Dancer as possible. You can't get the Mendicant Staff yet because you need to get it to Archdragon, and you can't get to Archdragon without the emote, which you can only get from killing Dancer and then going to the Untended Graves. So this is the best we're going to be for Dancer, basically. So we travel over to Vort first, so I can kill Dancer. And honestly, Dancer should be just super duper easy. Another thing I would like to do is be able to go through the Grand Archives and get the Crystal Staff, but I mean, that would, you know, that's not possible. You have to kill all the lords first. So they don't tag me while I'm running out. Okay, good enough. Nice frame drops. Alright, Miss Lady. I am here for the things. And once you're close enough to the Basin of Vows, after you picking up the item, then you can easy. Now watch my souls. They just go insane. $118K. A ton. So that's how I like to go about all this nonsense. Now, generally, because Aldrich is pretty magic resistant, I don't like to fight him early on. I like to save him for last, or as much last as I can. So, we're going to go through here. In fact, we can make a +10 staff right now. We just got to go through this area and then we're good. Because we've already leveled up our weapon once. We just need 10 slabs. Sorry, 10 slabs. We need 10 chunks, which is super easy to get. Let's see if you get. Nope, just a larger shard. Alright. Yeah. Something else I do get from Aldrich is the health regen shield. So you can take this down to the bottom, but there's really no point. Just come up here for a Nessa shard, and then roll onto here for a chunk. Or fall onto here, I guess. And there's a dark gem in here too, if you want to go grab it. This is one of the few places you actually can find a dark gem. And it's a little unfortunate that you can't really do a great dark build until you get near this area. And then is this a scale or a chunk? I think it's a chunk. Yeah, a chunk. So in fact, I could just level up my staff right now, but what I want to do is now go through Lothar Castle. Because I got the Estus Shard there. There's a Bone Shard over here. Can't tell if I'm being invaded or if it's just because I'm entering a new area. There's a supporter back over there, so she'll buff the knights right here. I almost never get this bonfire. I don't see the point, honestly. I am honestly surprised that hollow right there didn't do his crazy jump attack that he always does. He always likes to jump at you from out of frame. It's honestly quite something. Oh, I'm getting invaded, aren't I? Weird. Because usually it lets me light the bonfire when they're not nearby. I just can't sit at it, but... I don't know, strange. Also, I probably should have... Gotta kill those before they turn to the Pus of Man, because they do a lot of damage in this area, and they're not easy to kill. How many chunks do I have? Oh, enough for my weapon. Alrighty. So now that I have everything, if I really want, I could go back to the shrine, but I'll just unlock the bonfire in this area to make everything simpler. Reset everything. Let's see, what else did I watch recently? Oh, there's a Great Lance over there for anybody who cares. Wow. That surprises me a lot, actually. I can't believe that, huh? Rude. So obviously you want to be very careful going through this area because those are all explosive barrels and they will usually one-shot you, if not two-shot. Like, you'll just die. Not good. I don't know why I'm pulling this lever, but hey, you know, me do me, I guess. We're just not going to mess with him. That mimic right there has titanite scales, so don't really need him. 2 or 3 if I remember correctly. Always got to watch because these guys will come out of here try to ambush you. There's 2 of them? Yeah, there's 2 of them. Alright. These things actually take a while to die too, so you can put on a lot of soul stuff and... Okay. 30k from that is really crazy good. Interesting. You know, I also wonder if that dude streams snipe. If that one dude who invaded me over in Eartho was a stream sniper. Probably wasn't because I'm not big enough for that, but always gotta wonder. Yeah, a little late to the swing, buddy. Let's see what else did I watch recently? Oh yeah, I tried watching this one movie that was so awful. Well, I mean, it wasn't just awful. I just thought it was really insulting. I watched this one movie that was so insulting, I had to turn it off because it was annoying the crap out of me. It was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. And, oh my god, everything in that, like the dialogue in that movie was so overt, I couldn't believe it. Oh, crap. I've never actually tried this before. Can we reach up here? Wow. I can't believe I found a new thing. Nice. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. That movie, I felt was really insulting because, you know, you can make movies for kids that are really good. A good example would be, well, just Star Wars. The original Star Wars is pretty good without needing to, you know, without needing to have stupid kid shit in there like the Ewoks or whatever. But the whole thing that, oh, it's made for kids, it's for kids, it doesn't really work if you're trying to, if you also want to claim that a movie is really, really good, then you also can't at the same time backhand that movie and say, oh, it's just for kids. Because the whole it's just for kids implies that you shouldn't be taking this seriously because it's only made for kids to understand. Like they dumb down the morals, they dumb down the logic, they dumb down everything so kids could understand it. And that's what the argument is just for kids implies. But you can't have a movie that's really, really great, you know, does a lot of really amazing things, has really great characters, really, really solid themes, really, really lofty ambitions, really complicated narrative. You know, like Lord of the Rings, I wouldn't say is for kids. I'd say it's around for like teenagers. And I'm not saying that because it's rated PG-13. I'm saying it because there's a lot of stuff in there that, honestly, even teenagers aren't going to get. There's a lot of stuff in there that is very much not for... Not... Like, let's take Boromir, for example. A lot of people come away from the original Lord of the Rings thinking Boromir is a huge jerk, partially because a lot of the stuff that makes him really good is subtext. It's stuff you have to really pay attention to if you want to fully understand what Boromir is all about, you know. He says... He says... What does he say? He says something about... Well, first his father tells him, you know, we need to... And this is in the second movie, so I don't know if I can say, oh, it's first or... Oh, no, I should have done. I should have gone and leveled up my staff. Let's go do that. Let's just homeward bone out of here. Oh, and I can kill Saros, too, and then get the infinite shard. Let's actually go do that. Oh, I didn't want to do that. His dad says, okay, well, the enemy's storming our gates. We need something to push the line, and we heard that the ring is... has resurfaced. Go get this. We can use this against him. It's a great tool. He used it to conquer all of Middle-earth. We can use it against him. So he tells Boromir, go get this ring and save men, basically. Gondor... And I'm not saying kids won't get this, but there's a lot of stuff to take in, right? You have to remember that Boromir is on the front line all the time. You have to remember that Boromir is... part of a line of... He's part of a race that is very susceptible to fear and anger and emotion, and they're very much gullible and... Well, not gullible, but they're very easy to influence by mystical things, stuff that elves aren't really going to be as corrupted by, especially hobbits, you know, main people in the movie. Oh, I wonder if he has... Please tell me he has it. I really hope he has it. This would be amazing if he does. No. Do you have it? Please tell me. Yes, he has it. I can't believe I forgot to buy this. So this will make everything just so much stronger. Yeah, you need to have it in the other hand because otherwise you won't use the weapon art. Okay. So what was I saying, Boromir? You need to remember quite a few things about Boromir, and then you need to remember that he's sent by his father on a very specific duty, and this duty that he accepts because he cares about men, and that's his whole thing. He's very loyal. He's very... for the cause. And when you see the ring and him for the first time, he tries to convince everybody that Gondor should have it because his father ordered it, but also because he believes what his father's saying. He believes that the ring will genuinely help them and bring order and balance to Middle-earth again. And all of a sudden, he's getting rebuffed by a stranger who has no name, is of no renown, and he says, well, what do you know about all this? You know, I'm the son of the steward of Gondor. Who are you? And because I think he's been influenced a lot by his father, his father has been manning Gondor, according to him, pretty well this last while. When he hears that Aragorn is the king, he scoffs at the idea of Gondor needing a king or wanting a king, because so far his father's been doing a really decent job, and he doesn't need somebody coming in and messing it up, especially one dude who's not been there for a long time, whose line has been broken, and who hasn't shown any level of quality on what he considers to be the level that his father has. You suck. Yeah. So Sigurd's going to be helping out with this. You know what? I'll just let Sigurd do his thing. I'm just going to completely ignore Yon. Like, this should be a good time to see if Yon can be poisoned. Doesn't seem like it. Fine by me. It sucks that I can't do the sorcery only on this guy, but I mean, I didn't want to fight Sigurd anyway. And if Sigurd dies, that'll be nice. I can just leave the fight and then I can leave the fight and then do the sorcery only. So back to Boromir. You know, a lot of people think that he's a jerk because he's now acting standoffish against Aragorn, who's been helping out our protagonists the entire time. So, you know, why is this guy being such a jerk to Aragorn? So you got to remember all the stuff with his father. And then, did Sigurd die? No, he didn't. And then you have to always keep in the back of your mind that the ring is a corrupting force. It's a corrupting influence. Okay, Sigurd died. And when he picks up every time Boromir picks up the ring, looks at it, all the time Boromir spends with the ring is just more opportunity for him to slowly get corrupted by it. He's got a lot of fear, he's got some anger and resentment, and he's got a lot of doubt. And these are perfect for the ring. The ring is a corrupting influence. And you know, I don't mean to go too much into detail on this, but, you know, Lord of the Rings takes a lot of its time to establish all of these connecting pieces that can sometimes even be overwhelming for adults to think about. You know, all of these details goes over a lot of adults' heads. And, you know, kids some of them are pretty receptive, but, you know, not all of them. And they're probably not going to remember or get all of the subtext. They're going to say, oh, Boromir mean, or something like that. And that's not really what's going on. And part of the stuff that makes Lord of the Rings good is you can look at it and you can appreciate all of the you can appreciate all the small details that go into making Boromir as solid a character as he is. And if it's made for kids, you know, Boromir isn't going to appeal to a lot of kids just because they're not going to understand what he's all about. They're going to think, oh, he's just a meanie butt, constantly fighting all of our main characters and being rude all the time. But it's not. He's got very good reason to. And so if something's, quote, made for kids, then it's probably going to lack a lot of these details that even adults can't pick up a lot of the time. It's really a shame how much of a joke this fight is if you don't do it the intended easy way. It's just, not great. Not a good fight. But there's some good stuff in there. Like, he's got at least a decent moveset. If not just a little lackluster. But, yeah, and so when I'm watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, you can say, oh, it's just for kids, you're not supposed to enjoy it. But then that immediately takes away all value I'm supposed to glean from it. Oh, it's just made for kids? Okay, the movie's not made for me. Why am I watching a stupid movie? I don't know. I heard that it was pretty good. And, like, granted, only from one person, but, even one recommendation is enough to set expectations for people. So, I go in thinking it's good. I go in thinking... So, like, a good example of a movie that's made for kids is How to Train Your Dragon. I think How to Train Your Dragon is going to have some stuff in there that kids are going to be able to pick up. I think it's a lot of fun, and I think it's very entertaining for all ages. And that is a movie where it's got some good character... Wow, 60 right off the bat. It's got some good character writing in there for people who care about writing, but it's also got the fun, wacky moments. It's got the cute moments. It's got stuff in there that can appeal to all ages, but it's also got some... It's also got enough in there to actually appeal to all ages rather than pandering to one of them. And one of the problems I had with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is it seemed to pander to kids. It was very much a, you don't understand what we're talking about here, so let us explain everything in this movie in the most boiled down, in-your-face, expository way possible. And if I'm wrong about this, feel free to comment and let me know. But I actually couldn't finish the movie, and I'm not saying that the entire movie is bad, because the entire movie might actually be okay. I don't think the movie can approach great territory with what I saw from the beginning, just because that's knocked it down a few pegs already. So it's very, very unlikely it'll approach great territory, but it could maybe approach good territory, but. I haven't given it a chance because everything in the beginning... Well, I haven't given the rest of it a chance because everything in the beginning was just so irritating. You have and I'm not going to be spoiling much because, again, I didn't make it 20 minutes through the movie, but... Well, I didn't make it past 20 minutes, but, Baxter Stockman, he's talking to his creations like, I was never loved as a kid. You guys are my only friends. And I'm thinking, wow, There's no way you could have possibly said that in a better way. There's no way you could have showed that for the audience or whatever. I can send Gray right over to Lothric Castle now. Then you have a couple good things in there, such as the turtles really want to be noticed and they want to go out and everything. Get the typical Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, and I gotta go to Pontiff, and you see a lot of their faces and the way they're animated and how sad or dejected they look. That they're social creatures just like people, and they're not able to socialize. They're not able to interact. They're sequestered into a small space where all they have is each other, which is fine. But we as people, we want to go out. We want to interact with other people. We want to socialize and stuff, and they're not really able to do that. And you can see just how disappointed and bummed they are that they're not able to do what everybody else can. They're not free. They don't have their own will in a lot of cases, and the facial expressions, the animation, I thought was all really good, but then obviously you can tell that they're sad that they can't go out and they can't be interacted with, and then you just have a character in the background as they're sneaking by, say, "Man, I'm sure glad I can do whatever I want." It was just so on the nose and laughable. Goodness, you could, wow. I can't help but laugh at that so much. It was like I was watching a parody. It was trying to make fun of itself or something, which is embarrassing. I should probably use the... So, one thing I kept the cestus around for was potentially this area where you have a bunch of archers that can potentially shoot me off these ledges and everything, but... oh, actually, you know what I can do? I can go get these ashes down here. Okay. That was one of the easier fights I've ever run into. So you have a lot of dialogue like that, and probably the worst thing, the one thing that made me really turn it off just immediately was they come back to the sewers, and granted there's way more than just these examples I'm mentioning, but this was a really big one. They come back to the sewers, and obviously Splinter's angry at them for disobeying his orders or whatever, or taking too long, and eventually going and seeing the humans, and he says, "I can't. Don't you? Oh yeah. Wait. Was this before or after they were seen? Were they seen? I can't remember. No. This was part of his story. So they come back and he says, "I can't believe you would do this. Human beings hate us and everything." And you know, they're just like I think a lot of kids with their parents. They're tired of hearing their parents lecture them over and over again about the same thing or whatever. And so, "Oh, we get it, Splinter," and all that stuff. And then Splinter says, "You know, now would be a good time for me to tell you about why we don't see humans." And then he goes on about this very direct, very on the nose, just very blatant backstory that leaves nothing to the imagination, nothing to interpretation, and all of it is just, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take just being treated like a kid. Or treating like a baby, you know? Because even How to Train Your Dragon treats kids better than this garbage. It was terrible. And that was what really made me turn it off. And then, you know, while Splinter's telling his story and everything, there's a couple problems with that one too. While he's telling his story, he says, you know, when you guys grew up, we tried going above ground once. By the way, this is a secret area. This is a covenant. You know, you'll need it for the achievements. Yada yada. Oh, this is Yoshka, by the way. If you kill her, you get Yoshka's Chime, which is, I think, the second highest faith catalyst in the game. Maybe third highest, second or third highest. It's the first or second highest scaling Chime, and it's the second or third highest scaling catalyst in the game. The highest scaling catalyst would be the Sunless Talisman, which scales really, really well with Int and Faith. But obviously, that takes a lot of min-maxing. Anyway, you need Dark Moon Loyalty, which you get from Cirrus, to get this chick to even talk to you. So, you know, I'll get her Covenant, because why not? But, you know, while he's telling the story, he mentions, you know, do you remember the last time we tried going above ground? And then you see they get spotted by people or whatever, and the people that see them, you know, the whole people running away from monsters trope is obviously very, you know, it's very overdone. It's overplayed. It's been around for decades, probably even a century, and I at least understand why that trope exists, right? Because people are scared of monsters. They're scared of what they don't understand. They don't know if they're dangerous or not. And some of the more timid, the more fearful, they're obviously a lot more worried than a lot of other people. So you're going to have a fair few people in the crowd who are just going to flee for their lives, are going to run and scream. And if you want to be a little more absurd about it, everybody in the crowd's going to run and scream and hide and whatever. But the point is, you know, that's a natural reaction to seeing monstrosities or things you don't normally see every day. Instead, the entire crowd that sees them just starts throwing things at them and threatening to beat them up and threatening to, like, basically kill them or whatever, or something. Like, the crowd was super aggressive, and as far as I'm aware, that's just not the way crowds react. It just didn't seem realistic at all, and it seemed very cartoonishly meant to sort of say, you know what, humans suck, they want to kill us, here's a good example of why they, or what they think of us. And they put it in to support that theory, but they didn't, I guess they didn't consider how realistic or not realistic it was. So that's yeah. And then and then of course that was also used by Splinter to say, okay, well, oh yeah, I forgot the Silver Knights are still alive. Huh? Wow. Couldn't think of Rest. Nice. That was later used by Splinter to teach them kung fu. But you know, as goofy as it, so here's the thing. In fantasy media with silly rules, you can make up all kinds of stuff, and as long as you don't really contradict them or you don't make them too unbelievable, the audience can usually buy whatever. And so the original thing for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was Splinter being a rat with his master Yoshi, who was a kung fu master, and, you know, stupid as it sounds, he learned kung fu from him, just watching and mimicking his moves. And okay, that's a little silly, but, you know, fine, stick to that. And, you know, they don't play it really goofy. They're very serious about it. Oh, I definitely... No, hold on, let me kill this stupid Silver Knight. I should probably do this. Okay, let's see how bad Aldrich is going to be. If he's really bad, I'll just prep for him a little more. But I have a plus 10, and I have 60 in, so he should be fine. What was I saying? And I don't have a problem with him learning Kung Fu from his master, who he spent all his life with. And, you know, animals kind of mimic their owners in a way. It's a little realistic in that regard. I'm not saying it's totally realistic, but it's a little more realistic than not at all. Rip. Oh, that is a lot of magic resist. Holy crap. This is going to be fun. I guess now is a good time to talk about Aldrich. I think Aldrich is one of the worst bosses in this game. Maybe not the worst, but definitely one of the worst. The problem I have with Aldrich comes mostly in the second phase, where you just... Yeah, very poor dodge on my part. Holy crap. You have to just run away from... Wow, the worst dodges. Even this, right? Like, you have to run away from it. You can't counter that arrow spam. You can do things to stop Aldrich from doing it, such as Vow of Silence, but Vow of Silence obviously isn't good on this character. But the thing is, once you get to the second phase, the arrows just take forever to stop. And, you know, if you don't want to get hit, you have to dodge all this stuff. And then, God forbid, see, like, as long as he keeps doing this, your no-hit run is just on hold for the next, like, however long he decides to take doing that. Oh wow, thanks. You know, I was watching crap. I was watching one streamer play this game. His name's Joel Vinesauce, and he was fighting Aldrich, and one comment that kind of stuck with me, because he was having a really hard time fighting Aldrich. Right, the arrows were always getting to him, and all the magic spam, and you know, among his sort of, oh god, I hate this attack. Among all the spam and everything, the one thing, well, after you know, in response to all the magic, he'd just be yelling, "Stop! Oh my god, stop!" Because there's just so much. That can be really annoying, by the way, if Aldrich... I've seen Aldrich do that particular attack like 6 times in a row. Also, thanks, I can't do my item swap because the arrows are running, so that's cool. I can do some of them, maybe, but not all of them. But, you know, it's relatively... Oh, I guess I'll do Aldrich before I go back to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So, Joel said, you know, after all the magic spam, he's like, stop. And then later on, when he was getting closer to beating him, he was just thinking, is this how you beat the boss? You just run around like an idiot? And I don't think Joel realized how correct he was, which is, yes, the way you beat Aldrich is running around like an idiot, because that's all Aldrich is. Aldrich is just a waiting game where you wait for him to stop spamming arrows. You wait for him to stop spamming his giant magic laser. You wait for him to stop spamming anything, and then you can attack him. If you're a melee build, one of the problems you'll then run into is he'll just teleport away from you. If you get really bad RNG, he won't even try to attack you in melee range. So he only teleports away if you get close to him, basically. And in melee range, you can either get really lucky and have the melee thing work just fine, or you can get so you can either get really lucky and have him actually try to melee you, or you can get really unlucky and he'll just teleport every time you try to get close to him with a melee character. So what you end up getting is a very frustrating mix of I have to run away forever so I don't get hit or die in the worst case scenario, and then every time I do try to get close, he just runs away and then starts spamming more magic at me. Like, Aldrich at his worst is so painful. So awful. And that's kind of why I say he's just a really bad boss in general. And there's... You know, I hate to throw the word around that... I hate to throw the fun word around, you know, but I don't think Aldrich is that fun, honestly. Like, there's nothing really... There's no pattern, really. There's no rhythm to him. There's no dance you're doing with him. I think a lot of people really like Dancer of the Boreal Valley because you engage with this thing on its own terms. It has a lot of things, well, not a lot, but it has ways of dealing with ranged or magic characters. It has, I think, a jump. It has long extendo swords. And it has a spin to win combo that it can use to cover great distance, as well as having decent range on it itself. It has a lot of stuff that can help it deal with that. It's not great, but it can help it deal with that. But if you're in melee, it's just such a good fight. The rhythm is weird and alien to you, which matches its design. The moves are very fast. You sort of get in the moment of fighting something bigger than yourself. And... You know, I hate to say it, but it's fun. It's fun being able to engage with something on that sort of level. With Aldrich, you can't really do that because all of Aldrich's strikes are just... All of Aldrich's... everything about Aldrich and Melee is either incredibly slow and telegraphed, or just teleports away from you and plinks you to death with magic. It's almost like the ultimate mage boss, similar to Crystal Sage, where anytime you try and get in close, it just runs away from you. I know a lot of people in these games hate fighting mages because they don't want to engage with a coward. Basically, they're constantly trying to deal with somebody who doesn't want to fight ever. It's like, do you want to calm down? Do you want to come meet me on my own terms? No, we're just gonna keep running away. And then as soon as you say, okay, well, I'll just wait here then. I'll wait for you to exhaust all your mana. And then they start plinking you with stuff that whittles down your health bar, and you take damage, and then you get in killing range, and then it becomes a lot more tense, and it's really frustrating. But bosses like that, bosses that run away from you and plink you down instead of engaging with you in Melee, they have infinite mana, so there's no such thing as them running out and having to eventually engage with you in Melee. It's just, I can run away forever and plink you down until you have no more Estus left, and then have fun. Goodbye. Yeah, so that's why I hate Aldrich, honestly. I think it's one of the worst fights in the game. Top 3 worst, for sure. Well, top 3? Definitely top 5. I know Half-Light is in there. Half-Light is not a good fight. And I know Ancient Wyvern's in there. I don't even know if people would count Ancient Wyvern. Oh, wrong one, actually. I don't know if people would count Ancient Wyvern, but actually, let's go to Gundort first. Although, see, I have my sorcery thing and everything, but Oseiros is just going to be a pain because of his insane magic resist. I'll run Pestilent Mist. See if I can poison him too. But yeah, there's some really not good fights in this game, and those are the worst ones. Wolnir especially is just very boring, and it has some really unfair stuff in the fight that just shouldn't be happening. Let's put Pestilent Mist on. Thank God for the 4th slot. Also, I don't need Heavy Soul Arrow, so we can get rid of that. Oh, I haven't heard K-Souls. Too bad Magic doesn't have lightning stuff on it. That was something I do appreciate about Elden Ring. A lot of the classes of Magic, well, so like Sorcery only runs can do physical damage, they can do magic damage, they can do, what else can they do? They can do Frostbite and ice damage and stuff like that. Oh, you suck. Please die. Yeah, he's dead. Nice. Oh. I'll take a light shard. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even need to go this way. How do I get back over there? Oh, I don't even have to run all the way. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot about the shortcut. So busy talking and stuff. Something you can do with this ring, by the way, if you want to regen health really quick. Just equip and unequip it a billion times. Regen HP a lot faster. Because it regens HP when it's equipped and every 2 seconds while it's equipped. So, really fair, I know. Whoa. Game. Oh, I guess my game crashed. Maybe? So it's not responding. Yeah, okay, it just crashed. Oh, wait, did it? Yeah, just totally crashed. That's unfortunate. So where was I? Sorry for the pause in the video and everything. Let's put it back up. God, I completely lost my train of thought. I guess I'll go back on the topic about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, though. I just really didn't like it. You know, it felt very pandering, very childish, and I was talking about the ring, but that was a short topic. And so I had to shut it off after 20 minutes. It could get better, but you know, I've started to learn that if something doesn't do well at the start, probably not going to get better, because the start is very indicative of a lot of the attitudes and the beliefs of whoever's making it. However you think, believe, and feel is going to be represented in your work through and through. Also, I have some coffee with me, which is probably not a good idea, but also hopefully that wasn't too loud. So I just shut it off, and I don't plan on going back to it. It's just whatever. Let's see, was there another movie I watched? One movie so it was really funny because I watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem after watching what is widely considered to be a very good movie, which is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That movie, really good. Like, of course. I always suck at dodging that one. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is really, really solid. I also don't need that or that, so we should also probably take this off. Like, it's just a good movie all around. And, in fact, what we can do is we can use storyteller staff, see if we can poison him. This is probably going to be one of the most boring fights I do. You know, just standing around Pestle and misting him. Yeah, can you stop talking, please, so I can actually cast things and change my equipment? That was a really bad dodge. Good thing I lived through that. So something you really have to worry about in this second phase is he will do a dash out of any attack, basically. So you always have to worry about whether or not... in fact, I should have a shield on. See, that's why. Dang. Yeah, that was really dumb. I should have had a shield on to begin with. Like, that fight was just really poorly prepared on my part. I'll definitely kill him next time. We should probably have Chloranthy ring on. And then put that on with the normal staff. So yeah, I watched I watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem right after Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. And that movie is really good. I don't know if I'd say it's great, but it's really good. I'd have to think about it a little more before I make a... Oh my god. Right out the gate. I'd have to think about it a little more before I make a judgment call on how good it is, but, you know, it's pretty good. And I really liked it. And so I go straight from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which was nominated for and won awards, into the most pandering, nonsense, garbage Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. And any enjoyment I could have had from Mutant Mayhem, I think, was eternally just crushed by it being right after Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Like, if it was good, you know, I would have enjoyed it, obviously. But I think I hated that movie so much more just because of what I finished watching.
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. You are born a child of dragons. What could you possibly fear?
So, some people might know this, some people might not. But there was initially some other dark stuff planned for, you know, Mr. Revolver Ocelot over here. I know, tired joke, everybody's done it. And initially they wanted him to actually crush a real baby. But, you know, I guess too dark. Audience didn't take with it that well. So they still kept in all the models and stuff. But just the physical image of the baby being crushed and because I think the baby's model also hangs off of Osiris as well. Like, you can actually see footage of this sort of thing. Oh my... Whoa! I did not expect that. Well, there goes me actually thinking I can kill him on the second try. I think I needed to use a little more pestilent mist there. But yeah, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I told my friend about it one time, and she said, that is the stupidest sounding name I have ever heard. I said, no, it's not. And this is something, you know, if I start streaming a little more, or putting out videos, you guys will come to learn about me, is I'm a little weird. I don't always get things. You know, I don't have the most sometimes logical brain ever. I make weird connections to things, and I think things that a lot of people don't. And I'm not saying that like, oh, I'm super special and everything. No, I'm saying it's just sometimes I don't see things that other people do for better or worse. Why now of all times? Whatever. And in the case of whether or not Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is stupid, that was definitely one of those. Oh my god. God. Oh, I should have just used a number. But, you know, I didn't think it sounded stupid. Partially because I said that after coming off the movie and thinking it was actually a really good movie. But, you know, my other friend, he agreed with me and he said, no, yeah, that movie sounds incredibly retarded. And I said, okay, well, I mean, you know, 2 against 1, I guess you guys win. Or whatever. That's a better way of dodging that. Just dodge way to the side. Uh-huh. Also, I guess a little fun fact: you actually can get hurt by him smacking you with that. Whoa! That is so much damage. Holy crap. Jeez. Well, I know what I'm doing. I'm leveling HP. Because holy crap. Also, I should just have this on, honestly. And I'll put that on and I'll just remove the shield. So, I guess the best thing to do now would be to go toward... Well, I'll give Osiris one more shot, and then if it doesn't work out, I'll go over to Dragon Slayer armor. It's interesting too. I didn't even show off what kinds of stuff you can do in this game. Maybe next time when I do another run, because I plan on doing probably a few more runs of this. This is, you know, I know that I don't have anybody in chat right now and all that, but just the idea of these potentially being seen by people and hopefully somebody getting some entertainment information out of them is I like that idea. So I'll be doing a few more of these. And hopefully when I do a different run, I'll be able to show off a few different things that I do that I don't normally do. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. The movie was really good, really well acted. I mean, I'm saying just basically what everybody said about it. But I think it's one of Jim Carrey's better movies. I like Grinch a lot. I haven't seen The Mask in a long time. And while I didn't particularly hate, was it 21 or was it the number, was it 24 or was it the number 24? It was one of those two. Oh yeah. Yeah, but if you could, like, stop, that would be nice. Wow, that's quite the range. Wow! See, another thing too is normally I don't have this much of a problem on Osiris because I'm always in melee range. If you're in melee range, he's a lot easier to deal with because you don't have to worry about trying to be at a good range to dodge his attacks, but also you don't really have to worry too much about the weird timing of some of them. Like that one where he jumps up and swings his thing down. It's got a very strange timing on it that a lot of people like to blame these games for doing, which is they do really unnatural timings in order to, you know, make this game more difficult. And that's something you don't really have to deal with too much if you're in melee range, because he'll just keep trying to hit you with his tail or something. But if you're far away from him, that's basically all he's going to do. So it's a lot harder for me to deal with that. And the reason I'm not in what a handsome boy. One of the reasons I'm not in melee range is because I want to pestle and mist him because he's got pretty high magic resist, and I don't want to just keep soul spearing him. But let's just go really heavy on the damage. Something that could also really help me out is Dex, because I have the Sage's Ring, but it's only giving me, I think it's 30, and I need, I think you get up to a maximum of, See, that could have been really bad for me right there. What? That charge right there is his worst thing he can do. So that was a lot better since I was staying close and I wasn't pestilent and missing him as much, but yeah, oof. Also, there's no reason to light that bonfire because there's one in the untended graves over here. But yeah, back to the movie. You know, really well acted, and it left me a lot to think about. I mean, you'll come to learn this about me, but I really do like when movies give me a lot to think about, and they have life lessons in them, but ones that aren't just beat you over the head. Like, I mean, should I even mention it? Not really. It's beating a dead horse at this point, but you know, without going too crazy into examples, there's a lot of movies out there that just really beat you over the head with whatever they want you to come away with. It's just obnoxious, you know. You can't make up your own mind. They'll tell you what they want to tell you, and then if you disagree with them, then screw you, go watch a different movie. Honestly, that's the way a lot of movies out there feel nowadays. Just, I don't care what you think. Here, think the way we think. And, you know, I hate it. And I like when movies give me something to think about. And I imagine that, you know, a lot of the... You know, I know a lot of the movies out there that make you think they have their own thing they want you to think, obviously. The movies are written in such a way that they have a particular idea in mind for what they want you to come away with, but they don't seem like that's the way they're working, right? They still leave a lot open to interpretation. You definitely can think whatever we're going for, but you're allowed to think other things as well. There's other interpretations you can pull from this. I think one of the interesting examples in recent memory is Joker. That movie, for however many people who hate it or whatever, that movie left a lot open-ended, and it left a lot of questions that you could answer yourself and sort of answer in many different ways, and you could ascribe values to the movie based on which answers you would give to it, you know? Let's level up health more. I don't like my health. The whole, is it a dream, is it not a dream, and then if it's not a dream, then you can focus on the rest of the movie, and if it is a dream, then that slots in with the rest of the movie being sort of an unreliable narrator kind of story, that kind of thing. So, good stuff there. And I like when movies are able to do that, and I think Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind left a lot of stuff really open-ended for us to think about, for me to think about. And I like thinking about, so part of the thing Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is about is just relationships. Are certain ones meant to be, and is there a way to change or mend something that didn't work out the first time and maybe shouldn't be meant to be, you know? And that's kind of that's another thing you can think about is their relationship meant to be? And you can use a bunch of different examples throughout the movie to come to whatever conclusion you want. And when they decide to start their relationship over again, you're definitely given a sense of they have all the tools available to them, and they have everything necessary to begin again, but also fix kind of what the other doesn't like about them, assuming that's even possible. Like, I know a lot of people say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, you can't change a person, people can't change, like they can't change who they are, etc., etc. And that's something I think about a lot. I like to challenge preconceived notions about certain things. Where one of the things about there have been things. Jeez, my brain is not working right now. There has been media over the years that has covered the idea that people definitely can't change. There's just ways you are, and certain people are the way they're going to be, and to a certain extent they're right, but also I think they're a little more cynical than they have any right to be. Saying that people can't change, and I don't know if there's any movie that says this explicitly, but saying people can't change anything about themselves is something I really want to challenge, because I have a lot of things about myself I don't like, and I think there are things that are intrinsically tied to me as a person, but I want to fix them. I want to do better, basically. I want to be a good person for whatever reason. I want to try. I want to make an effort, either for my own satisfaction or for my own satisfaction, but also this sort of, I guess, feeling that I need to be a productive member of society and everything. I need to give back, or I should. I'm compelled to want to give to society, and let me just kill this stupid person real quick. Well, not person, but yeah. I'm compelled to change things about myself and give back and do whatever it takes, sort of, to... Not whatever it takes. I'm still getting there, but, I'm determined to change a lot about myself, because I'm not really happy where I am right now. I'm not in a bad place, but I'm not in the optimal place. And that's kind of what I intend to change about myself. Is there anything I need to fix about this build? No. Okay. Just turn that on. So, interesting stuff about Champ Gundu over here. You can parry a lot of his stuff. That probably not. And that definitely not. But you can parry a lot of his glide swings. This is actually a fight probably best done with Fair and Flash Sword. Yep, nice karate moves. And if I really want to, I could min-max this to try and get the... I can go through the DLCs and try to get the Silver Serpent +3. I can go to the Shrine right now and get not the shrine, the Archdragon Peak and get the Mendicant Staff. But I think I'm at a solid place for now. I have all the 60 int I want. I'm fine on my stamina mostly, and my HP could use a little more work, but you know, I don't really need any more attunement. I have enough. I have enough flasks to deal with everything. But yeah, again, I keep going off topic because there's gameplay, and I want to talk about that and sort of about Dark Souls 3 in general. But I have a coworker. She's super awesome. But she said that that movie was incredibly depressing because she looked at, and this is something I appreciate about movies that are open-ended, by the way. She thought it was super depressing because she looked at it in a way that it kind of sucks that these people who are not meant to be together are trying to fix something that just should not be fixed. And I thought, well, that's very... See, I initially disagreed with her, right? Because I don't think the movie's text supports that they should not be together. Partially because I think a lot of the reasons why their relationship failed was a lack of communication. Like I don't think Kate Winslet or what's his name? Jim Carrey understood what the other disliked about them. And I don't think either of them told each other what they disliked about them. They kind of just went along in their relationship without sort of hearing any criticisms. And that is probably what fostered such just a negative relationship across the board. Aldrich, I don't need, and Gundyr, maybe I could use. Okay. But like I said, you know, they have the part of the reason I thought it was such a hopeful, happy ending is, well, not really happy, but a hopeful ending, is because they now do have, they've heard each other's complaints, and they know, well, I don't know if they've heard each other's complaints, not all of them, but, you know, Jim Carrey, the entire movie is all about him recognizing the good and the bad. You know, he looks at all the bad, and it's very easy to look at the bad things that are happening now and say, I wish things were different. Let's just put this on. I wish things were different. I wish things changed. You know, I'm going to make a very hasty decision to try and fix what's already broken. And he threw the baby out with the bathwater. For those who don't know that saying, it's, you know, if the bathwater is dirty, and you're let's say you're giving your kid a bath, and the bathwater is dirty, are you going to actually like get rid of the bathwater without pulling your baby out? No, you're gonna take your child with you because you care about it. There's good in that bathtub still, so you pull it out. You take the good out, and then you toss out the bathwater. So throwing out the baby with the bathwater is basically that. So what he essentially did was he thought about all the negative. He saw how the relationship wasn't working out. It was causing him pain, and he said, "Okay, I want to just get rid of everything." And I think it's very well shown that getting rid of everything didn't all happen at once, and the fact that it happened very slowly let him come to... Oh, by the way, giving her the Eyes of the Firekeeper is another way you can get an alternate ending. I think this lets you summon her at the last bonfire, and then that will give you an ending. Also, it changes the music if you give them to her. And if you give them to her and kill her, you'll get the eyes back, and I don't know if you still get the ending, but you get the eyes back, she still responds, and you can give her the eyes again. She can also hear the Dark Sigil now. He goes through this entire journey where he sees all the bad. He understands why he wants to break up with her, and it's just, oh yeah, I don't like you. You're horrible, and you're mean, and you're high maintenance, and you're a total slut. You cheat on everybody just to like fulfill your own life and well, you don't cheat, but you know, you sleep around so you can find meaning in your own life. And that was obviously not what she does. She even says outright that's not what she does. And so he had a misinterpretation of how she does things and how she acts based on all the negative things he experienced with her. Let's push health up to 30, and then we'll go level up stamina. I could use my stamina. Those were all the things he thought about her, and they were totally untrue. But as the memories progressed, he started seeing... I can sell some stuff. He started seeing all this... It's kind of like those movies that... It's been done a billion times, but it's kind of also like those movies where the main character has to realize why they fell in love with the person they fell in love with in the first place. Shrek 4 did that. They had him having a really bad day, and he really wanted to go back to being feared, and he wanted to go back to the way things were, and that was a hasty decision he made, and there were a ton of consequences for it, and he has to spend the whole movie trying to get things back to normal again. There's a lot of stuff about that, but that's what Jim Carrey realizes throughout the movie, is as he slowly sees all the things that she meant to him, he begins to realize that maybe there is worth in keeping this relationship. And part of what is always on my mind is how much or what are you willing to deal with in order to keep the one you love, right? What is the person you love worth to you? What do they have to do to push you away? Or maybe not even the one you love. Maybe someone you're interested in. Girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Let's say you're looking for a potential mate, and you notice that they're really nice, they're really friendly, but they have a horrible drinking problem. Is this drinking problem something you can deal with or not? Is it something you want to deal with or not? Is the good stuff that you get from them, so their friendly outlook on life, their willingness to give, their sense of humor, their taste in music, whatever, is whatever you like about them worth all the negatives? And that's something I love thinking about, because I'm still in a place where I don't know if I'm ready to deal with relationships yet. I still see a lot of things as glass half empty. I don't respect myself as much as I should. And a lot of people say that if you can't respect yourself, then you're not going to be able to respect others, which I don't always agree with, but it's a good little sort of guideline to go by, where if you're at a place, definitely in a bad place, can you really expect to can you really expect for anybody you're with? Can you really expect to put anybody you're with in a good place? That was bad. Very poorly timed. I think the awkward timings on this boss can really throw some people off. Like that right there, for example. It's got a lot of things that you wouldn't or like, I guess some people wouldn't be expecting that attack right there has a wind slice to it. And I think another difficulty in that fight is the pilgrims or whatever they are on the side. The pilgrim birds. I forget what they're called. But those things... Oh, here's the meme bonfires. So there's a bonfire right there. And bonfire right here. So this has been memed to death, but some people have covered this. I think the reason they did the bonfires like this is because it's habit of them to always have a bonfire after you defeat a boss. But the way this game places their bonfires, they do it for every new area. Specifically, so when you're traveling, you know exactly where you're traveling to. Like, you know where you're traveling to. Not like you have to remember. It just tells you, oh, this is the Grand Archives, basically. So I think that's why they did the bonfires this way. But, you know, back to the relationship stuff. That's something I really like thinking about all the time, and that's something that the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, I think, did really well. It leaves a lot of open questions about, do they belong together? Do they have what it takes now to fix the stuff that... Because at the end, they want to try again, but they still haven't hashed out all their grievances. They still are very much in an open area where... okay, why did you say these things about me? Do you still believe these? What else did you have to say about me? Like that. Like, there's still some stuff that's unresolved. And I think if they talk it out and they're a little more honest and open with each other, then they can definitely come to an understanding. And then, assuming you want to run with the logic that people can change, it all becomes about whether or not each of them is willing to change, basically. And, you know, that's going to be for a theoretical movie that we just probably will never see, but I still find it very interesting to think about. And I really like that's what the movie gave me to think about. These swords, by the way, they're pretty good in PvP. They are the longest range twin swords in the game. So they don't have the highest damage, but their range is really useful in a lot of things. Like one of the things that sets the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword aside from a lot of other weapons is their range. Well, is its range. Its moveset too, but its range definitely, because the Pontiff Knight Curved Sword is a lot longer than most other curved sword, it has an advantage over every other curved sword. Because no, as far as I'm aware, no other curved sword in the game is fast. Maybe I heard that the Nameless King Curved Sword is pretty fast, but I don't think that there's any curved sword in the game that is faster than another curved sword. So if all curved swords are the same speed, then essentially you just want the ones with the best stats, you know, the best damage, the best range, etc., etc. And if those have the best range, then there's kind of no reason not to go for them. I still haven't done Leonard's thing. I can do Leonard's thing. But I guess now would be a good time to just go through the archives. And I'll be finished with the main game soon. I can't believe I'm almost done with the main game and, you know, in one stream. Assuming YouTube actually lets me keep streaming. Yeah, so that is that was a movie I very much enjoyed because it gave me a little more stuff to think about. I have a couple more movies to watch. Quite a few, actually. I think I have about 10 more new movies I haven't seen yet. Yeah, let's do this. I think in another run, I can probably go over some more item locations. Really not a fan of those frame drops. So if I never go back here, there is a slab behind this wall, and you can unlock it by pulling the lever that's up near where the Crystal Sage is right now. Also, this wax over here, you can dunk your head in it, and the cursed books won't attack you. They won't deal damage, and they won't curse you. Oh, right. And yeah, I might as well just dunk my head in it right now. But if you are attacked by the Candleman, then you will start losing more wax. So, keep that in mind. These two both give you Twinkle Titanite. One of them gives you a Chaos Gem. I'm not going to bother with them. That lever right there, I'll just pull it. That'll give you access to the slab. Mr. Invader, if you're watching my stream, thank you, and also hi. Using the cell swords. Well, I'm sad those missed. Why would you use that against a mage? Like, I can just outspeed you. I don't know. Solid attempt, I suppose, but I don't know. Not the best idea. Sorry, Fiona. Cool. And now I get Crystal Soul Spear. Yeah, that always gets me. That's always, again, just the dumbest stuff that people always reference in Dark Souls. Oh yeah, nice. You have an enemy that just takes forever to swing. Let's do this. Yank. Let's see. What other movies do I have to watch recently? Well, what do I have to watch recently? What do I have to watch? I have to watch Suzume. It's a Japanese movie. Don't know what it's about. I heard it's decent, so maybe. That's the intelligence ring, if I remember correctly. Not really too keen on it. I have to watch Minority Report. I have to watch Sword of the Stranger, which is another Japanese animated movie. I have to watch... I mean, there's a lot of movies I haven't seen for somebody who likes movies and media and stuff. There's a lot of popular movies I haven't seen, you know, like Casablanca and Taxi Driver, stuff like that. But I'll get around to them eventually, one of these days. So now that I've done that, let's go and get last sorceries. Nice. I'm really surprised that the two people that have invaded me recently just had no idea what they were doing. You know, because you get some... Like that dude in Irithyll, he really knew what he was doing. He had Sigbrows, he had as much Estus as he could muster. He knew all his dodges. He knew how to Estus cancel, which actually I should show you in a bit. But like he knew all this stuff. And then the last two invaders were just, you know, normies.
Back up.
Okay, let's scroll. So you kind of need these as a mage. So I'll get them, but I really don't want them. I really don't need any of those. I have never used that before. Yeah, we'll just leave them like that. If you buy all of Orbeck's stuff, he does leave your shrine. So I want to leave him here just because, I don't know, I'm rude like that, I guess. Oh yeah, can I infuse this with simple? I need a simple gem. I think I get one of those from Profane Capital. I actually do really need a simple Cestus. So I can start regenning mana. Problem is I don't know where to get a simple gem, so I'm not even going to bother. Okay, so Grand Archives. I should attune my spells before... Oh, crap, I needed to level up. Great. Let's see. Christmas is coming up. Christmas movies, I guess, it's a good time to talk about Christmas movies. I am not really a big fan of Christmas. I actually, that's a lie. I hate Christmas, honestly. I hate the commercialization. I hate the music, especially the music. You know, at my work we play Christmas music because, you know, super original. Why not? And oh, I need to sell stuff too, right? Yeah, we can sell a Shriving Stone. And we should probably move some of these over as well. I don't need the entering. I hate the Christmas music. And part of the reason I hate Christmas music is the same reason I hate all versions of the Star Spangled Banner or whatever. It's everybody who sings it is trying to outdo the other person while they're singing it. So it's always, this person did it, but can I be creative about it? And so you get like the... Oh, I can just put that away, and I have the cat ring, so I'll put that away. You get the people who, I guess, do some creative stuff with it, such as, you know, metal covers of it, and what other kinds of weird stuff do they do? Or they do like rap covers, or they change up the lyrics or whatever. But when you get the people who don't really change it up that much, they just change the pitch in their voice or whatever, or they slow it down, oh, that's another thing you get with the eyes or whatever. I just wonder why not come up with your own Christmas song, you know? Do something that you like. Don't just sing something everybody else has sung just because it's a classic. Oh yeah, we can attune other spells now. I guess we'll tune this. Decent for PvP. That's also not good for PvP. Oh. Well, I guess I don't need that now. I can just do this. That's a lot better, honestly. Yeah, because I can chip at them and then... Yeah, okay, good. Again, I wish people would be a little more creative with their Christmas music other than just slowing it down a bunch. I heard Let It Snow normal, and, it's a fine song. It's cute, I guess. Oh, we love each other, and I know it's snowing outside and we don't want to go outside, but, if you love me and everything, I'm fine spending all this time with you. Pretty wholesome, But then there's that, only except to make it artsy, they slowed it down to like 0.7 speed or some nonsense. So it's just, let it snow, let it snow. And thinking, yeah, I've heard this song before. Why are you singing the exact same song, but just making it more painful to listen to? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, I have Crystal Soul Spear. I should have attuned Crystal Soul Spear. Or not. Attuned? Yeah, attuned. Or memorized, as I think Elden Ring calls it. God. I still remember watching Chase play this on the Ascended mod Held mode, and it was insane. It had all the scholars right there had just machine guns. It was like each scholar was a group of wizards from Elden Ring. For those who don't know, Elden Ring has sorcerers in there in Raya Lucaria, and they made chaining spells together in Elden Ring a lot easier and more effective. And so scholars in Elden Ring can chain spells together pretty effectively, and they can just spam it. And when you combine the spam of one scholar, but you add like 2 more, it's just hell. Honestly, it's terrible. Ooh, I love Lothric Knight armor. Honestly, I might even wear that just because it's so gorgeous. But I really do like this armor as well. It's super nice. Now you can go the other way around the roof to get here, but I generally like to go this way because it's, I guess, safer. You only have to deal with 1 gargoyle and not 2 chasing after you and all that nonsense. I also never get this shortcut here because I have a lot of confidence in my abilities and stuff, so, yeah. But this coming up could actually be a little annoying. Ooh, if that's a Thrall herd, that would be cool. I know a lot of people... Chunk's still actually really good. I know a lot of people really like the Thralls in this game. I don't know. Their hats are cute, I guess. I kind of wish I had Crystal Soul Spear just for this. Okay, let's subtract melee, dude. Otherwise known as God herd. Melee. 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 Come on. Or, yeah, a bow guy. And here come all 3 of them. Holy crap! Whoa! Wow. Dang. I actually was not expecting to kill them that easily. Well, that was super nifty. And the staff is actually really good, too. So the interesting thing about that staff, I don't exactly know what the numbers are between that staff and this candlestick I have. But that staff could almost be a suitable replacement for this because it really boosts sorceries, like, a lot. Okay, so let's go back up, get the last Estus shard, and then we will be maxed out on our gear. I guess there's a few interesting things to talk about up here. So up here, there's, as you can see, there's those golden wing knights. And killing them, I think, will net you a chunk, and sometimes the weapons. But if you kill all 3 of them, you get a titanite. What? Oh, is that a pilgrim butterfly? Yeah, that's a pilgrim butterfly. That's what they're called, by the way. If you kill all 3 of them, you get a titanite slab, which is, useful. But also in this area, there's an Estus shard over there, which I'm going to be getting. And above there is... See, something that bothers me about some of the balancing in this game. You remember when I was talking about lightning spear, or great lightning spear rather, and how it's you have to reach literally Lothric Castle, so like the area right before this one, Dragon Slayer armor. You have to reach Lothric Castle, so you either have to kill Dancer early, or you have to, kill Dancer whenever you're ready. Reach Lothric Castle, get the Warrior of Sunlight Covenant from the Undead Settlement, and then either help enough people with bosses or kill enough people with the Covenant on to get 30 Sunlight medals. Then you get an okay lightning damage miracle. Like what's the balancing there? How does that make sense? It's stupid. And then up here, so do I still have it in here? No, I don't. But there are 4 rings in this game, each attributing to the main damage stats: strength, dexterity, intelligence, and faith. The intelligence ring is here. The strength ring, I believe, is in Lothric Castle, right before Dragon Slayer armor, I believe. Then the dex ring is all the way up here, and the faith ring is in Untended Graves. If you can kill Dancer early, the quickest ring that you'll be able to get to is the faith ring, which, I mean, the faith ring has its uses, I guess, but keep in mind for a minute that the faith ring, all of the stat boosting rings, which aren't even that useful, mind you, all of the stat boosting rings are locked behind really difficult bosses or just really late game areas in general. And I don't understand why... oh, wow. I guess you can't do that. I wish you could do that. I don't understand why they made a lot of these rings just so difficult to get to. Like, let's take a look at the Prisoner's Chain, for example. The Prisoner's Chain, Champion Gundir's item, I know it's locked behind a difficult boss or something, and I know it makes you take extra damage. But, good lord, it gives you 5 health, stamina, and vitality. Super strong. Nothing even comes close to that. Oh, large shards. I think they can give you chunks, but I guess I just got unlucky and only got chunks from them, or a large shard from them. Watch this nonsense. This is like your bread and butter nuking thing. just dead. Right? Like, just insane. Mind you, this isn't even Crystal Soul Spear. This is just regular Soul Spear. There's a chunk. So you can get Divine Pillars of Light down here. Not really interested. They can get something else over there, but who cares? So I got my slab. That's cool. Now to find my way off this stupid roof. But yeah, that's all that's up here. And there's a lot of ways you can kill those knights as well. You can use this pyromancy called Report, and it'll turn them against each other. Which, you know, I tried, but I couldn't make it work out. So, you know, if you could make it work out, kudos to you, I suppose. Also, how in the hell do I get off this roof? I'll find it eventually. There we go. Yeah, Christmas. So again, I don't understand why they have to just do 15 different covers of the same song over and over again. I get that you want to do, you want to like have your 15 seconds of fame and be that one person who created the quintessential Christmas song, but can't you just make something new and good instead of regurgitating the same old nonsense? Somebody came up with the classic. Let it be a classic, and then you make your own classic. Don't try to like piggyback off their work. It's dumb. Now I don't know what the best way to kill Lorien is. Lothric Lorien. I know Lothric can be pretty easily murderated with Crystal Soul Spear, but 25 mana. 46, jeez. Also, that's probably pretty good. Pretty cheap on the mana. But, that way, yeah. Travel back to the shrine. So I hate the Christmas music. Christmas movies, I think, they're okay. A lot of people don't call Die Hard a Christmas movie, and in a lot of regards, it isn't. I know it takes place at Christmas time, so it counts as a Christmas movie. And, you know, they're having a Christmas party and everything, but it's not as much a Christmas movie as a lot of other movies. But I don't care. I'll call it a Christmas movie. So, you know, Die Hard is my favorite Christmas movie. And it's a good movie in general. But, actually, no, let's do that. See, that would be a good time to get Titanic scales. I got everything from Orbeck, got everything from him. Oh yeah, there is one more thing. So to get Grey Rat's ashes, actually, you gotta. Well, I'll do it maybe tomorrow or something. When I do a new run or something, but Grand Archives, right? Yeah, and then I can just go up by Lothric Lorien. Yeah. Is there anything else I need to do? Oh, can I level up? Yeah, I can. A couple times.
Farewell, Ashen One.
I don't think you can poison Lothric and Lorien. There's a lot of bosses in this game that you can't poison. So, I mean, it's not worth trying. I'll try, see if I can, but I don't think you can. I could look it up if I really want to. Right. Let's do that really quick. Yeah, they're immune to poison. Oh. So I guess they're, well, Lorian is weak to magic, so he's going to go down really quickly. All I have to worry about is Lothric's magic, just because I have so ridiculously low magic resist. Oh, I forgot. I need to pump into Dex, because I don't have a lot of Dex on this character. In fact, that's actually probably something I can reallocate into. I don't even need to quit out for that, because that's whatever. If you run to the side like this, it's very hard for a lot of the crossbows to reach you. My favorite is when all of them decide to buff up at the same time. I think it's really funny. There's an elevator over there, and it's a two-way elevator, similarly to the Undead Settlement, and there's a titanium slab at the end of it. You know what? Screw that. Just... That's the best way to kill those things. Lothric Knight Armor, Lothric... Jeez, 3 armors? Why don't you give me something else, game? Oh yeah, so go down here. This leads over to Dragon Slayer armor. And you can send that back up to bring up another elevator that can take you down to a Titanium slab. Red Tearstone Ring. Boost your damage when your absorption is low. Or your health is low, my bad. Then you can drop down there, and there's a chime right there. And there's also, I think, a lightning ring over here at some point. You'll gain +1 or 2 or something. Yay! Scales! Yeah, and hell, why not? Let's just get the slab, go back to the shrine, level up, and then, you know, go kill Lothric Lorian. So yeah, I hate, I don't like the aesthetics of Christmas, and not to mention it's cold during Christmas, and I'm very not fond of the cold, stupid as that sounds. Let's see, can I sell anything? So I don't like the cold, I don't like the lights. I think a lot of people don't put in enough effort with decorating, and so it kind of just ends up looking lame and lazy. So we're good on everything. I don't need more attunement slots, so yeah. Up our decks to up our cast speed a little. And then the concept of caroling, not really a fan. And I think the thing I hate the most about Christmas is the whole gift-giving thing. It's become so ingrained in our society to give gifts during Christmas, and you're like almost pressured to give gifts, and if you don't, you look cheap, or you look like you don't care, and if the gifts aren't expensive enough, you look cheap, and you know, it really sucks when you don't know what to give. You don't really know, like, whoever you're giving stuff to doesn't give you any ideas of what to give them. They already have everything, but they're already giving you stuff, and so you just feel really bad in general for not giving anything that's potentially worth their time. It's just a mess. So, yeah. Really not a fan of the whole gift giving part of it. It's the worst thing, honestly. And then, of course, because living expenses have gone up by a significant amount, that also includes just prices of everything. So gifts are more expensive than they've ever been, and not only are they more expensive just because, oh no, at first I thought I was getting invaded. Not only are gifts more expensive just because they're more expensive, but they're also more expensive because you have less money to spend on gifts because of food and bills and all that nonsense. So, generally not a fan of Christmas. Big fan of Halloween, though. Love Halloween. Halloween's the bomb. Alright, so I can just annihilate Lothric. So I can annihilate Lorien with Soul Spear. And then, unfortunately, I'm going to have to try and kill Lorien, who's very magic resistant. And one of the problems with trying to kill him is he's always going to hop back on Lorien's back, and he's going to teleport around and stuff. So, a lot of fun there. Well, that was a good start. Honestly, why go for the slow option? I am surprised that did not hit me. Alright, easy enough. Yep, bad timing. Agreed. Ah, crap. Yeah, that's a lot of magic resist. I should probably have Pestilent Mist on for this fight, because that is a ton of magic resist. I don't need this. So yeah, Christmas movies. You know, I say I like Halloween. I wasn't a really big fan of Nightmare Before Christmas, and I know that's pretty blasphemous to say on the internet because everybody loves Nightmare Before Christmas, but I guess part of it was not growing up with it as a kid. Part of it. The other part of it, I really don't know. Just not a fan of it, honestly. Yep. That's what I get for going the stupid way. See what I mean? Just have a hard time hitting you. Oh yeah, and then I guess one perk of this fight that you can sort of abuse is right here. Not too bad. Of course, I could have gotten more souls if I had gotten the Mendicant Staff, which I can go get, but, you know, I really don't need it, because I'm at the point where I have fine cast speed, I have fine intelligence, health, stamina, mana, everything, so I'm doing fine. And I'm at only, well, I don't know if it's only 91, but, you know, level 91 is not terrible. Let's see, what else can, what did I put on? Oh, Void's Ring. Oh, I need to get rid of all those things. Don't need this bonfire, so. Other Christmas movies. You know, I do like 2 Christmas movies, and partially because they're not all about the Christmas spirit or whatever. Although I guess one of them is, but I think I get less into it the more Christmas spirit it's about. So one of the movies I like is Elf. I like it. It's really funny. Will Ferrell's really funny in it. And I think the part I like about Elf so much is that it's a Lothric sells a faith sword, so screw that. I think the thing I like about Elf so much is the sort of fish out of water main character. Buddy the Elf has no concept of what life in New York or whatever is like, and he plays it really well. And I love all the little details of him just doing things that society deems completely moronic, has just no concept of self-preservation or health safety or things you just don't do in public because you want to get a job or whatever. Like, you know, running out into the middle of the street, causing mayhem in revolving doors, looking like a weirdo. These are going to hurt your chances of getting a job. They're going to hurt your chances of making friends, stuff like that. And I think as people grow up, they become accustomed to sort of abiding more by society's rules, believing things that they weren't aware of as kids. And that's kind of, I think, what a lot of media talks about when they say the innocence of a child. They aren't aware of, like, all these, you know, for lack of a better term, chains that society puts on them. Society has a lot of rules, a lot of regulations, and a lot of stuff that is a part of being an adult and being able to get a job and being able to make friends. And if you can't do that, you're going to have a really hard time doing that. Sorry, that was really poorly worded, but you know, if you can't follow certain guidelines, you're going to have a really hard time in life because society has been conditioned in a certain way that if you don't, then you're a weirdo. You're a pariah. You don't belong. And I think everybody wants to belong, at least somewhere. They want to have friends. They want to be loved by their parents. And I think one of the things I really like about Buddy is that he kind of does have that childhood innocence where he's just completely unaware of what is or isn't acceptable. And it makes for some great comedy watching a person, a full-grown man, who is just completely unaware of, you know, what he shouldn't be doing, basically. Super interesting to think about. Like, why do we love that so much? Why is it so funny? And I don't know if I'll ever come up with an answer to that. But that's my favorite part of the movie. It's the whole just weirdo fish out of water part of it. And then when it turns into the dad doesn't have the Christmas spirit, and they need the Santa comes into the picture, and they need to bring the spirit of Christmas back and everything. I get kind of bored of it, and I'm thinking, okay, but can we go back onto the whole sort of buddy thing? Can we talk about Can we focus more on the main character and everything and his interpersonal life? You know, how does he deal with his girlfriend, his family and everything? We see very little of his family after the whole Santa thing. We see a little bit of the dad and everything, but I don't know. I wasn't really a fan of the ending to that. This is DLC 2, by the way, which actually is a good chance to just go and get the Silver Serpent ring real quick. This merchant right here sells the best glaive in the game. Halberd. Well, it is a glaive, even if it is a halberd. Sells the best glaive in the game. It can do infinite. It's really busted. People hate it. I know I certainly hate it. Fighting it sucks. So, yeah. We want to talk about meta. If you're going to be using a glaive or a halberd, meta right there. And we're about to approach the other meta weapon, which is right here, I believe. Yep, there we are. So this is the DLC, DLC 2 to be specific. It's the Ring City DLC. And it's a really good DLC. There's a lot of content in here, a lot of new locations to visit, a lot of interesting new enemy designs and mechanics. And overall, really fond of this DLC. These angels right here, you can kill by killing these little dudes. And, well, these angels actually used to be way more intolerable. In when the DLC first launched, they did way more damage, and they nerfed them. They're still really dangerous, but I think they are actually pretty fair now. If not slightly overtuned, but, you know, I think pretty fair, honestly. That is one of the best Dark Sorcery catalysts. I'll tell you why in a minute after I'm done going through this area. That's the highest damage Dark Sorcery in the game. Thanks! I didn't even get a chance to get the ring I wanted, so that's cool. I hate that so much, by the way. In this DLC, that is one of the few things I hate. These, I don't know if there's mechanics and stuff for them. Like I don't know if the details or mechanics of these have been figured out yet, but those little murky casters right there, they seem to just cast whatever they want, whenever they want. Their casts come out of the ground. And they do a lot of damage. It's kind of hard to predict them. They have a huge AoE, and if I didn't mention they do a lot of damage, guess what? They do a lot of damage. And they seem to have a lingering hitbox too, so they're just kind of the worst of all worlds, honestly. Ring Steel Protection +3. The DLC can, especially DLC 2, can be considered pay to win. There's a lot of stuff in here that is very, very good, and if you don't have the DLC, then you're pretty sorely lacking. And I can explain a little bit more of it as we go along, but I mean, the fact that I just picked up a lot of really good stuff right there should tell you kind of everything you need to know about this DLC. So, I'll tell you after I pick up this ring that I'm going after over here. And once you see this ring, you can see why it's considered by a lot of people to be sort of a pay-to-win DLC. Because the DLC isn't free. It's a paid DLC. I think it's $15. And, Alright, so I just picked up so now that I'm in a decent spot, I guess is a good time to explain exactly why people consider this DLC to be pay to win. So right here is the Murky Hand Scythe. It's super meta in PvP. It's like a dagger, only it deals dark damage as well as normal damage, and it's got quick step on it, and it's got a pretty decent amount of physical damage. Like, it's got everything you want in a very quick step weapon. Just really good all around, especially when you consider that the meta is based around poor netcoding and laggy PvP in general. So already, Murky Hand Scythe, top tier weapon in PvP in the DLC. Then you go over to the rings, got Silver Serpent, all the +3 rings are in the DLC. So Silver Serpent ring +3, DLC. Ring of Steel Protection, not as useful, but still +3, also in the DLC. And then right here, this Murky Hand Scythe, it is tied for the best Dark Sorcery catalyst in the game. So most catalysts aren't very good at casting Dark Sorceries. They can do it, but they're not very good at it. This also has pretty decent normal sorcery casting, but it's better as a Dark Sorcery caster. The Murky Hand Scythe, I should just switch over to. As you can see, it's very long, and because of its length, it also, so the sorceries you cast come from the tip of the staff, not from you. So when you swing a Fair and Flash sword, you'll notice probably that it has a lot of range, and that is because the staff is so long and it's casting from the tip that you have a much longer range sword sorcery than one would normally expect. There is a slight downside to this where when you swing like this, if somebody's very close to you, they'll only take basically the swing of the staff. But the extra range is still really useful, especially paired with the Soul Greatsword, which gives it just so much extra range being cast from the staff. And last but not least, for now, we also have Great Soul Dregs, which is basically the Crystal Soul Spear of Dark Sorcerers. So Dark Magic got really nerfed in this game, but if you want Dark Magic, go look no further than that right there. That is your ticket to dark casting, basically. Oh, jeez. Look at all that. Just so many, like, little plinkers and sorcery caster, and then the big boy. Yeah. I don't need whatever's down there. So there's a Lothric Banner, which can boost your damage, and Projected Heal, which is a pretty good healing miracle, but that's generally not what I care about. I kind of just wanted to show you that that's where they are, but, you know, whatever. So, do I want to go kill the final boss right now? We'll go do the side content. So, once you kill Oseros, you get an emote called Path of the Dragon, and you can use it over here. Most people know this already, but, you know, I might as well explain it for, you know, people watching. Hopefully I've done an alright job explaining a lot of the stuff in this game. Anything that might be slightly confusing, I guess. Now, there's also something... Actually, don't need to do. Actually, something else also pretty nifty. You can, I think, yeah. As far as I'm aware, I think you can jump this. No, well, that was a fail, but whatever. And in fact, if you want to spend all your Twinkling Titanite on the Murky Longstaff, then go right ahead. It'll be very easy to become a Dark Sorcerer after that. In fact, now that we're here, we can just grab the Dark Clutch Ring in case we want to actually Dark cast on something. But I don't think we really need to. There's a ring somewhere in here called the Dusk Crown Ring, and it lowers your max HP, but it also drastically lowers the amount of mana each cast takes. So that's pretty useful. So you can go about this a couple ways. You can start at the beginning of the area. Oh, this has a Dragon Torso Stone in there, but I don't really care about it. You can start at the beginning. You can do whatever you want, but I tend to go that way. I think it's slightly faster. So you use Path of the Dragon right here. And then you enter Dreamland. I do like this area as well. It's very peaceful, honestly, considering all the other areas in this game. You know, you'll see. It's very nice and vibrant and lively out. Coming from Irithyll Dungeon, which is all drab and depressing, and then you enter this area and it's bright and sunny and well lit and everything. It's super nice. I like the contrast, honestly. Don't really need that right now. Honestly, if I want to kill stuff, I should just Fan Flash Sword all of them. Or Crystal Soul Spear. So, super chill. And now we want this ring on, because we want the stamina. Stamina. There's a chunk over there, I think, but I don't really care about them at this point. The magic clutch ring I should probably go get. That would be pretty useful. The lightning clutch ring is over here, but... those enemies are really annoying. They like to backstep, they can parry you, and they shoot fireballs at you. Really, really not fun. In fact, let's go get the magic clutch ring before I go through this area. Can't believe I forgot to pick that one up. So you can really crank out your damage on a sorcery build. And I think more so than any other build, I think. No, every other build can have their... well, no. Because a sorcery build can have the Dust Crown Ring, which increases all the magic damage they deal, whereas pyromancers don't get a fire headpiece, nor do faith casters get a lightning headpiece. They get a dark headpiece, which also helps pyromancers and sorcerers too, but they don't get a lightning or a fire headpiece. Oh, nice loading. I swear, no chill. Cool. By the way, that's the +2 miracle ring up there, so go grab it if you need it. Magic clutch ring. And now that I have the magic clutch ring, my magic damage is complete. Magic clutch ring will also be somewhat offset by my armor, because I'm quite armored for a mage. Not like it really matters, but it could, you know. Alright, let's take a peek. So if you really want, what you can essentially do is carry the Witch Tree branch, which will max out your cast speed, so you don't need the Sage's Ring. Unfortunately, that will also decrease your magic damage because you're not using the candlestick. I'll need to do some testing or look at some math to see what the optimal build for a sorcerer is, but you know, you can wield the Magic Clutch Ring, the 2 Sorcery Rings, and the Lloyd Sword Ring, along with the Dust Crown Ring, and the Witch Tree branch for max cast speed, for essentially like what is one way to get super crazy damage out of this type of build. The other thing you can do is, instead of running the candlestick right here, you can run the crystal staff over here, and when you use its buff, instead of being a 20% buff, I believe, or a 15% buff, it's like a 35% buff. It's huge. So, How did that hit me? Whatever. So this is probably the worst boss in the game. It's definitely in the top 3. Nobody would ever disagree with you if you said this is the worst boss in the game. Well, okay, they might disagree if you said it's absolutely the worst boss in the game, but if you said it's in the top 3 worst bosses in the game, I don't think you'd find any disagreement, because it's really bad. So generally, if you can, you want to get rid of all the people on the bottom because they're going to shoot fireballs at you and they're going to try to knock you off this ladder up here. So see that fireball already coming from the back. That could already pose problems. I see you there. You're trying to murder me. I don't have the Estus ring, so that's going to be great. But might as well just heal up all the way. Lloyd's ring. And now we can just absolutely annihilate this thing. Honestly, I don't often see this thing just stand still. Usually it does some attacking. It'll never hit you up here, but I very rarely see it stand still. But hey, nice for me. Because I don't have to work too hard. I think it can hit you here with its fire breath if the game decides not to play nice, but it can't hit you with anything else. There are also a couple rare times when the little snake boys over there will actually target you, and that can really suck, but... Oh, nice. Alright. Gives me time to do this. All the rings, all the stuff, okay. Giant headstone, completely worthless. Something that can be really annoying about Archdragon Peak is right after you kill the wyvern, you're teleported here, which can be invaded, and you want to get the souls from the wyvern, like so, but you're stuck with the mimic head and you want to unequip it before you die. But sometimes people will be really hot in invading, and they'll just invade you right away. Then you can't teleport, you're low on mana, low on health, low on heals, and it's just a little annoying to try and deal with. But that's, honestly, it's not too bad, just slightly annoying. So, probably back over to the magic clutch ring. This probably can be the Lloyd sword ring, and this can be that. Great. Okay, so my cast speed is max now, which is nice. And now I can just pump into health and mana and stamina, and we'll be good. Do I have anything I can transpose? No. And there's no reason to try and do anything else. That's it. Let's get rid of Pestilent Mist for these, you know, just in case I get invaded. And now we go to Striking Peak. Sometimes I wonder about the design of the enemies in this place. Like that enemy back there that tried to hit me with his neck. I wonder who they were actually planning on hitting with that, because I have never, ever been hit by him. I run past it every time, never been hit by it. I guess they're expecting people to walk past it or something and get hit by walking. Like, it's an unfair placement, but if you're running, you'll never be hit by it. And I don't know. Just very strange placement, honestly. Because if you're running, you'll never get hit, but if you're walking, you might get hit, or if you're not expecting it, it's super strange. Okay, this is where I want this, because this area kind of sucks. Oh my god, yep, rude. That has never happened before, honestly. Like, I understand the potential for that to happen, but I have never had that happen before. You got to be a little more careful when you're dodging those, because if you're still, I mean, you saw, if you're still next to their bodies when you're done rolling, you'll just be hit by their lingering hitbox. Kind of sucks. I hate those enemies. They have very little lag time between their moves, and they can stun lock you into just, well, not really like stun lock you into not being able to do anything, but they're always faster than you at everything they do. Well, not everything they do, but their little head bash or whatever is faster than anything you can do. So you have to get out of the way before you can actually start hitting them, and it's really annoying. Okay, let's try not to like. See, again, sucks. There, you can see right here the camera does. Actually, wow. For once, it didn't do that. The wyvern there can actually catch you on his tail, and he can actually kill you just by moving. Like, he doesn't actually have to hurt you. His tail, because it's a hitbox, well, not even a hitbox, but because it's a solid object, and his tail can move so quickly because he's a giant creature, he can kill you without even having to damage you. No Mendicant Staff, figured. It is a very rare drop. This lava spawns with Mr. Nameless King. Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Whew, scared me there, game. Okay, cool. Not picking up that item. I would farm for Mendicant Staff, but I don't need to. If I Ember here, I can get Hawkwood. I don't need Hawkwood. I can just do all this crap myself. But I want my nuking potential, so... I need my nuking potential because the stuff here is very tanky. Those things can really suck if they get you in a group, so try not to fight them as a group. It sucks. Nice. That made things very simple. Thankfully, I can prep as I'm going along. That is generally a lot worse than I made it seem, just because I could prep ahead of time. So, it's good stuff. Honestly, if anybody has ever played this game, you know how awful this area is. Fighting multiples of these is crazy. Also, can we take a minute to appreciate the range on that? And again, that thing can also really suck. What do you got for? Oh, god damn it! Lovely suicides. Suicide by death. That's what that is. Mm-hmm. Do I even care about going up there? Yeah, why not? Well, no, screw that. I'll just go for the bosses. Havel's up there. You know, Havel the Rock. And, yeah, lots of fun on the button. Alright, Nameless King time. So, Nameless King is famously easy as a sorcerer. Oh, guess I was too far to the side. Weird. So this fight, phase 1, absolutely sucks, mostly because of the camera. However, only if you're melee. Now watch the coolest boss in this game get completely annihilated. And for the record, if you're playing Miracles only, if you're playing Pyro only, he still just has no chance. Yeah. Because if you're a Pyro, I think he's... Oh, never mind. Bad dodge. I'm like, yeah, I'll just absolutely annihilate him. But I mean, you saw how much damage I do to him. It just... If he doesn't get close, which is very rare that he ever actually does get close, he just does not. He cannot deal with Crystal Soul Spear at 60 int with a Court Sorcerer Staff. Just, no. And that's kind of one of the things that sucks about casting in these games. Even in Elden Ring, a lot of bosses are just not prepared to deal with, not even glass cannons, but they're just not prepared to deal with ranged cannon builds, you know? Ranged nuke builds. Let's make it a little harder on him. Thank you, input delay. Super nice of you. Hmm. Honestly, he's casting a lot more range stuff than he usually does. But, I mean, still not dealing a lot of damage. Yeah. Oh, wow. Hey, I died again. Again, I love how I'm just thinking, oh yeah, Nameless King's going to be super easy. And I guess it's because I'm tired. I mean, I don't like making excuses, but I think it's because I'm tired that I'm just dying so much to him. Because I really don't die to him that much on pure mage builds like this. It also doesn't help that I'm wearing the Magic Clutch Ring, so I take a lot of extra damage from him. I do feel kind of bad for Nameless King, being that, you know, he's just a really cool boss, really fun boss too if you engage with him in melee, but, you know, you play Magic or anything that casts and you do a crap ton of damage and he just melts, really. And, you know, I'm not saying that that fight is the easiest thing ever, because, you know, I did die 2 times, but thing is, you just do so much damage. So if you're able to dodge maybe like 4 attacks, you're golden. And hell, I only probably died that much because I'm wearing the Magic Clutch Ring. Remember, Magic Clutch Ring is, I take 20% extra damage, so it's not an insignificant amount. 194k, because that's really cool. I also need to clear my inventory because this is getting ridiculous. And now that I've killed everything in the main game, it is time to go kill Soul of Cinder. Then I can do my best to humiliate Freed and do what I can against Gravetender. I hate championing Gravetender so much. But mostly his caster builds. I also hate him as a melee build too. I just don't think his fight's that good. I'd have to think about it a little more to explain a little better why. So we got max cast speed. Let's get 1 more of those. More stamina, I guess.
Mayst thou thy peace.
Yeah, Oh, good lady.
Great.
So once you give her the Dream Chaser's Ash, which is Sirius's, you give her the Easterner's Ashes, I think they are, which is at Aldrich's area, and then you give her the Dragon Chaser's Ashes, which are those ones. You have access to all the Titanite. So you can now level up whatever weapon you like. And because I'm a weirdo, I'm going to level up Murky Longstaff, and you can't stop me. Oh, it's Titanite shards. Oh, great. Fascinating. Honestly, I thought those were, thought that was a twinkle weapon. Cool.
Ashen 1.
You can also buy a slab from her. Alright, cool. So I don't think I plan on using the other staff. It's just not good enough, I don't think. So I'll just end up storing it. I'll store that because it's just good. Sell those. Still store that. I don't need that, I'll sell it. Yeah, sure, why not? Huh. It's worse in every regard. Won't need that. Just sell that. Probably won't need that. So, gross. Clean out my inventory. Don't need that. Don't need that. What that? Two of those. What that? Storytellers is cute. Definitely don't need that. Want that? Those are all good. Don't need that. Oh. Definitely don't need any of those.
Ashen 1.
Can I level up one more time? I highly doubt it, but let's try. Nope. 12k away. Rip. Okay, let's go knock on Soul Cinder's door. Go murder his face. Soul Cinder will be super easy too, just because he does not deal well with magic. I know he's got his own magic phase and pyromancer phase and miracle phase, but they're not really that much of a challenge. And then once he gets into his last phase, you can nuke the crap out of him whenever he does his super duper ultra mega swing combo attack. So it's not too bad. Oh, do I have everything set up? Yes, I do. Yeah. Come here, Mr. Soul Cinder. Oh, yeah, and, bad judges. Dodging, please. Whatever. Now's a good time to do this, I suppose. Power it up one more time. And now he dies. That wasn't the plan, but worked out all the same. Yay! Summon the Firekeeper. Nah, screw it. I'll get the ending later. 297k. That's really cool. Really awesome of you. But I have another love. I do really like that, different from Dark Souls 1 if you link the first flame in this game. Even if you link the first flame, like, not even if you beat the final boss, if you link the first flame, you can just do whatever afterwards. It kind of sucks from a story perspective that other characters don't recognize that you're the lord of this world now, but, whatever. It's fine by me. And then, of course, there's, I don't know exactly when the Dreg Heap takes place, but if it takes place after you beat the Soul of Cinder, then, it also sucks that they don't recognize it there either. More stamina. Yeah. And then, I'm level 104. So I could probably just start going into health now. Because I have enough stamina now for PvP. I have enough mana for PvP. I could honestly do one more, but I don't really need to. So can I can attune one more spell, yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to attune this. Well, yeah, there is, because I don't want to clog up my spell thing. So Greatsword, see, I like Greatsword, but I never use it because Flash Sword is really good, and I never have a need to just one fell swoop knock out a ton of enemies, you know? I'll just leave it like that for now. Obviously, I can't kindle any further. I killed Soul of Cinder, so I can sell his soul. Sell his soul. So, something that a lot of players might not know, when you light all the thrones, Ludlith has to sacrifice himself to... Because he's a lord, he has to turn into cinders or ash for you, so you can go kill the original Lord of the Flame. And when he does that, you can't transpose anymore because, well, he's gone. But they have a mechanic for you to actually transpose once he's gone. However, if you switch action and pick up this item, which is the Skull Ring, then you can actually absolutely no longer transpose. So whatever you do, do not pick up this ring. So I guess I can talk about a couple more things. Chaos Bed Vestiges, we already talked about that. Black Serpent is a really good sort of zoning / stall tool for miracle builds. Soothing Sunlight is a very strong heal, although some can argue that it's kind of redundant because there's other really strong heals in the game. That's more of like a level 150, 200 sort of heal, because that's a very strong heal that you don't need unless you, again, just have so much health. And even then, like 80 mana is so much. And the most use you'll get out of that is healing other people as well. That's the best lightning miracle in the game outside of the one you get in the DLC, and it sucks that you have to kill the Soul of Cinder to get it, but here we are. That's really good in PvP because, similar to Lightning Stick, if you poise cast it with a Catalyst, not only do you deal a ton of damage up front, but anybody who tries to roll away will get hit by the little lightning things that Nameless King also sends out when he hits his little staff on the ground. That's kind of what this is. So it's you hit your staff on the ground. You basically do Nameless King's sword spear strike, where giant strike of lightning, and it sends out little lightning stuff in its wake, and it's really good. I don't know if it's 2 slots good, but it's really good. And anybody who's running a Miracle build should consider this for PvP. Life on Scythe, I never hear anything about, and I've never used it. And honestly, if you want a dark damage Miracle, you're just better off using Doris's Gnawing. You can get it from Irithil, or you can just use regular Gnaw, but those are the best dark miracles to run. Cleric's Candlestick, not good at all, don't use it. Lothric's Holy Sword, I've never used it, never see anybody use it, so it's probably not great. Wolnir's Holy Sword sucks, it's a great sword, but its damage is kind of middling. Its weapon art is also really bad. You'd have to be fighting a really bad player to hit anybody with the weapon up. Greatsword Judgment's pretty good. It has a ranged magic attack, which some people might not be expecting, because it looks a lot like a Bastard Sword or a Claymore even. So you can get people off guard with that, and ranged stuff is really useful in general anyway. Moonlight Greatsword is pretty good, but it has a lot of weight requirement sometimes for a magic build. It's more so for a battle mage, somebody who's specking into a lot of strength and stuff. Like, I could wield it, but I would need 9 more levels in strength, and also I'm not a melee build anyway. I've never seen anybody use the Firelink Greatsword. I would never use it, so probably not great, honestly. I've tried it a couple times, but I don't remember much about it. Profane Greatsword's really good, but it's an Ultra, so it's very slow. But it's got a pretty solid moveset. Lorian's Greatsword is basically a Profane Greatsword, only with a lower physical and a fire spread on it. Also, the weapon arts for these, the Profane Greatsword needs to do the L2 and then R2 to get the sword to light on fire and get the extra fire damage, but it lasts longer than Lorian's Greatsword. Lorian's Greatsword, on the other hand, can just L2 and the sword's covered in fire. Then, if it does the R2 like the Profane Greatsword, then it sends out a little line of flame, which is useful sometimes, but again, generally you want to go with the Profane Greatsword. Unless you're going the pure strength route, then you might just want to go for Lorian's Greatsword. Storm Curve Sword Greatsword is pretty decent, but Storm Curve Sword, I should say. But again, it's mostly just outclassed by the Pontiff Knight Curve Sword. Dancer's Enchanted Swords are pretty bad because the split damage on all of them means it's hitting each resistance separately. So it's not like all these fire, magic, and physical are being blocked by one. They're being blocked by one defense. They're being blocked by 3 separate defenses. So the split damage just really doesn't work on them. And their moveset can work, but it's slower than the Cell Swords, and they just do far less damage. There's really no reason to run these over the Cell Swords, ever. This is a pretty good strength weapon, does a lot of damage. It's special, has a surprising amount of stun on it, and you can even stun people from behind you with it, even if you don't deal any damage. It's got a lot of stun on it. And it's honestly not too bad. Like, the weight is something, it leaves a little bit to be desired, but the damage is pretty good, and the lightning damage is also really good on it. Makes for good boss killers, too, for anything that's weak to lightning as well. Yorm's Machete used to be really good, but I think a lot of players have started valuing moveset and speed over heavier weapons, especially heavier weapons that can't be buffed or infused. And Yorm's Machete does not get a true combo like most weapons in the game, so it's just not as good as a lot of other heavier weapons. Like, this gets a true combo, this gets a true combo, this gets a true combo, but this doesn't. So there's basically no reason to ever run Yorm's Machete. It has the longest range of any great weapon, but doesn't really say much when it doesn't get nearly as much damage output. It has the highest single swing damage, but again, doesn't mean much if you can't true combo, because this true combo, this true combo, this true combo, and this true combo will all deal more damage than a single swing from Yorm's Great Machete. So just not really worth running. Dragon Slayer Soul Spear you can make work, but it's got a lot of stat requirements, as you see down there, and it needs a very niche build for it. Again, it can work, and it's pretty good, but again, you need a very specific build for it. Gundir's Halberd, as you saw in the first invasion that happened earlier this stream, it's everywhere in PvP. Anybody who knows what they're doing in PvP is going to be running Gundir's Halberd if their build can allow for it, and it's especially good on a strength build because that's what it scales with. It's a really good finishing tool. A lot of players, especially like myself, don't really know how to deal with the charge out of nowhere. Better players will be able to deal with it. They can hot swap to a parrying tool very quickly, or they can just swap off the weapon and parry it right away and then punish you for it. But a lot of newer players don't really know how to deal with Gundir's Halberd. And again, it's a good swap. It's a good finishing tool for anybody who's not expecting it. Honestly, it's one of the best PvP weapons out there just for finishing people. Darkmoon Longbow has terrible damage, and honestly, anything you would do with this, you can just do with a normal bow. There are magic arrows in the game, and they'll just scale better than with this anyway. It's just not a good bow, unfortunately. Good shield, but I don't ever see people running great shields, partially because they leave a lot of openings, like you can just strafe them and backstab, and the only great shield that, like if you're going to be speccing into a great shield, look at this 38 strength requirement, and then the 26 weight. If you're going to be speccing into a great shield this heavy, with this high stability and these high stats and that high strength requirement, at that point you were just speccing to Havel's great shield. So these two shields right here are kind of just outclassed by the Havel great shield. This one has, all right lightning resist, like really great. It's, I think, the best lightning resist shield in the game, but it can't be buffed or infused by anything, especially magic shield, the shield buff, so it doesn't get extra stability. And again, Havel's great shield actually has a unique special that these don't, so there's honestly really no reason to run this. And I've never seen anyone use Yorm's great shield, just ever. And of course, you need a ton of hits in a row, and even then, you're better off just healing, honestly. It's not a good ring. And as you see, you'll, with something like this, you'll just end up with a ring setup that's so good that it's hard to justify running a less than good ring instead of those. So those are all the boss weapons for the main game, all the boss equipments that you can transpose. Some of them are great, some of them are okay, and some of them are terrible. It's kind of just how it works, I guess. So we can go to the Dragheap DLC and fight the bosses there, but I guess we should start with the Ashes of Ariandel DLC first, because it's the first DLC that came out. So we go to Cleansing Chapel, and we talk to Uncle Gale, as the lady refers to her. Now, the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, I'm not a big fan of. It's got some good stuff in there, but there's not a lot of new enemy types. There's only 2 bosses. One of the bosses is really lackluster, and it's a dual fight that is not very well thought out. They just decided to have a dude and a big enemy there, and they don't complement each other at all. Unlike a lot of other dual fights. So, in general, it just doesn't work out. What I'm doing right here, I'm talking to Gale. When you do this, he teleports you, and this is one of the few times in the game when you can actually get out of an invasion without quitting out of the game just by talking to this guy. And then all of a sudden, he just teleports you, and you're no longer in the area. Like, you can talk to him even while an invasion's happening. You can't quit out of the game the normal way if an invasion's happening, and you can't rest at a bonfire or travel, but there are, I think, 2 places where you can talk to an NPC and have them teleport you somewhere to get out of an invasion, and that is one of them. This thing right here is really annoying. He'll just talk to you forever. Oops. Also, I don't know what it is about teleporting to the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, but my computer crashes maybe about 50% of the time the first time I travel here on a playthrough. It's really strange. So you can pick up all these items if you want. I generally don't. I don't think any of them are really worth it. Oh, invasion. Okay. Let's just go back to the bonfire. Do I have everything set up? I don't want this. I want this instead. Why would you do that? You are so rude. Okay. Wonder if he's gonna try to great bow snipe me with the obscuring ring. Getting there. Okay. Oh, giant dads. Cute. Hmm. Wow. Well, I mean, you tried, I guess? There are a lot of decent equipment pieces over in this DLC. For example... Okay. Oh, help! I remember I was watching Joel's stream one time, and he actually, he was invaded by a guy named Help, so I wonder if this is the same Help from Joel's stream. Oh, Jesus. And once you get past here, you're basically... It's rude. You're basically fine. At least from the big wolf once you get past there. Now, wolves are distinctly different from dogs, but they can be just as annoying. Hopefully I don't get sniped by the great bow guy. Yeah, see. Already great bow. Something I kind of noticed is that wolves don't seem to follow the general rule of dogs. They have the same dog moveset, but there are some... Okay, that... Okay, I'll take this, please. Just come down here. Okay. For example, I don't think I've ever seen wolves teleport. Dogs will definitely teleport. You've seen it when I was going through the Cathedral of the Deep, but I have never seen wolves teleport. Additionally, a lot of the time, wolves seem way more passive. Cool. Now, the reason I'm going up here is because there are actually some decent ashes all the way at the top. They give you Millward Great Arrows, which are the best great arrows in the game, and they give you the Millward Armor set, which is not too bad. Unfortunately, I think the Millwood armor set is outclassed by quite a few things, but it is still not a bad armor set. Cat ring time. There. I still wonder what Help is doing, honestly. Like, I wonder if he's you know, fighting the invader. It looks like it because he's taking a crap load of damage, but. Well, that's cool. Somehow I managed to survive. Should I help out? Help? Oh, nice. You know, I don't think I've ever actually been attacked by that wolf in this area. Well, that's interesting. At first I thought that was 720k. Holy crap. There is a safer way to go through that area, but if you go the safer way, you don't get access to the great bow or the great arrows. So that's generally the way to go if you want to get extra items and stuff. But the safe way, obviously, if you want to go the fast way or whatever you want to call it, it's the safe way. It's the fast way. Now, there's an interesting thing you can do with this bridge right here. It's similar to the one in the catacombs, but if you're like right here and you break it, there is a chance for it to just sort of whiplash you and catapult you into oblivion, and you'll just die. It's hilarious, honestly, to watch, and super goofy, and you gotta wonder how the physics do that, but obviously it always sucks dying. So, bleh, I guess. You can talk to this guy or not, who cares? Hollow gem over here, because why not? And now you have to wait about 20 seconds, maybe even more, for this to become usable. Let's see what else. So I like Halloween. I like Halloween movies. I don't like Christmas. I don't like Christmas movies. There are a couple I like. Oh, the other Christmas movie I like is The Santa Claus. I like, again, Christmas movies that aren't necessarily Christmas movies, but they use Christmas as a background, which is something that Die Hard does. It's something that Elf does, and it's something that the Santa Claus does. There is a lot more Christmas stuff in the Santa Claus than, say, you know, Die Hard, but it's still very much less about Christmas time and more so about family and relationships and believing and stuff like that. And you know, for basically a family-friendly kid movie, there's quite a few things in there that a lot of kids won't really get, which again I always appreciate. I always appreciate movies with subtlety and adult themes. Adult themes meaning things kids could pick up on but likely won't, but things for adults to appreciate. Obviously, I don't need sex, drugs, and rock and roll in my kids' movie. That's stupid. So there's another thing you can do over here. If you want to really early, you can get access to an early Titanite slab. It involves somehow getting around that crab right there. And then there's a bunch of trees down at the bottom. I think there's 3. And if you kill all 3 of them, then a ladder appears above where that crab is. And you can climb that ladder all the way up. And you can, you know, you can go grab this slab. It's a really long climb up, though, and not too keen on it. I don't plan on upgrading any of my other things, so whatever. And I've already upgraded my Murky, so again, don't really need to. Instead, we will just focus on Gravetender over here. Now, Gravetender, he kind of sucks because, similar to an actual player, he actually likes to dodge most of the sorceries you throw at him. So if there is actually anything you want to hit him with, it's probably going to be either Soul Mass or Fair and Flash Sword. And then he summons more wolves. As if this wasn't enough, you know? Yeah, see, I don't like that fight. I'll try again, obviously, but I don't know. I should probably try and kill Gravetender if I can, but everything about that fight. They don't complement each other. He just plinks you from the back because he's super cool like that. The wolf moves around a lot. He summons extra wolves. Multi-boss fights just generally don't work in this game because you're focusing on one thing and all of a sudden there's something attacking you from behind. It's just... There's definitely a skill to being able to deal with multi-boss fights, but when you have a bunch of fast enemies in a multi-boss fight, it does not really work out that well. Because it can feel super unfair to the player. Part of what makes Ornstein and Smell great, as well as another fight in this game that I actually really do like, that's a multi-boss fight, the Demon Princes. Rude. Cool. And then when you get the fight with the actual wolf, there's not a lot unique about it, I guess. I mean, he charges at you, which is, I guess, unique for a fight like this, but... I don't know if there's anybody who's walked away from this fight saying, you know what, that was amazing. Just, thank God that one's over. You know. Put that back on. That back on. Yeah. Get some more levels. Why not? More health? Probably. Yeah, why not?
Mayst thou thy people.
Oops, gotta equip that. And then killing Champion Gravetender allows you to do the official PvP in this game, which is in some ways better than Invasions and in some ways worse than Invasions. Part of the thing that makes Invasions so memorable and fun to do if you like PvP is the randomness of it. You don't always get the same thing. You have players doing really wacky things, and it can make for some very interesting, unique experiences. But on the flip side, you get people who use a lot of glitches. They use the bow glitch to do all sorts of things, which I can explain at some point. But they also can use the Estus glitch, and there's a lot more glitch abuse in the invasion PvP as opposed to the normal PvP. Each of them has their upsides and downsides, and honestly, I don't know which one I prefer. So now that wonderful fight is done, also we have access to the arena. Maybe I'll do some arena later on, but now that wonderful fight's done, we can actually continue with the good part of this DLC. Well, okay, so all of this DLC sucks except for the last fight, which you'll see in about probably 10 minutes, because it takes a while to run over to it. There's also some good weapons in this DLC too. I could have picked one up on the branches over there. It's called the Follower Saber, and it has a pretty solid moveset. Also, if you want an early large Titanite shard, you can kill this cute little doohickey guy right here, and I'm sure it'll satisfy your need for your Titanite. See? Also, this DLC has a very good thrusting sword called the Croquills. It's a middle between the Estoc and the Rapier. So the Rapier has very high critical damage, and the Estoc has a lot of range. The Croquills has more critical than the Estoc, but less range, and it has more range than the Rapier, but less critical. So it's a nice healthy middle between the two, but what kind of sets it apart is not only its damage, it has pretty solid damage, but it also... I don't ever get caught by this thing. Crazy. But it also has a unique weapon art that allows you to throw knives at people. Yep, I saw that one coming a mile away. Okay, yeah. Can we just restart that? That was stupid. How did I get caught by that? I never get caught by this stupid little bird thing right here. Also, those birds suck to fight. I hate them a lot. Their moveset's very flaily and not fun to fight. Especially in melee. At range, it's a little more tolerable, but in melee, no. Not even close. It also probably doesn't help that, you know, again, 20% absorption down from the magic lettering. Also, that means I'm 2 more minutes away from reaching the best boss fight in this DLC. Which, there's only 2, so it's not like there's much of a competition. But a lot of people do consider her the best fight in this game. Of all the best fights in this game, everybody looks at Gale, Fried, or Friede, which is how they pronounce it, but I've always heard Fried, so unfortunately I'm stuck with that. Soul of Cinder, Dancer of the Boreal Valley, and then everything sort of falls below that. There's a couple tiers below that, which a lot of people do consider good, but those are considered the best in this. Personally, I don't know if I'd rank Soul of Cinder among the best, especially with others in the mix, such as Nameless King, who I do think... Well, okay, so Nameless King has the problem with his first phase. His first phase is complete garbage. You didn't really see it because I nuked it really quickly, but if you're doing a melee build, the #1 rule for a Nameless King's first phase is you just don't lock on. Don't ever lock on, because if you do, your camera is going to go all over the place. You're not going to be able to hit anything. You're not going to be able to see anything, and you're going to do nothing but complain for the next 3 hours while you struggle against Nameless King. Just don't do it. Don't log on during Nameless King's first phase. And of course, that's not excusing the poor design. I know a lot of people like to say, well, lock-on's bad, so just don't use it. That's not excusing it. That's just me saying that is a problem with the fight. If you lock on, you're going to have a really rough time. And that is an actual problem with the fight. So that is something that stops him from being a top-tier fight in this game. He's high-tier, of course, because his second phase is really good. Lots of mix-ups, lots of damage, really challenging, but also not really unfair. So, really solid fight. But, I would honestly say the top 3 fights in this game are Gale, Freed, and Demon Prince. Those are probably the 3 best fights in this game. And then in the top 5 would include Dancer and, maybe Soul of Cinder. Soul of Cinder is a pretty solid fight, and I don't know too many things to complain about with him. So honestly, I don't know.
I've seen your kind. Time and time again. But in the end,
So Wilhelm can be annoying because of his vow of silence he puts on you. However, there are ways to deal with him over at the cliff. Sometimes he'll just jump off the cliff, so that's always cool. Oh, great. I forget how you deal with him at the cliff. Honestly, I'm surprised with his health so low that he didn't try to heal. Oh, duh, because he had Vow of Silence on him. He couldn't heal. But even so, he buffed his sword before trying to heal, which is a strange choice, but hey, good for me. It made the fight quicker. Now, if you want to talk about really weird decisions, this door. What does this do? I know one thing it potentially does, which is a shortcut. So later on, there is a shortcut in there. But it's so goofy, just coming out the side and then whoop, door. Like, why don't you just make this go down, I don't know. Really strange choice. There's a lot of strange choices in this game. Game's not perfect, obviously. I've complained about a few things here and there. Lots of stuff I don't like. But that's one of the weirder choices. Not gonna lie. Now, of course, if you want, you can get lost in this area. Or you can just run all the way to the right and then just go up this hill up here. Super easy. There's other things you can find in this area, such as down at the bottom you can find the Quakestone Hammer, which if you want to run it in your strength build, go right on ahead. You can also... Great, thank you. You can also find the... Thank you also. You can also find the Follower Torch in this area. But the Follower Torch isn't really that great. And the Quakestone Hammer also is not really used by a lot of people. So, I don't know. Seems like they missed the mark on that one. So this area can be confusing to some people, but there's a really simple way to navigate it. If you have Spook or Cat Ring, go ahead and use it. Drop down here. Lever right in front of you. So use the lever. Turn your camera that way to face the door. You're basically just going forward and then backward. Got some place. Anytime you're in an area with just like really crappy things, like crappy projectiles, crappy enemies lunging at you, just zigzag. You can get through a lot of things that way. Like you might have seen when I was going through the staircase before Pontiff. Just zigzag, and the dogs will have a hard time hitting you. The magic will have a hard time hitting you. I can't guarantee you won't get hit, but it's a start. There is also one important item in this game, and I might touch... in this game, jeez. There is one more important item in this area, and I might end up touching on it, maybe in my Pure Pyromancer build. Pure Pyromancer stream video thing, but for now, I'll just leave it be and go fight Sister Freed. So we want to make sure all of our stuff is ready for the fight. I think this is everything I need. Next cast speed. Yeah. Okay. She gives you an ice ring, so I'll just, toss it. Don't want it. Don't need it. You could use it in a fight, but I never do. Never will. Now, you might not see why this fight is so good in this run, because I'm just going to be casting a bunch of garbage at her. But something I think a lot of people do appreciate about this fight is the 3 phases and the difficulty. And of course her moveset is very unique, it's very varied. There's a lot of stuff going on with her moves. Thanks, Freed. Generally, you want to focus on Papa Ariandel first. He's a big target. He's got fewer resistances and all kinds of good stuff. Because my damage is so high, I want to focus on Ariandel more than Freed. Even though Freed is healing him, I can just out-damage her heal. Hopefully this will be enough for Freed. I only have 4 Ashenistas, so if she dodges a lot, this could be a problem. The important thing to know is that when she goes up like that and goes down, she sends out a little, not a little, but she sends out a big shockwave afterwards. You can also see where she's moving if you follow the little snow trail or whatever. I think I got really lucky there, because otherwise that grab probably could have killed me. I know I have a lot of health, but also don't forget that I'm wearing the magic clutch ring, so my absorption's really low. I've also gotten really lucky that every time I fire off a soul spear, she tends to dodge forward. Which, believe you me, she can dodge sideways. Like that. Although, when I'm firing, she can. Yeah, see. Honestly, that fight went way better than I was expecting. That could have gone really badly. Little fun fact about myself and Frieda. I beat her my first try. And I know a lot of you won't believe me, and unfortunately I don't have the recording because this is the first time I started streaming or recording any of my games, but I think I was... And I know, like, this doesn't really count too much, but I think I was level 120 when I first fought her. But I don't think I'd seen any streams of her, and I don't know, I just walked in and I think I used all my Estus, but you know, level 120, walked in, killed her first try, and I said, well, that was an interesting fight. And then, you know, I heard a lot of people having trouble with it, and I thought, wow, I guess I got really lucky there. But yeah, once you kill Frieda, by the way, you can travel straight to the Dreg Heap. And, as well, I guess I should, just to show you all. Yeah, I'll just show you. So, over at the Corvian settlement, I talked to a little bird, and he says, well, you know, this place, it kind of sucks. It's too cold, too lifeless. Can you, like, show Frieda what fire is? So, you go and beat her up, and if you talk to the dude again, he'll give you a titanium slab. So, I don't plan on using it, but... Great. Might as well show you where it is. So in here, I talked to the little dude in the corner. Said, yeah, please show her what fire is. And he'll be standing outside over here. You know, be careful not to kill him. I don't know if you're going to slap for it, but, you know, I'd rather not kill him, honestly. Yay! Upgrades. Good stuff. Now, normally I would be explaining more, but I am pretty tired, and I do kind of need sleep, so I will go as quickly as I can through the Dreg Heap and the Ring City, and try to beat all bosses on the Sorcery only run. I won't have any time to stream later on today, but I might be able to tomorrow. Depends on how much time I have. Obviously. Just buy a Divine Blessing, why not? Buy a few of those, why not?
Keep young.
And the rest of those are worthless, because I already have all the drops I want. I mean, I don't have the Mendicant Staff, but at this point I've basically resigned myself to just living with these 3 soul items. Which again, fine. There are some funny moments where if you drop off at the wrong spot, you can just die by landing on one of the beams. It's really funny. I've never done it, but I hear a couple pro Dark Souls 3 players have died there. It's really funny. Unfortunately, I didn't light the bonfire all the way at the end of this, so I have to go all the way through this area again just so I can get to where I was before. Now, there is one fight I am actually dreading in this DLC, and it is Dark Eater Madeir. I can kill Half-Light, especially if I'm offline. I can also maybe even kill him easier if I'm online. It depends on who I get. But the thing I dread about Madeir is he has incredibly high magic resist, and he has incredibly high dark resist. So do you know what that means? It's time to Pestle and Mist him. So that's Lap, also known as Patches. He's got a small quest line here. And part of completing that quest line is getting the Titanite slab in the middle of the swamp here, which I will do because why not? Also an angel right there. There's 2 angels in this area. They both suck, but I'll show you how to deal with them. You'll also want the cat ring on. I also don't want the magic clutch ring because I'll take way more damage from the angel. So when you're dodging the angel, you want to hear it screech, and then you want to run in the opposite direction of where you're currently running. Jump down here, the angel can't get you. Careful not to dodge roll, because if you do, you'll just go straight off, because input buffering in this game sucks. And for those who don't know, input buffering is... Watch, people are going to be like, oh, it's sorcery only. You just hit something with a melee weapon. End of run. Input buffering is when you hit an action and it queues up that action in the middle of another action happening. So, for example, if I cast the Soul Spear like this, and then I hit the Estus thing, I'll chug an Estus, even though that action was queued up way earlier on. It'll add it to the action queue, and that is something that is really not fun to deal with. So I have to deal with an invader, which is going to be a lot of fun, and thankfully he doesn't see me. But I think he fell down there. Hopefully he fell down there. Oh, he didn't. Oh, nice plunge. Good job. And hey, he gave me a bell. What a nice guy. Or a nice girl. I don't know. Can't tell. As you can tell, I really suck at PvP. But also I'm running a pure mage, so I don't have a lot of weapons that would be normally accessible to me. Yeah, just because I'm silly, I'm going to Ember up again. Isn't that fun? That right there, I tell you, is the height of stupidity. Oh, you got invaded and you died? And you're trying to progress through the area? Ember up again. So you get invaded again. Just really dumb. In fact, we don't need to go that way. I already killed the angel down there. I think there's an ember right there. Two chunks from a thrall? Holy crap. Also, what the angel is doing right now is sending down little dust particles, and that can curse you really quickly, too. So that kind of sucks. But I am over here, which means I am basically already done with Mr. Angel Friend. Always does that. Don't know why either. Die. Thank you, somebody, for lighting the bonfire. Now that all the angels are dead, I can explore this area to my heart's content. Flambridge? No? Okay. I'm including getting that slab. I don't really care about lapse armor, so I'm not going to bother. This cute little pyromancer right here. Kind of a pain to deal with. But, you can deal with her if you're good. You gotta cast really fast because she can cast pretty fast, and you gotta be careful about melee because she does a lot of damage with her flame fan. So, not fun to deal with. Also, she'll survive a fall to the bottom, so just because she falls doesn't mean she's dead. So you're gonna have to finish the job. And I think she has 2 Estus as well, so pretty hard to kill, honestly. I think the game died on me again. I don't know why the game does this to me, but, you know, whatever. That's cool. This game really does not want me finishing it today. But, darn it, I'm gonna do it. Let's see. Oh, Steam's not responding, so that's cool. Honestly, if Steam's not working, then we might just call it there for now. Oh, no, Steam's working. You can also close up that window. So yeah, Christmas movies. Again, not really a fan of them. I don't think I've ever seen Jingle All the Way, but I heard it's pretty funny. And Arnold Schwarzenegger is loved by a lot of people. Let's see if I've seen any other Christmas movies. Oh, there's A Christmas Carol, which I really didn't like. I saw it as a kid, which might be why I didn't like it. I couldn't stand the kid in it. I thought he was a brat. And then, does Home Alone count as a Christmas movie? I think it does. I don't even remember Home Alone, honestly. That's one of those games. That's one of those movies that you see as a kid. You kind of remember a couple things about it, but not much. And then everybody talks about it, says it's really good, and you say, I've seen it once. But I was never really a Home Alone kind of kid, I guess. Oh, and I also forgot to mention that I was talking about Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and Jim Carrey in particular, and I do actually like Jim Carrey's Grinch. I know a lot of people don't like it because sometimes the comedy in there is really stupid and really juvenile, but there's a few things in there I really like. I like how petty the Grinch is. It's a lot of fun. He likes to get back at them in really fitting ways. All you care about is gifts and stuff, so I'm going to steal all your gifts, or you gather around the Christmas tree and sing carols, I'm gonna destroy the Christmas tree. Neat stuff like that. And I don't as much like the narrator in that. Like, I think they could have done away with the narrator, considering that, you know, it's a new movie and everything, and they could have let the film speak for itself, I guess. But it is what it is, I guess. So, Demon Prince, very much like Ornstein and Smo, there's two of them, and one of them is the main, and one of them is the side, until they switch, and then the other one becomes the side, and the other one becomes the main. And their moveset doesn't change between two demons in this phase, but one thing I like about it is that the other one isn't constantly in your way. Every now and then it spears things that can be problematic, but it's not always just both of them are attacking at once. It's relentless. You have no way of dealing with it. There's very much a rhythm to the first phase and sort of managing where both of them are. And I think this sort of nailed whatever ONS was going for. Like, I don't think it's better than ONS. In fact, it might be, just because ONS does have some weird things going on with it. Particularly Ornstein, he tends to... There's a couple things with Ornstein where he tends to go a little faster than I think he should, just because of the pathfinding or something. But and there's not really pathfinding problems in here. There is, and I don't even know if this is a pathfinding problem or not. But for example, like, I don't know if this was intended, but the demons actually can get caught on each other, which is a pretty neat way of body blocking. Obviously, is what's happening, but it's a good way of separating the two of them. And it is something that did happen in the ONS fight. You would use Smo basically to body block Ornstein and sort of deal with the two of them that way. And then when, similar to right now, when you beat the first phase, they turn into a much larger threat. Well, I don't know about much larger threat, but one of them becomes superpowered. And the same thing kind of happens here, only instead it's not one of them becomes superpowered. The main one takes on the powers of the first one you killed. So it's very similar to Ornstein and Smo, but sort of a nice twist. And I also very much like that one of the things about Ornstein and Smo that I wasn't as much a fan of is that Ornstein basically retains the same moveset, only he gets a couple extra moves. In this, Demon Prince is entirely his own entity, and then he also gains some extra moves based on, you know, whichever demon you kill first, which I think is super neat. Now, I could do this a few different ways. As you see me doing right here, I'm using the Baron Flash Sword, which is a cheap and quick way of dealing with, well, a cheap way of dealing with him, but I think part of the reason I'm doing this is because I want enough mana. I don't trust my mana to not run out. Not to mention, this leaves me vulnerable less often. It doesn't use as much stamina, and there's not as much lag time behind it. Also, I don't know if I'd call it a flaw, but one of the potential problems with this fight is that you can just sit under the Demon Prince, and he has a hard time actually dealing with it. And you want to be away from him when he does that because he actually can knock you back, and that'll... As with most bosses in this game, with Demon Prince, you kind of want to dodge toward him. But the fight's honestly really fun, especially as a melee character. And in a way, I kind of played as a melee character in that fight too. Albeit maybe a little bit squishier. And of course I had to manage a few more things, such as Ashen Estus and the distance I was at, because a lot of melee characters don't have the ranged option that this character does. And now on to this DLC's namesake, which is the Ring City. And something I also really do appreciate about this DLC too is you can spend a... So if you watch me go through Ashes of Ariandel, once I beat Gravetender, the entire thing was just a very, very long run, and nothing really happened on that run. I dodged a couple things here and there, but I didn't really pick up that many items. There weren't any NPCs of note. There weren't a lot of... I don't know. There weren't a lot of events. And then, of course, the entire thing... I don't know. The entire thing was just all snow, basically. It's just snowy mountaintops, snowy valleys, snowy whatever, mabobs. Just not really varied and stuff. But, you know, you start out this DLC by being in an ashen area with a bunch of ruins, but mostly ash, and then you fight a giant demon, which, honestly, great fight. Better than, I mean, not saying much, but it's better than Champion Gravetender. And, so already the first boss fight in the DLC is better than the first boss fight in the other DLC. And then once you're done with that fight, you move into an entirely different location with a bunch of different enemies. So, you know, in the Ring City... Sorry. In the Ashen area, you run into... you didn't really see them, but you run into Heralds, which are the giant fat things with swords, which you'll definitely see in this part of the DLC. You'll run into those little murky guys, and that's about it. But then here you run into those priest summoners up there. You'll run into these guys. You run into the heralds again. You run into a mini boss. Then what other enemies will you find? You'll find those little cursed grandmas and the ring knights. And the ring knights are incredibly cool as well. Like, there are so many enemies just in this area alone that it's honestly worth the... Like, just this Ring City part right here is worth the same price as the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. But I don't know, a lot of this is just very, very varied, and there's a lot to absorb here. You know, I can run through this whole thing, but, you know, running through the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, I don't know how long that took me. I can go through the VOD again, or you can count whenever you watch the VOD. But it didn't take me that long to run through it, and it was mostly just a bunch of minor annoyances in the way. But running through the Ring City DLC is going to take me a lot longer, which, you know, I don't like to say content is how long it takes you to sprint through something, but it's definitely an aspect of it. More layout, more things to pepper it with, and more new things to include, I suppose. I'm also now getting to the point where... So, when I first did my Pure Magic run, I did basically a Saruman build, which was no melee, no health, no armor, just pure sorcery. And that run was incredibly difficult because, well, no health makes you very squishy. And I kind of dreaded a lot of things. Aldrich was a really big pain, again, because no health. Crystal Sage was a big pain, no health. And another boss coming up that I alluded to earlier, Midir, was an incredible pain because I had no armor, no absorption, and no health. And he's got a lot of health. So even if you're doing a lot of damage, like let's take Pestilent Mist, which is basically the only way to fight Midir as a mage. Even with Pestilent Mist, he takes a long time to kill. And over that long time, you're just going to make mistake after mistake. And fighting him as a glass cannon mage is not easy. But because I have so much health now, I should have a little bit of an easier time with him, even if I am just Pestilent Misting him. So those are Heralds right there. They're really scary. They can damage both the normal guys and invaders. So they're scary for everybody. That's the attack you want them to do because it's got a lot shorter range than some of the other attacks they can do. Like, that one is the one you don't want them to do because they can delay it a little bit and it's got longer range than most of their other attacks. So generally you want them to do the butchering attack rather than the swinging attack. I could do Lap's questline, but I think I'll leave that for another run because again, I just want to finish this up. So I'll speed through this as quickly as possible. Over that way, you'll find a ladder that will lead you up to Ring Knight Leto, or Silver Knight Leto, I guess I should say, and he's got the heaviest weapon in the game, I believe, as well as probably the highest damage strength weapon in the game. I don't know actually. Well, so highest damage in true combo form. Obviously, Yorm's Machete still takes the cake for the highest single damage hit, but Leto's Great Hammer is, again, another reason why a lot of people say DLC is pay to win. This right here, too, this Church Guardian Shift I pick up is an infinite use, as long as your mana allows, throwing knife. And it also has a slight homing property to it that makes it very useful in PvP. And because you can never run out of it as long as your mana allows, it's also not something you ever really have to restock. It's just super useful in a lot of PvP situations, and you never really have to think about it. So, just a really good item overall. There's a lot of Ring Knight items around here as well, and I guess I should talk about some of the Ring Knight items that do make this DLC in particular, even more so than the Ashes of Ariandel DLC pay to win. As I mentioned before, there are a few rings here. Let me see, how many are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. 5 or 6. There's 5 or 6. Let's see, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 6. I think there's 6 rings here that all get +3 variants of the normal game rings. The only ring in the main game that you can get at +3, and it requires you to be at new game +2, is the life ring +3. Otherwise, all the other +3 rings are found in this DLC, and they are very, very good rings. The Ring of Favor +3, which I actually probably should have picked up, it boosts your health, stamina, and equip load by a solid margin for the +3. It's not as much as each particular ring that does that effect, so it doesn't increase your life as much as the life ring +3, but it's a solid amount. It doesn't increase your equip load as much as Havel's ring, but solid amount, and it doesn't increase your stamina by as much as basically the Chloranthy ring, but again, still a solid amount. So it's just a very, very good all-around ring that basically every build should have if they can include it. And then, of course, Havel's Ring +3. Super, super good for very heavy builds. So if you're running a strength build, you're going to be wanting to run Havel's Ring +3 for Leto's Great Hammer, for the Ring Knight paired Ultra Great Swords, for Smo's Hammer, whatever strength weapon you want to run. Like Havel's Ring +3 is perfect for equip load builds that want to also not only run really heavy weapons, but want to run the heavy armor for the poise necessary for those weapons. And then, oh, this is where you get the Ring of the Evil Eye +3. I don't have Pestilent Mist on me, I think, so I don't know if I want to... Do I have a charm? No. I'm not going to mess with that right now. But the Ring of the Evil Eye +3, it gives you quite a bit of health back whenever you kill something. Very useful for co-op, weirdly enough. I don't see a lot of people run that in co-op, but, you know, if you're running Ring of the Evil Eye +3, as well as Arstor's Spear, you can save yourself a lot of health Estus that way. Also, I'm surprised I didn't get invaded by Moaning Knight, but I probably didn't because I was already invaded by another person. Moaning Knight is basically Morn, but for this DLC. I don't know what the lore is behind that, but when you kill Moaning Knight, he'll give you the Dark Mask, which boosts you. It's basically Crown of Dusk, but for dark damage, and it's all dark. So dark sorceries, dark pyros, dark miracles, all dark stuff, and it's you know, very useful. So this is going to take a little while, but it's a very useful thing. The only problem is that it has two problems, obviously, because it's a Crown of Dusk. It reduces your dark damage absorption, so anybody who's using dark, have fun with that. And then it also makes your character look really ugly. Same with the Crown of Dusk, I suppose, as well. This is when I wish I had Pestilent Mist, because knocking mid-ear off is going to be a pain. Oh, man. Stupid. Ah! Darn it. Oh. I don't think I've ever fallen down there. I wonder where that leads, actually. Huh. That's actually one of the few areas that I don't think I've ever been to. So, you know, that's interesting. Now's a good, actually, time to equip Pestilent Mist, just because... And you can't poison Medea, I don't think, so... Actually, Medea's crazy, because you can't frostbite him, you can't bleed him. Actually, I think you can bleed him. But you can't poison him, you can't toxic him. So, he's resistant to a lot of stuff. Basically, the only thing that does really well against him is lightning. But that's... So generally, you don't actually deal all of Medeir's health bar there. You just knock him off the edge. But no matter what, he survives with full health, obviously, because why would they ever nerf a boss, especially in DLC? And especially a boss like Medeir. In fact, I wonder if they've ever nerfed a boss in this game. Oh, the best lightning miracle is right here. Obviously, everybody loves it. Everybody hates it. It's the best, for obvious reasons. Lightning arrow, best miracle ever. So the problem with lightning arrow that a lot of people are probably aware of, but a lot of people might not be aware of, it has no punishment. It's just so good. It doesn't do as much damage as Sunlight Spear or Lightning Stake or Lightning Storm, but the problem with Lightning Arrow is it's just so easy to use. It still does really good damage for what it is, but it also just has no downsides to it. Every spell in this game, as far as I can think, has a moment where you have to stop moving and cast. I'm trying to think of... So, like, when you're... I think it was when I was casting Crystal Soul Spear. Also, Chloranthy Ring +3 is over here, so, you know, if you're a fan of Chloranthy Ring, come and get it. I think if you're casting Crystal Soul Spear, you can move while you're casting it. And that, like you can't move the entire time you're casting it, but you can move while it's being casted, and then you have to pause for a bit once it leaves your catalyst. Lightning Arrow, you can move with it as much as you want. You do have to pause as soon as it leaves your thing, but it's got the speed of basically Farron Dart, so you're basically not standing still at all. And whenever you commit to casting something, you have to cast it, no matter what. Anytime you press the casting tool, unless you're interrupted by an enemy's attack or whatever, you are going to cast that sorcery, or miracle or pyro. It's just how casting works in this game. But I don't know why they did this, but they decided that, you know what, we're going to give a particular cast just no punishment. You don't actually have to fire off Lightning Arrow. You don't have to use the magic to fire it off. You don't, or the mana to fire it off. You don't have to sit still to fire it off. You don't have to fire it. You can just aim it forever. And holding it does not cost you mana. It does not cost you stamina. Holding it will reduce the amount your stamina regens, same as blocking and same as running or whatever, but it does not cost you stamina to actually use Lightning Arrow. To hold it. You can hold Lightning Arrow indefinitely. And that's one of the major problems with it, is you can just wait until somebody's vulnerable with Lightning Arrow and then fire it off, deal them damage, and they have no way of dealing with it. It also is how much mana? 19 mana, which is insane. Crystal Soul Spear right here, very high damage, 46 mana. I run out of mana pretty fast using Crystal Soul Spear. This is less than half the mana, and it doesn't do as much damage as Crystal Soul Spear. It maybe does about a third the damage, but again, remember, this has no punishments to it. You just don't get punished for using it. It's nuts, honestly. So this is considered one of the worst fights in the game. This little summoner dude up here, they're throughout the Ring City, and they basically act as those little mendicant things in the Archdragon Peak, and they can summon things that they want. In this case, he's summoning basically part of this Covenant's... it's summoning one of this Covenant's members, including players, and no matter if you kill him early, it doesn't make the you get no reward for it. It lets you Yep. Yep. Spears are also really hard to deal with in general. They're great chase down tools. They're very good at ending players. And, yeah, I don't know what else I could say. I wish I had cast on him sooner because he would have died. But, honestly, I don't hate that fight as much as other people do, but it's still not a good fight. The fact that you have to engage in PvP if you're online, and the PvP gets extra defense and is supported by another unit, it makes it quite unfair towards the player. I imagine their way of balancing it was that they can't heal, but a lot of players can circumvent that, like that guy did there, by using healing miracles. And in fact, a lot of the most cancerous builds for this are parry spamming straight sword users with high faith that are wearing the regen rings, the regen spells, and the regen shield. And so they just constantly regen HP. They have no need for the AI or whatever. And they basically get all the extra defense that comes with this boss fight. They get the support of 2 other AIs, and they get passive healing just all the time. It's quite garbage. And that's if you get like a really bad player, obviously. But sometimes you'll get And another thing that I personally hate about this, and I'm sure a lot of players hate about it too, is if you don't want to try to deal with that guy back there, so that wasn't too bad. That guy didn't really know what he was doing. Thank God. But worst fight in this DLC down. And now we only have the 2 best ones left. You also get a lot of slabs in this DLC. So that's useful. And I think you get, I want to say 3 or 4 slabs in Ashes of Ariandel. You get a total of 15 slabs throughout the entire game. And a good chunk, I think more than half of them are in the DLCs. You get a lot of them in the DLCs. Oh, let's put on our casting tool. And now we rest. We can just, we can get Gale's bonfire up here. And then we can go kill Madir, or try to. And then we'll go kill Gale, and then we're done. Honestly, if anybody has stuck with this stream this long, like, huge thank you. Obviously, because it's my first stream, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm not very good at bringing up conversation topics, I guess. I guess I'm okay, but I could do better. I'm sure my audio levels need work, my vocals need work, and obviously my gameplay needs work. I mean, have you seen how garbage I am at this game? God. I'm dying. Yeah, I'm pretty good at this game. Dies like 10 times. Yeah. Okay. I don't really need to do that. So, let us travel to, well, the shrine, level up. We'll get the health level ups, and then we will go and kill Midir. Mana? No. Stamina? Don't really need more stamina. We could go for... If I wanted to make this a meta build, I could go Faith, but that would take up casting slots. Probably Strength, maybe? Use more weapons.
Mayst thou thy peace.
Assuming I want to use this build for PvP. And we're at the end of the game, so I might as well just buy all of these. So, Soul of Sister Freed I can't use because... Although, I might be able to use her scythes. Her scythes are actually pretty good. A lot of people overestimate their ability because they think that people can't parry the weapon art, and you can. But they are still pretty good at dealing damage. I can't use that for the rest of the run, I don't think. I don't think I can Poison Gale. Do I want any of these? I don't really need any of these in my inventory. Well, I don't need the Lingering Dragon Crystal. Don't really need the cat ring right now, but I gotta keep it in my inventory anyway because it's the freaking cat ring. We can put this away because I'm not going to be using it for a bit. We can put that away. Oh, and that away because I don't plan on using dark damage for a while. I am keeping these around, but I don't know why, but I really love these weapons. The Arcade Pugs, I think, are the best ultras in the game. They're very hard to deal with. They have a very versatile moveset. Like, you can do a lot of things with these weapons. In fact, let me see if I can show you. So, you can't really see how good they are because I don't have the strength for them. But if you two-hand them like this, so you can do like that and then chain into a thrust. Or, as soon as I get my stamina back, you can do that and then do... So that's the L2 that... the L2 sends a fire wave forward, and then you can do R1 to do the thrust forward. Or you can do the L2 and R2 like I showed you and do the slam down. Also, if you don't want to do any of that, you can do what is most popular with these and do the lunge forward with this, which can combo into this. And then you can't see it because I don't have the stamina, but once you do that, you can basically do a swing up and then down with them. So you can do a triple combo like that. Or you can do this, you can do that, and then you can do any of these swords moves can combo into another sword, which allows for insane mix-ups. Now, of course, you do have to worry about being backstabbed and stuff, but the mix-ups on those weapons are why I would say those are basically the best ultras in the game. And, of course, you know, DLC, pay to win. And I guess another thing I should talk about, too, the Ring Knights. Another thing that makes the DLC pay to win. So I touched on it a little bit before, but Dark Souls 3 has a lot of glitches in it, and I believe these glitches just completely ruin the PvP. Unless you get good at the glitches and do them yourself, but I mean, who wants to stoop to that level? You know, like, these people are glitching, so I'm gonna glitch. It's just, I don't know why you do that, but there's a lot of glitches in this game that ruin PvP, and one of them revolves around one of the DLC weapons, which, hey, pay to win, cool. It's called the Ring Knight Straight Sword. I think you find it down here, and it's a straight sword, so it's faster than basically every other weapon other than a dagger. I think it's got the same speed as a curved sword. So straight swords, curved swords are the second fastest weapons in the game. It's got pretty decent damage. It's got a little bit of fire damage in case somebody has bad fire absorption or whatever. But the thing that makes the Ring Knight Straight Sword so good, well, two things that make it really good. Its weapon art allows for very long range strikes with extra damage on it, as well as really good mix-ups. But the thing that everybody really uses them for is the glitch you can do with them, where you can actually cancel the recovery animation of the sword itself and essentially swing faster than every other weapon in the game. Actually, I don't know if you can swing faster than daggers, but you can cancel your own recovery animations for the sword, which allows you to swing it faster than every other straight sword or curved sword in the game. So you have a straight sword with its range and speed and damage with extra speed on it that no other straight sword gets. It's objectively the best straight sword. And that is why a lot of people consider this DLC pay to win. Like, you got all the +3 rings, you have the best weapons, you have one of the best armors and lap set. So that dude I was talking about, lap patches, you can get his armor set. It's really good across the board. It's got really good defenses, it's got really good weight, it's got really good poise. It's got lower poise and weight and defenses than Havel's, but it's got better in all of those, I think, than the Katarina set, but it's lighter than all of that. It's got better defenses, I think, than the Exile set. Not better poise, but it's lighter than the Exile set. So it's just an all-around really, really good armor set with really good poise, really good defenses, and really good weight. So you got the +3 rings, lap set, the Ring Knight paired Ultra Great Swords, the Ring Knight Spear, which is also really good. I didn't really touch on that, but it's got a really good and versatile moveset, obviously. The Ring Knight paired Ultra Great Swords, if I didn't mention them, the Ring Knight Straight Sword, and then, of course, the Church Guardian Shiv I mentioned earlier, which is basically a free, essentially a free throwing knife that you never have to restock. So many things in here are just so good, and that, I think, is why a lot of people can and should consider these DLCs to be pay to win. So, Midir, I am going to put this on because I don't want to die. I'm not going to have full health, so screw that. I will put on stamina regen, maybe even health regen. Take that off, probably, because magic damage. Okay, cool. And now we try to fight him. I think Midir does actually do magic damage, so you want to not have to deal with that. A lot of people do consider Midir to be one of the best dragon fights in this game. Or, not this game. He's the only dragon fight in this game. Like an actual dragon. I won't get into the classifications now, but he is the only dragon in this game, I believe. And he's the only dragon fight in this game. And but some people consider him to be one of the best dragon fights in this series. And I can see why. This is also kind of blasphemy to say, but I don't think I've ever fought Calamite. And a lot of people also consider him really good as well. But I don't know how Midir would stack with Calamite, but I imagine they are the top dragons in this game, in this series. So when he does that charge forward thing, all you really have to do is dodge the fire, dodge his one arm swing, and then you're good for the rest of the fight. Crap. Whenever he does that, you never want to dodge to the side or to the back, because it's got way longer range in that direction than any other. Uh-huh. I also believe Midir has the strongest grab in the game, which makes sense. That attack absolutely sucks to deal with, and it's nice that it leaves them really vulnerable afterwards, but gosh, does it suck. In second phase, he'll do this charge twice, I think basically all the time, so... Yeah, see, all you have to do is dodge through his fire once, and then dodge through his first arm swing, and then you're good. Nope. I believe that's his grab. Alright, Midir down. I do like that fight, but it is a little bit of a shame that you really don't have to engage with this fight as long as you have Pestilent Mist. Unfortunately, Magic in these games just lets you not have to deal with any of the stuff that the enemies throw at you. Little unfortunate, but that's where we're at. And because the DLCs are hilarious, I also forgot to mention that Midir gives you some of the best stuff around as well. He gave, let's see, what did I have on before? Oh yeah, Lloyd's Ring. He gives you, once we get back to the shrine, he gives you basically the best katana in the game, and he gives you one of the best sorceries in the game. So, earlier on I mentioned the Moonlight Greatsword, and that it's good, but you need strength to use it, and here's Old Moonlight. It's basically the Moonlight Greatsword, only in spell form. You need 20 strength to use the Moonlight Greatsword, and because it's a weapon, you need the weight to carry it as well, and I think you need some dex too, but sorcerers don't really care about that, I don't think. But you basically want to be a battle mage if you're using the Moonlight Greatsword. Well, Old Moonlight lets you basically use the Moonlight Greatsword, only in slightly better ways. The Moonlight Greatsword does not have physical damage to it, unlike the Moonlight Greatsword, so... Old Moonlight does fall a little short in that category, so if somebody has really heavy magic resist, then that will kind of suck for you. But otherwise, Old Moonlight is everything you want in a sword sorcery, and I'll show you in a second. Freed Scythes. Oh, you need 11 Faith. I will never use 11 Faith for that, so screw that. Also, the Demon Prince, again, the best stuff in the game. Seething Chaos is not really good, however... Demon Scar is another really, really, really good item for Pyromancers. Demon Scar has lower scaling than the Pyromancy Catalysts, but what it benefits from is being a melee weapon on top of being a Catalyst. And as a melee weapon and a Catalyst combined, it is actually allowed to true combo into a few different things. It can actually, I think, true combo from a swing into a Catch Flame. And if they panic roll, or if you know what you're doing, you can swing, catch flame, and then throw vestiges, and also I think the Wolnir pyromancy, what is it? Black Serpent. So you can throw out a Black Serpent, a vestiges, a swing, and a catch flame, and they will just die. The Demon Scar allows you to totally nuke somebody if you know the combos and you know what you're doing with it. So... Again, pay to win. Love it. But that's where we're at with the DLCs in this game, unfortunately. Or fortunately, it depends on what you like in your game, I suppose. Oh yeah, so I should probably show you Old Moonlight once I'm done going through all this. Okay. Oh, I also didn't mention, but Midir's Katana is also the best katana in the game. Because it has a range move set that I think only one other katana gets. And, in fact, I don't even know if any other katanas get the ranged attack it gets. It's basically Proto Moonveil from Elden Ring, but with less damage. Another thing that makes the katana really good as well is its pair of specials. I didn't mention this earlier, but some weapons have 2 specials on them, or 3, depending on how the weapon works. For example, the paired ultra great swords, if you press L2, they have their special attack, but that L2 can be paired with an R2 or an L2, so that basically has 3 specials on it. Freed scythes have 2 specials on them, where you press L2 for a hold, and then you can either press R1 for, I think it's the swinging combo, or you can press R2 to send ice their way. A lot of the main game weapons only have 1 special. So the profane greatsword, for example, it has the, I think it's the lunge. It's called, where you like hold the sword up and get ready to swing it, and then its special is within R2 that allows you to upswing with it for a lot of damage. But that's pretty slow, and there's only 1 special on it. Lorian's greatsword technically has 2 specials because its L2 can just inflame it in general, and then the R2 does the upper swing that the profane greatsword does. But what makes Medeir's katana really good is not only is it a fast weapon because it's a katana, it has a ranged attack on it, and its R1 special, meaning L2 R1, is a very quick multi-hit on a katana with bleed status. So you can potentially just do a lot of bleeding on people, on top of the dark damage and the physical damage it's doing. So it's got a nice variety in its moveset. It's got a pretty decent range. It's pretty fast. It does good damage. It's just really good in general. Best katana. I could just go for more health, but honestly, I don't really know what to go for at this point. Could do a little more vitality, I guess. And we can stay at 120. So now we go... Oh, and I'll just show you Old Moonlight as well. And once you have Old Moonlight, you don't need Soul Greatsword, really. Old Moonlight doesn't have as much range, I don't think, as Soul Greatsword. But as you saw there, it has a projectile attack on it. And you can hit people with both the blade and the projectile for extra damage. And you're allowed to walk with it, which is, I forgot, and one of the only 2 exceptions with sorceries and miracles. So, you know, good stuff. And you don't even have to charge it too. It's just Soul Greatsword with slightly shorter range, but also a projectile, and you can hold it and walk with it. Super good. In fact, I kind of probably should have locked my Estus for the Gale fight because he's got a lot of health, and I don't know if I can kill him with 8 mana Estus. Alright, let's see if I can kill Gale. As far as I'm aware, Gale also has a pretty unique arena as well. It's incredibly large. I think the largest arena of anybody. And there's actually enemies in this area. There's an enemy and an NPC invasion, which is crazy, considering it's a boss arena. Of course, nobody can actually invade you in here other than that NPC, but again, still nuts. This ring knight over here, the first time you kill it, it will give you a slab, if you didn't know that. And I mean, I might as well just go back anyway, because I already used one whole Estus on just that ring knight. It might just be faster to Homeward Bone, basically. let's see if I can do this. Sorcery only Gale might be kind of hard. Just because he's got a lot of health. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. If you wait for this guy to take, honest to God, probably about 10 minutes to climb up there, he'll just die up there. So don't bother waiting around for him. So I should probably, instead of that and taking, well, I don't have an extra damage ring, so I guess I'm just stuck with this. That's a grab. Oh yeah, I'll be fine without any extra Estus. In fact, I probably should have grabbed more health Estus. Because when he reaches phase 2 and phase 3, he tends to deal quite a bit of damage. I mean, I've already taken 1, 2, 3, 4, jump. I think Gale's a really good example of how you can really mix up the timings on bosses, but you don't need them to be super annoying and, like, just hold their weapon up in the air for a billion years. I'd say the only really bad part about this fight, and it's not even that bad, but I'd say the only part about this fight that is somewhat not great is the lightning on the ground. It's not very well telegraphed a lot of the time, and because it's so random, it can lead to seemingly unfair deaths. In fact, I probably just would call them unfair. Like, it's very hard to sort of predict where the lightning is going to be. Oh, jeez. Edge of the map. Yeah, so... Yeah, Gale's one tough cookie. I mean, everybody knows this. A lot of health, a lot of damage. Good moveset, too. Good music as well. The only thing is I really want to get him killed because I'm really tired. But, let's see if this will be the one. Also, I think Gale is one of the ways you solve for enemies that can't really deal with magic. You just give them a lot of jump attacks, you give them a lot of health, and you make it very difficult for mages to stay away. Crap, wrong Estus. It's not often that you'll see Gale not perform all 4 swings. And I think another thing that they did really nicely with Gale too is they didn't make him just completely immune to magic, meaning he dodges every magical hit. Rather, he's just got an insane health pool and the ability to close the distance. In fact, basically everything of his closes the distance, which is why I think he works so well, both as a melee fight and a mage fight. Because if you fight him on his melee terms, you know, he's got a lot of range, he's got a lot of extra things that can hit you. But if you fight him at range, he's got some ranged options, yes, but most importantly, he can do his very best to force you into his territory. And of course, what you just saw right there was kind of an unfortunate example of a lot of enemies in this game just walking because you're too far away from them and they want to be menacing, but, you know, not every AI is perfect. I've also been really lucky in this one to not have to deal with much lightning as well. Nice. Alright. See how many wonderful little souls I get from that. 300k. Pretty solid. I think Midir probably gives the most souls in the game. I think. But that was a lot of fun. So we shall go and do the ending, and then we will call it there. Oh, actually, yeah, just light the bonfire, then travel over to the ending. So I guess I didn't do the Lord of Hollows ending that I thought I was going to do, but I'll rest on this ending, honestly. But that was a lot of fun. It's been a while since I've done just a pure sorcery playthrough, start to finish. Hopefully you all enjoyed the watch, and my commentary wasn't too terrible, too annoying. Hopefully you learned something. That's kind of one of the big things I wanted to do with this. I wanted to maybe show some people some new things about this game. Most people who are probably really good at this game probably already knew everything I mentioned, but, you know, he was hoping that they, somebody found something new. And I'll be back in an undetermined amount of time to do probably either a pure pyro or a pure miracle run, and do some different stuff that I didn't do in this one. Maybe do some PvP, and have some more conversations about media I consumed. I also could talk about some media I have notes for, but again, the problem with that I probably mentioned in this stream is that it would take up screen space, and I only have one monitor to work with at the moment, so that would also heavily depend on chat too. If there is a chat, then whatever they want me to talk about would sort of depend on that as well. They if they want me to actually pull out my notes and everything, then that could pause gameplay, which, you know, again, is not really anything too major, honestly. I don't mind pausing gameplay in order to talk about whatever chat's interested in or whatever my viewers are interested in. But this is sort of the background to conversation that I want to have in general. So we'll see how that all shapes up in the next few streams. I don't remember what this one is, but I think this is a Usurpation of Fire ending. And this is one of 4 endings. You have the base ending, this ending, the Lord of Hollows ending, and some other ending, like the Age of Darkness or something.
But one day,
So there,
tiny flames will dance
there are a
across
few
the
things.
dark.
There are a few endings you can do, and there are trophies and everything. I mean, I'm just preaching to the choir at this point.
Like envy by
So
Lord's
that was a lot of fun. But actually, you know, I'll just keep the ending going. And actually, I don't even think I can skip these endings, so I don't know. Read the subtitles if you have fun with those endings. And then I'll skip the credits, of course, and I'll log off after that. If anybody does watch this actually all the way to the end somehow, let me know in the comments what you want next. Pure Pyro, Pure Pure Miracle, or just some kind of melee. I'm not going to do anything too insanely difficult, like bare fist only run, because that would take centuries, and I would have to focus on that way too hard, and my commentary would really suffer. Same thing with like dung pies only. I might be interested in a level 1 only run, but that would heavily depend on, I guess, how many people actually want a level 1, soul level 1 run. That soul level 1 run is actually really painful and really difficult, and it takes a lot of time, because I'm not that good at the game. Like, I'm pretty good at the game, but I'm probably going to die a lot on soul level 1 runs, just because you get hit twice and you're dead. Always. There are some things that can hit you once and you die, but level 1 only run is very difficult. So, again, let me know what you think. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, criticisms, whatever, leave them down in the comments. I'll read them. I'm so small that I'll read literally every comment I get on this video and respond to it if it's, got meaningful substance, or, if it's like a thanks or you did well, or praise or minor criticism, I'll respond to it even if it doesn't have much substance to it. But, if it's just mean for the sake of being mean, then, I'll read it, but I'm not going to respond to it because what's the point, honestly? But for anybody who does watch this, thank you for watching, and I will see you all next time.